Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter became a master of wizarding espionage. Here is short summary. After the war, Harry Potter uses his skills and connections to establish a wizarding intelligence agency with the help of Makusa. Partnering with Daphne Greengrass, he uncovers secrets, thwarts hidden threats, and navigates the dangerous world of espionage. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The castle was the Doc's headquarters, and it was a new department set up by the minister, Harry, his fiancée, and a few friends from across the pond. It was not known to many, only the close few, and its operations were things that the Department of Mysteries, or DOM, knew nothing about. In fact, the Doc's was all about intrigue, and Harry, along with his fiancée, headed it, a division each, one foreign and one domestic. As a matter of fact, both were sent to a quick training program at the Makusa, the abbreviation for the Magical Congress of the United States of America in New York, which is how, as a couple, they met. Ron opened the carriage door and stepped out, as did Dudley, who was staring at the brown sandstone castle in wonder. Both helped Petunia to deboard, but she was also awestruck. Just then, Seamus arrived on his thestral, and Ron directed him to put the baggage down for Kreacher, unhitch the other thestrals, and take them across the moat to the field, and finally, to put the tack and carriage beside the orangery. Several others who had been on brooms landed to help. Ron shook his head, and after a minute he stated, "Someplace, They say that King John used this castle as a hunting lodge. Well, let's get you two inside, Petunia straightened herself up ramrod straight, and walked up the stone steps to a set of oak doors inside an entry vestibule. Just as she was about to use the door's knocker, the doors opened, startling her for a moment, especially when she didn't see anyone at first, but then she heard a familiar bullfrog voice, and looked down. "Kreacher welcomes young master's relatives to the Doc's HQ, Kreacher croaked as he gave proud bow, Office of Sir Harry, Knight Grand Cross, Order of Merlin First Class, and the Laird of the Houses of Potter and Black. Can Kreacher be taking your traveling cloaks?" Petunia looked to Ron, who had pulled off his jacket and handed it to Kreacher. It was early April after all, and in Britain it was still a tad cool in the spring, which anywhere from about 13 to a low of 4 degrees centigrade, especially in the evenings. Petunia hesitantly handed hers to the old elf, as well as Dudley his. "Kreacher," Ron said, "I'll take them into the drawing room, and if you will, please bring us a spot of tea. I'm not sure if Harry's back yet." "Master's not being back yet, or Weasley," Kreacher shook his head, "and Mistress has dozed off by the fire in the Wedgwood Library, she's being very tired." Poor old Kreacher made sure that she was covered and warm. "That's all right, Kreacher," Ron said, "I'll wake her." At this, Kreacher nodded, and headed back into the castle to Harry's office. Ron, though, had turned to address Harry's aunt, and had to hold back a snort. Both were gaping at the polished oak-paneled walls, as well as at the fine Victorian furniture, and the suit of armor in the drawing room, which could be seen through the carved oak archway on the left, and at the portraits on the wall that would occasionally twitch, or quickly scratch their nose while pretending to sleep. Lady McCarthy, a 16th-century witch, was purposely snoring in hers. "Harry's fiancée is through here in the library," Ron said, while pointing at the closed door to his left, which he eased open, and led his party inside. Petunia gasped at the grandeur. The huge library was also oak-paneled. It had a beamed ceiling, with white tessellated plasterwork between the carved beams, and oak bookshelves along the wall to the left, which were heavily carved, and it had an oak floor that was covered in Persian rugs. She also noticed the stained glass in the bay windows, which were sporting coats of arms. At the far end was a merrily crackling fire in the fireplace, but on an expensive gold and cream-striped sofa lay someone covered under an afghan. Petunia noticed that the young lady had long silky blonde hair, and she watched as Ron hesitantly prodded the girl on her shoulder. "Wake up, Daff," Ron muttered, and then glanced at the Dursleys. "My own will never let me live it down if Daff hexes me." At this, the young lady barely cracked open her eyes, and started to sit up. "Har, She muttered, but finally noticed that it was Ron, and that he had company with him. With this, she leapt up, quickly straightened her kilted skirt, held her hand out, and blushed. Sorry, I dozed off, it's been a trying day. You must be Harry's aunt, Mrs. Dursley, and you must be Dudley. As Petunia shook her hand, Harry's fiancée introduced herself. Welcome. I am Daphne Greengrass, Harry's fiancée, and his doc's partner. Call me Petunia, dear, Petunia said, as she let go of the young blonde's hand. When Daphne shook Dudley's hand, the young man almost drooled. How did my cousin land a bird as gorgeous as you? Dudley, scolded Petunia. Well, Dudley, Daphne said unfazed, as he finally released her hand. After Harry and I started talking while training in New York, and at Goldeneye, I found myself infatuated, and we've been together ever since. We do everything together. He's my best friend, and my sister, Astoria, now thinks of Harry as her big brother. Forgive me, dear, Petunia said, in order to change the subject about Dudley's infatuation, but what clan is that tartan of with your skirt? It's the ancient Peverell tartan, Daphne explained. Harry's father is a descendant of King Ildald mac Cosentin, who had a son that lived around the Scottish lowlands. His descendants trace onto Linfred of Stinchcombe, a healer and potions master during the 12th century, who the villagers called the Potterer, and thus, the Potter surname was born sometime after his son, Hardwin. Hardwin married Iolanthe Peverell from the village of Godric's Hollow in the West Country. Anyhow, Hardwin's wife brought with her a tartan dress, and its cloth was weaved somewhere in Scotland, which is black and dark green. The Peverells had also migrated from Scotland to the West Country, you see. Harry found her dress in a trunk, which was in the back of his vault, and modified the tartan by adding thin yellow and dark red lines, which are from his family tartan. It almost looks black until it's under the light. It's similar to my mother's family tartan, Daphne continued, the Macmillan hunting modern, except on Harry's, the yellow and red lines are thin, and spread far apart. Harry had this registered as his new family tartan, and it's used for Doc's dress uniforms. Anyhow, everyone, please have a seat. Harry should be back shortly. Was Harry named after Hardwin? Petunia asked, as she sat down. No, Daphne explained, Harry was named after his great-grandfather, Henry, who they called Harry. Henry, or Harry, was a member of the Wizengamot during the Great War, which is similar to an MP in your parliament. Just as Daphne had them all seated, a small pop was heard, and Petunia noticed Creature holding a silver tray and teapot with fine bone china cups, saucers, and a sugar and cream service, which had gold leaf trim, and all made by Wedgwood. She could spot it a mile off, but then the name of the library hit her like a lorry. The Wedgwood family had once resided here in the 1880s, she thought. Tea is served, mistress. I'll let Master Harry be knowing where yous be when he arrives. After the tray was placed upon the antique mahogany cocktail table between the sofas, Creature bowed to Daphne, and vanished with a pop. I'll never get used to that, stated Dudley. I hope you like Earl Grey, Daphne said, as she started making their tea, as that is what we keep. I think that there may be some Lady Grey left, but I'm not sure. That's fine, dear, Petunia said, as she accepted hers. She watched on as the young lady precisely made the tea the way that everyone wanted. She would make Harry a fine wife. Hey, Dudley questioned, when was Harry accepted into the Order of St. Michael and St. George? I didn't see it in the paper. Oh, that, Ron replied. He could really care less about the titles, as he doesn't trust the aristocracy. Let's see if I remember what they said. Oh yea, that he would hold a high and confidential office within Her Majesty's colonial possessions, and in reward for services rendered to the Crown, in relation to the foreign affairs of the Empire, he was knighted. You see, Ron continued, Harry also befriended Fleur Delacour, my sister-in-law, whose father is high up in the French ministry, and Victor Crumb, whose father is high up on the Bulgarian ministry during the Tri-Wizard tournament. They were Harry and Cedric's competitors, and they brought along their people to help us fight in the Battle of Hogwarts that May. Plus, Harry and Daphne befriended the higher-ups at Makusa. What's Makusa? Dudley asked. The Magical Congress of the United States, Daphne replied, and Petunia gasped. They came to our aid in the end, helping to treat the injured, and helping with the cleanup, etc., in spite of what the International Confederation of Wizards had to say about neutrality. Not only did the Muggle PM recommend Harry, but so did the Yanks Muggle president, who is the only one that knows about Makusa across the pond. Daphne continued, the Muggle minister selected Harry after our minister for magic told him what Harry had accomplished, and then the Yanks president called the Muggle minister. Next, the PM told Her Majesty, and she knighted Harry in a private ceremony at Temple Church. Only the PM and the Queen are privy to our world in the UK. Harry's baronages are with the houses of Potter and Black. The two families received them before the Statute of Secrecy went into effect in 1692, and were carried over to our Wizengamot. They disappeared from the Muggle world after that, though the PM and Her Majesty knows of them. Harry received the Black peerage because he was Sirius Black's godson and heir. Well, Petunia said, Harry deserves the accolades for what he had to do. Petunia didn't say it, but she had heard about him walking to his own death, and surviving. She also remembered what Dumbledore had said about Harry being Sirius's heir when Dumbledore had come to collect Harry, and when she first saw Kreacher. The floating glasses of mead still triggered Vernon. Just as Ron was about to remark, the door to the library opened, and in walked Dudley's cousin and Petunia's nephew, surprising them both. This was not the scrawny teen dressed in rags. It was a grown man, who still had a head of messy black hair and green eyes, but he had filled out, and his lightning bolt-shaped scar had faded. He now wore new stylish glasses, a flat brown tweed cap, a brown tweed jacket with leather elbow patches, a brown herringbone vest, a white dress shirt with cufflinks, a tartan tie, a pair of dark brown slacks that fitted him well, and he had on a pair of brown full-brogue Oxford dress shoes. Harry, Petunia astonishingly asked. Aunt Petunia, Dudley. Just as Harry was about to say more, another pop occurred. Master Harry's being home, and he sneaked by poor old Kreacher. Here, let Kreacher take the young master's jacket, so he can have his tea and rest. Kreacher, my dear old wily friend, there is nothing poor about you, Harry said with a chortle, while he handed the old elf his jacket and cap. Kreacher straightened up at this, and gave Harry a huge toothy grin. Master be too kind. And with that, the old elf snapped his fingers and disapparated with a rather loud crack, which made both of the Dursleys twitch. Now, said Harry, as he took out a gold pocket watch from his vest, which he flicked open to look at the time, only to quickly snap it shut and put it back in his watch pocket, what have I missed? Harry wasn't surprised when Petunia and Dudley started speaking at once, though he was listening. He walked over to the antique sideboard in the corner, opened a door, and removed a bottle of Kentucky bourbon. He poured 2 fingers into an old-fashioned glass, added 2 cubes of ice, and walked back to the sofa where he sat himself by his fiancée. Ron was sitting in a dark burgundy leather wingback chair, and his aunt and Dudley were on the opposite, but matching, sofa. While Dudley was explaining what he saw, Harry pointed his finger at the wood basket, and floated more split wood onto the fire. This quietened the Dursleys down a bit, not expecting to see Harry so casually do magic in front of them, and especially without a wand. You don't need that stick-th thing, Petunia stuttered, a wand, to do that now. No, Harry snorted, and replied, not since I took that curse, which removed the parasite of Tom Riddle from me. The healers think that it was holding back my magic, and that it had stunted me. I can do a lot of magic wandlessly now, but the accurate stuff needs to be done by a wand. Finally, Dudley finished his story, and Petunia asked what Harry had found. To this, Harry removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes, sighed, and put his glasses back on as he looked straight at his aunt. Aunt Petunia, it's like this. We, at the docks, do clandestine operations and investigations for the Ministry of Magic. When you hear bumps during the night, we are the ones who bump back. We are literally the tip of the spear, or the Special Activities Group, which is the Minster's third option, when the Wizengamot, nor the Aurors, neither do not, nor cannot act, and the Minister needs deniability. We are actually a secret section, and are affiliated, now, with MI7 and Her Majesty's Secret Service, which was created by an agreement between the Minister for Magic and the Prime Minister over Grindelwald and Voldemort. MAC USA's president also had a hand in it as well. We do what the hit wizards can't, and we are their dark shadow. As far as the ministry, we are directed only by the minister and his small security council. Here's my business card. Harry handed Petunia and Dudley a card each, which she quickly read. James Black, CEO. Purge and Dows, Limited, Exports. 333 Street. James's Place, London SW1A1NH. General. 01285-640307 Overseas callers. +441 753 333 007. There were also numbers for a fax and telex at the bottom in smaller print. The business is a front, and fake, but if you're ever in a bind like this again, then call that number, which redirects here, and identify yourself at once, just your name, and add the word, serious, at the end. They'll quickly switch you to a desk here, and someone will be immediately sent out. Now, the magical signature of the two perps seemed to match that of 2 of 3 illegal potions dealers, or what you would call a drug ring, Harry explained. They are mobsters who once had ties to the Death Eaters, and are members of the Russian wizarding mafia from around the Ukrainian and Romanian border. Their potions contain highly concentrated Afghani opium from the Golden Crescent, and they also peddle hashish and cocaine. At this, Petunia gasped and covered her mouth. Are you saying? I think that they were looking for me, or were trying to intimidate me through you, Harry explained. How they found out about you is another matter, which I intend on fully investigating. We've been investigating the Silk Road supply, you see, and somebody from over there is trying to cause the mom problems by peddling their dope here. But Vernon, Petunia whispered, and Dudley patted her shoulder. I have 2 people watching the house, Harry explained. I knew that Uncle Vernon wouldn't leave, so I put a couple of oars there, and set up some wards. The minister agreed, and if anything happens, here, his tone changed, they'll be picking pieces of dope dealers up for a week. When Harry coldly finished his statement, he stared ahead at the fire while taking another sip of his bourbon, and thought about his next steps. So, Dudley questioned, after wincing at Harry's threat, you two are like 007. Martini's shaken, not stirred, and all that rot. About it I'm afraid, said a smirking Daphne, to which Ron nodded, and Harry comically snorted. More like M&Q though. Damn good at what they do, too, Ron added. Course, Ron sheepishly continued, he's always been good at picking up on things that others don't catch, and he's a one-man wrecking machine when he wants to be. Ron's the Auror Attachments boss, you see, Harry chuckled. You know, like a division chief. Ron only answers to the head Auror in Kingsley, so Vernon will be safe. Ron's detachment is assigned to Docs, and that detachment is the only one that's in the know. None of the rest of the Aurors, nor the hit wizards, have any idea that they have a shadow. At this, Petunia nodded in acceptance, as it had settled her nerves. After the war, she had been told about Harry, Ron, and Hermione's tough go of it while on their search, and she believed they deserved the recognition that they had received. She was now very proud of her nephew for avenging her family. Where's Mrs. Granger? Petunia questioned. Oh, she's at home, and probably asleep, Ron replied, as he put his empty teacup down on its saucer, and stood. I need to get moving myself, or she'll worry if she wakes and I've not returned. You're married? Dudley asked. Yup, for about 3 months, replied Ron, the best thing that has ever happened to me besides being Harry's friend. You'll drop by the manor tomorrow afternoon? Daphne asked. We'll be leaving for there in the morning. I can. Bring Hermione for supper, Daphne said, and we'll talk about what has transpired. I can do that, Ron said, as he was walking to the door. I'll let myself out if Creature will bring my jacket. I'll use the flow room downstairs, so don't get up. With his last words, he closed the library's door behind him, and headed for the back stairs. Well, Harry said, as he finished his drink, it had calmed his nerves. I guess that Daph and I can give you the tour, show you to your rooms, and we can get some rest. If you're hungry, just call for Creature or Winky and they'll bring you anything that you want, or you can visit the 2 kitchens. As a matter of fact, Winky. There was a slight pop, and Petunia saw a smaller elf that was definitely female, which had a tomato-like nose. Master Harry calls. Winky, Harry said, I want you to take care of any needs that my aunt may have if she calls. Winky will be taking good care of Master Harry's auntie, Master Harry. Can Winky be getting anything now? Not at the moment, Winky. Harry said, as Winky curtsied, and popped away. Harry and I use the small kitchen on this floor that's just behind the northeast tower, as does Creature and Winky, Daphne explained. The large commercial kitchen in the cellar is for the employees and ministry functions, as well as for those that stay in the towers as security. They also man the docks offices in the cellar, and up here through the day. There's 21 employees, not counting Harry and I. Well, we are a bit peaked after that ride, Petunia said, and we could do with a light meal. If you want something stronger than tea to calm your nerves, you know where the sideboard is, Harry pointed out. Well, my beautiful fiancé, shall we show them the kitchen, and give them the tour later on? At this, the four stood and made their way back to the entrance hall, where they made a right into the back hall. Harry showed them the back stairs and lift around the corner, which made Petunia green with envy, and then they went down the long hall, where Harry showed them he and Daphne's office on the left, the old chapel room, which was now a TV and conference room, the east stairs, the loos, and finally, after a few bends, they were in the smaller kitchen where Creature was already cleaning the tea service. Master and Mistress be needing Creature. Creature, can you whip us up a quick meal of leftover stew and bread, please? Daphne asked. Yes, Mistress, Creature croaked, and started snapping his fingers, heating the leftover stew he had in the icebox, while the clean china was floated to a cupboard. As the four sat down at the kitchen table, Petunia asked what had been a burning question. Tell me, Harry, what is the history behind all this? Well, said Harry, you see. Go on, Harry, I'm fine with it, Daphne said, as she caught Harry's eye. Okay, replied Harry, as he looked at his aunt and cousin. After the battle on May 2nd, things were a mess. I went to sleep in my old dorm that morning only for Creature to wake me up that afternoon, where he was telling me that something was happening outside. After I hurriedly dressed, I rushed downstairs to find Kingsley heading to the main doors of the castle, and he motioned for me to follow him outside. To my surprise, he started calling me Commander Potter. He explained afterward that it was because I had led the fight after Dumbledore's death, and that the good people followed me when it was announced, by our wizarding wireless, that lightning had struck, and my army came by the horde. Lightning was the code name that they had given me while on the search over my scar, and it's partly how I got stuck with the nickname Thunderball. He also pleaded with me to take my 2 seats at the Wizengamot, and I accepted. What we heard was a steam whistle in the distance, and we could see a huge plume of smoke and steam from the railroad coming into Hogsmeade. The Hogwarts Express was sabotaged by the Death Eaters, and completely ruined, so it couldn't be it, thus Kingsley and I apparated to the station. What we witnessed was amazing. A huge black steam locomotive pulled into the station, which was the biggest I'd ever seen, and it was pulling 33 cars with 7 of them passenger cars. The engine was called the Wabash Cannonball, which was painted in gold lettering on its huge black boiler, and the first passenger car behind it had the Yanks Stars and Stripes flag on it. The door opened, and Kingsley laughed while telling me that he knew who they were, and introduced me to the people deboarding, one of whom was President McClintock of Makusa. They had come to offer their assistance and services. Harry paused here as Creature set the table with food and drink. Once everyone was ready, Harry continued. They brought in a team of over 100. There were aurors, hit wizards, and healers all unloading tons of supplies and food, which they would take to the castle. They also had an architect, an engineer, carpenters, and stone masons with them. Terry Boot had notified them of what had happened, as he has relatives in the Makusa, and at their school called Ilvermorny. The Yanks literally saved us. The president, his entourage, Kingsley, and I led the group to the castle, and put them to work. The healers started helping Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, as well as Daphne, who was helping her, along with the few healers that showed up from St. Mungo's to treat the injured. They brought in hospital equipment, beds, food, and potions by the ton, and they worked with military precision. Heck, they even brought in 2 trailers sitting on flat cars, which contained a surgery and an ICU. Their president directed his aurors and hit wizards to help secure the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, especially Gringotts, and Godric's Hollow. He also offered their services to us to catch any remaining Death Eaters that they could round up while here, and he offered to help stabilize the castle from the destruction, as well as give Kingsley's ministry a reconstruction loan. Kingsley took them up on it. They stayed for 2 weeks helping treat the injured, and sadly, bury the dead. The last part was the hardest. They also gave the school a gift, the Wabash Cannonball, which the school renamed the Hogwarts Cannonball, along with the passenger and freight cars, and they donated the medical equipment to St. Mungo's and the school. They took international portkeys back to the States after that. We never did find out, Harry chortled, how they brought the train there. Then, I also became a father after the battle, Harry admitted. What? Both Petunia and Dudley spluttered in unison. You didn't get some poor girl in trouble, did you, Harry James? Petunia scolded. No, Harry deadpanned, I am little Teddy Lupin's godfather. Both of his parents were killed during the battle, Harry choked out. His grandmother, Andromeda Tonks, keeps Teddy, as do we part-time. She lost her husband, daughter, and son-in-law to those insane beasts, Harry explained with a scowl. How old is he? Petunia asked. Then, he was just a month old, but now he's a rambunctious 2-year-old. I'm his, Uncle Howie, and Daphne is his, Auntie Daffy. Harry laughed while shaking his head, and Daphne blushed. He's my little man until Daphne and I tie the knot next month, and have our own. He'll still be one of our own, don't get me wrong. He's my stepson to me, and will be the oldest. If something ever happens to Andromeda, we'll gladly take him in. The last statement stung the two Dursleys a bit, but Harry didn't care, nor notice. Daphne admired how Harry had hardened after the war, and didn't allow his temper to run away hardly ever. She knew how Harry could nonchalantly insult somebody without them catching on at the moment. She thought that part of it was due to that wretched piece of Voldemort's soul being removed from his scar. He admitted to her that it would make him angry at times, and irrational. She didn't like thinking about what he had to do to rid himself of that either. I remember Remus, Petunia finally replied. That poor man. I met him first at your parents' wedding, and then he came by the safe house to check on us, and to tell me that you were hiding at Islington, so, not to worry. How do you do it, Harry? Dudley asked. There's no way I could handle a kid right now. If you had been in my shoes, you would have learned to grow up very fast, Harry deadpanned, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, I have the love of my life, a great kid, the home I've always wanted, and a job that I like. Life couldn't be better. Of course, Mum and Da left me a big nest egg, and I was included in several wills, though I would give that all back in a heartbeat if Sirius was still alive, as well as the others who died during the war and named me in their wills. How wealthy? Dudley started to ask, but Petunia slapped his shoulder, hard. Dudley, Petunia scolded, you do not ask about such things. It's not proper. When Dudley started to apologize, Harry waved him off as if it was nothing. It's all right. If I didn't work another day, Daff and I could easily live a nice life of leisure with a family, as well as could several generations of descendants if they didn't go overboard. I think that we have about 12 million galleons left after the investments. What's that convert to now, honey? Daphne played along while knowing that Harry was getting a dig in at the Dursleys, who had treated him awful. After all, it was so gauche to speak of one's wealth in high society. Oh, I think that is the equivalent of about 60 million pounds, if I recall, dear. Daphne took a sip of tea, then feigned being in thought for a few seconds, as she watched the blood drain from the Dursleys' faces. Then, we have our rental properties. Harry's into real estate, you see. Also, there are the investments, both Muggle and magical, which his grandfather, father, and Harry have made. Truthfully, I'm not sure how much is in the vault now, to be honest. When Harry and I were at Goldeneye for training, he invested more into a local business about 20 miles away, at a place called Luida's Vale, to help pay for this operation. Certain people in this old business loved him after his £1 million investment. His grandfather had been an investor with preferred stock, you see. At this, both Dursleys gave a stunned nod. What kind of investment? Petunia asked, as surely he wouldn't invest in anything illegal. Rum, Daphne replied. Harry bought more stock in an old distillery and sugar plantation that was founded in 1670, and has been owned by the Clarks since 1918. It helped them obtain a new copper pot still, which is to be made in Scotland and installed by 2005, as well as do repairs in the cane mill, and purchase a new cane harvester. They mainly make sugar and molasses now, and will be making rum again, but also vodka. We will be importing their full line, along with the Thunderball rum brand to sell within the magical community. The company made an agreement after World War II about rum production, and quit in the 60s, but Harry figures that it's high time to change that. They're helping him to private label now, with another rum manufacturer until the new still is running. Petunia shortly scrutinized Harry over this, but let it lie. Some of that will dwindle down, though, as I intend on founding another magical community on my grandparents' old estate, Harry admitted. I'm now looking for investors. I thought the Death Eaters destroyed Potter Manor. Petunia inquired. No, Harry snorted, they didn't. They set fire to a grand old stone barn that had windows in it, thinking that was the manor, as they've never been known to be the brightest lot, you see. Sold that plot to the estate next door, and gave the money to Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix in order to help fund the war against Voldemort. I have about 140 acres left just outside Blakeney in Gloucestershire. The manor is now being used as an orphanage, and we have several employed there, including a few to keep the farm going. I also intend on buying that plot of ground back, on top of some land around the other farm if I can. That is a beautiful farm and manor, said Petunia. Does it still have that wonderful view of the River Severn? As Daphne and Harry nodded yes, Dudley spluttered at his mother, you've been there. Of course I have, Petunia explained, to Lily and James' wedding, though Vernon was uncomfortable around that many wizards. She still refused to reveal the pranking committed by Sirius. However, she did have fond memories of Fleamont and Euphemia, who were very kind to her, and of that grand old manor house. She could see how the Death Eaters confused it though, especially in the middle of the night, as there were several large stone buildings on that farm, besides the manor. Time strives in vain to quiet the stream of life, Petunia muttered while remembering the manor's grounds. You remember the pond, with the statue of the Master of Death and his scythe? Harry asked, and Petunia nodded. That statue represents our Peverell ancestry. We're going there tomorrow, Dudley inquired. No, not there, said Harry, we're going to the new farm outside of Exeter, which I bought not long back. That was my last purchase. Of course, my investments were after I set up a trust fund for Teddy, and another for Andromeda out of the black funds, explained Harry. Andromeda paid off the mortgage on their house at Hook in Southampton, and had a new roof put on it in the Lupin's cottage. We made sure that they're well taken care of, and we spoil Teddy, as does everyone else. That was an intentional dig if Daphne had ever heard one. Harry was on a roll. That's where Hagrid and I escaped Voldemort on the night that you left Little Whinging, Harry said, so don't let me forget to tell you that story one day. That caused a major power outage for 3 days in the south of England. That, Dudley asked as Harry nodded, was you. The BBC said it was over storm damage, and it took down 2 high-voltage towers. Poor Teddy, Daphne sighed out, before they could ask more about that. We can't take him out in the Muggle world too often, as he's a metamorphagus like his mother. Why's that? Asked Dudley. He's liable to break the statute of secrecy, Harry explained. A metamorphagus can change their hair color or looks at will. As soon as I'm around, he turns his hair black, and his eyes green. However, if Daff picks him up, he turns his hair blonde, and his eyes blue. Then, there is that inherited clumsiness from his mother. His poor mother used to trip over her own feet, you see. Not long back, he grew horns to match a goat that he saw at a petting zoo, Harry laughed. The Black family is born with that trait, though it's rare. The Obliviators had to be called in over that. He's a Black, Petunia asked. His mother and Gran are, and they were serious cousins, Daphne explained. What's an Obliviator, Harry? Dudley asked. Wizards who can modify memories so you can't remember what you saw, Harry explained, and Dudley paled at the thought. Petunia knew Sirius well, as he was the one who pranked Vernon at her sister's wedding. She wouldn't bring that up, nor the dinner that she and Vernon had with Lily and James, which had ended in an argument over money. How did you two meet, if I may ask? We met in New York during intelligence training, Daphne explained. Harry's better at telling this tale than I. She then gave Harry a pointed look. Oh, right, Harry exclaimed, our meeting. Let's see, While the Yanks were here, their president told us about their clandestine program, and I met a guy that become a very good friend. He had came with them, and his name is David Graves, who's from Texas, but now lives in the Florida Keys. We call him Felix. The Graves and Potters were some of the first oars in the U.S., and Dave is our UK liaison now, plus his wife, Debbie, is close friends with Daph. Dave has a cousin that plays in the Weird Sisters Wizards band, here. The dark wizard that Dumbledore defeated, Gellert Grindelwald, murdered his grandfather, Percival, in 1926, who was the head of the MACUSA's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. That whole thing was a mess involving the Dumbledore family and the Lestranges. The story is, Harry continued, that Grindelwald escaped to France and helped the fledgling Nazi cause. When he was cornered there, he fled to Austria, where he took over Itter Castle as a base of operations. Just around the mountain from it, he built a prison to hold magicals called Nurmengard. They held high-profile French political prisoners at the castle, and had wizards hidden away in the other. Nurmengard is where Grindelwald was locked away after Dumbledore defeated him, and he died there by Voldemort's hand. It's a big concrete Nazi monstrosity, which is accessed by a hidden road leading from the castle. Nurmengard's hidden from the Muggles, and we have the worst of the Death Eaters as prisoners there. After Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, the prisoners were rescued by the Yanks, along with a handful of Austrians and Germans that had gone AWOL from the Wehrmacht. The Magicals were rescued by a group led by Dumbledore, and he locked Grindelwald up in his own prison. Daphne gave Harry a quick glance at this while thinking about Dumbledore's lost brother, Aurelius, also known as Credence, who had become an obscurus over mistreatment. He had lived at that castle. She kept her fingers crossed that he wouldn't mention that, as she always wondered if the old man hadn't tried to turn Harry into one for his weapon against Voldemort. You're going off on a tangent, Harry. Daphne coaxed him on. Right. Anyhow, Harry continued, Kingsley selected me that day, and Daphne a month later, to be trained in New York as the heads of docks. I will never forget when he asked Daphne to step into his office and join our meeting, which was a surprise. Before that, Kingsley had sent me off to the Suniva Fushi in the Maldives, which is a spa resort to regain my health for 2 weeks, while Ron and Hermione went to Australia to retrieve her parents. You two hit it right off, then? Petunia asked. She hid the fact that she was highly jealous of her nephew spending 2 weeks at one of the most exclusive resorts in the world. What that must have cost would be astounding. What Petunia didn't know was that Daphne was just as jealous, but over a different reason. The therapist at the spa, who was a 20-something gorgeous blonde from Florida that was a trained healer. Oh, God no, laughed Daphne. We didn't trust each other as far as we could throw one another. Harry and I were from Gryffindor and Slytherin, and those two Hogwarts houses have never gotten along. Harry and Draco Malfoy always had a bitter rivalry going on, and Harry didn't like any Slytherin over it. Draco grew up after the war, and completely changed his views. He and his mother, both serious cousins, helped Harry during the end of the war, and Harry got them off any charges at the end. Draco now dates my sister, Astoria. Talk about a coincidence. Anyhow, we took Muggle transportation, an aeroplane, to New York, and we bickered all the way. However, Harry cut in, while slightly embarrassed, after our orientation at New York, we took basic training together at Camp 10, in the Everglades, and started working as a team. We would heal each other's scuffs, bruises, and scrapes, and then we were paired in the academic part when we were sent to Goldeneye, where we learned the truth about the world. We learned the real history behind everything, and that was a real shocker, especially about how the 3 estates were formed in ancient times. Goldeneye, Daphne cut in, is where we fell in love. That is a beautiful place. Goldeneye, questioned Petunia. Goldeneye, it's one word. It's a private resort, replied Daphne, which was once the estate of Ian Fleming at Aracabessa Bay, and on the northern coastline of Jamaica. At Petunia's shocked look, Daphne explained, Fleming was MI6, and he built an estate there. That is where he wrote the Bond stories. It's a compound of private villas, pools, palm trees, a bar, a few restaurants, a glorious beach, and the Caribbean today. There is a small airstrip connected to it, and the resort is now owned by a British music producer. Many thespians and musicians have stayed there, as well as several politicos, but they still cater to the US and British governments when needed. British music, Daphne sniggered, as well as the BBC, our government's propaganda for the masses. She then took a sip of wine, and sat back in her chair to enjoy the show, which was now taking place before her. She loved creating these situations, as they were a hoot. Goldeneye has a hidden connotation, Aunt Petunia, Harry explained. What you think is reality is a fabrication. They say that history is written by the winners. Well, most of our early British history was fabricated by the Roman Church. In reality, everything revolved around trade and money, including the Norman invasion and the Crusades. As far as the Church, it was nothing but an organ to keep the ruling elite in power, since the Church selected the monarchs from the landed aristocracy. The Church selected the very monarch that would protect them, and that is also how the Holy Roman Empire was created earlier, even though the Byzantines never really agreed to it. In turn, the monarch used the Church to preach the ancient moral law. Without the belief in God and the moral law, there would hardly be any virtue, which is required for a government. You also have to remember that the Holy See is a nation and government in its own right, which did once include the Papal States. It starts with gold, and the later invention of money to replace barter with purchase long before with the early civilizations. That, and banking or lending, which is tied to grain and farming. That allowed the monarch, who early religion deified as a demigod on earth, to control trade along with the flow of money and enrich themselves via taxes. In reality, they ran a protection racket on the public. It's been going on for thousands of years, and it is the oldest operation in the book, especially setting the worth of gold. Protection, though, is the keyword here. Money, as in coin, is not as old as you would think, which supposedly started with a Lydian king named Croesus between 546 to 560 BC. Their first coins were made of electrum or green gold, which was an alloy of silver and gold. Finally, they learned how to separate the gold, where the first gold coins were actually melted nuggets of a certain weight, which were stamped with a seal. Lydia, or Turkey today, is where that started, and that is where the Yamnaya had migrated south to settle many years earlier. At the Dursleys' surprised looks, Harry continued, it's impossible to stop it now, especially with the many varying cultures, and why would one want to? If our government were to fall, another would take over, and not for the better. Imagine the Chinese Communist Party taking over, or some clique that still believes in the Nazi cause. Even worse, imagine a world government based upon that. It would be a disaster, and I fear that this could be where the UN and EU are heading. Back to a form of feudalism. There are some really radical people within both, real nutters, and some are ready to wear jackboots. They wish to replace our liberal democracy, which is based upon natural rights, democracy, and liberty, with a dictatorial pseudo-democracy based upon state capitalism, which is run by the so-called socialist power elite. This ideology is opposite the actual ideals of both socialism and laissez-faire capitalism, and it goes back to the French Revolution, Saint-Simonianism, and the radicals. We must resist this at all costs. If we didn't have our current liberal and democratic form of constitutional monarchy, Harry finished while waving his hand, the criminal element would completely take over, and we would be doomed. Genocide would follow as it always does in those kinds of governments. The Death Eaters were of the same ideology as the jackbooted Nazis and communists. Hell, Voldemort was an admirer of Grindelwald, and he ended up with Nagini who followed him. That's another weird tale to tell you about one of these days. Harry's right, Daphne cut in, as Petunia and Dudley now looked shocked. This history will never be taught to students outside governments. Take, for instance, the Knights Templar. They became the royal bankers across Europe, and took control of trade on the Med via shipping. As soon as they were founded, they started building the Temple Church in the city of London, and the king used that for his treasury. It was about protecting the pilgrims' money between here and the Levant. They were also used to protect the pre-existing trade with the Levant as well, and it was planned that soon. From that came the Lords Temporal and Lords Spiritual, which are at the root of UK Muggle law. It has always been tied to trade and money, which is what the Muggle Foreign Office and our Department of International Magical Cooperation are for. In reality, it is about creating an economy to feed and support the masses, a system of credit, and a government to protect it all. The intelligence operations were created to ensure this free trade and flow of money, which is why intelligence is tied to the Admiralty and the Port Authority. This world is a cruel and dark place, which the public is mostly unaware of. "You're kidding," said Dudley, with a shake of his head and a snort. "No," said Harry seriously, with a returned shake of his head, "we're not." "But, the church," Petunia questioned, "surely, it's not that bad." "Oh, there is God, the Creator. Never forget that," explained Daphne, "but the earliest gold-loving monarchs and high priests, the Cyclopean or Yamnaya, reasoned that since God was the all of the universe, or the all of nature itself, and since the earth was a part of that, then it made them a part of that, thus a part of God, so the landed elite, too, must be gods or demigods. This is the origin of the divine right of kings. The Yamnaya, who sprang from the Cyclopean or Antediluvians, are the root of magical blood in Western Europeans. Have you not heard of the R1A and R1B haplogroups? In history, the landed nobles in the Middle East were known as the Baal, a Hebrew word meaning landlord. That is how the word Lord came into use, and organized religion was founded. We went from tribal shamans worshipping an agricultural god and goddess for good crops, to high priests tied to the new governmental civilizations. This is why monarchs are crowned, which is their halo, and why they hold an orb showing them as the rulers of earth, and why they carry a scepter, which represents a wand, and some did carry actual wands. Most nobles, though, lost their magic over endogamy and inbreeding. However, freedom and the Enlightenment came with the Protestant movement. Henry VIII even saw that, and he soon noticed that the Roman Church had too much control. Charlemagne, earlier, had seen this too. That led to the English Reformation, and separating the Church of England from papal authority. The king appointed himself the supreme head of the Church of England, and dissolved the convents and monasteries for which he was excommunicated. Henry is also the father of the Royal Navy, as he invested heavily in it, increasing its size from a few ships to more than 50, and he established the Navy Board. The Navy was to protect Britain and our trade from the mainland. Thus, the Navy has always been tied to the Port Authority, which controls shipping and trade. As the Dursleys took in her every word, Daphne soldiered on. "Finally, we had the Glorious Revolution, where we obtained our liberty, and we mostly got rid of the divine right of kings. The Americans took that a step further, and created the United States, which is governed by a codified constitution, the supreme law of their land, which protects the natural rights of the people via its appendix, the Bill of Rights, from government tyranny. It became the apex of liberal democracy, a democracy within a republic, where the public became the nation's sovereign. However, the French under the ideology of Kant, Rousseau, Robespierre, and Saint-Simon went overboard with democracy, and what came from that was a secular dictatorial democracy, which is the root of national and international socialism known as fascism, Nazism, and communism today. All are tyrannical forms of government based upon state capitalism. We can't allow that to continue in either the Muggle or Wizarding worlds. Both Grindelwald and Voldemort supported these radical movements, and look at the wars, slaughter, and genocide. The governments, Daphne finished, are also the holders and keepers of this secret knowledge, which is what the snake symbolizes. Remember the Egyptian headdress of the pharaohs with the cobra's head on top. The East Indians had the same symbology, and they kept this ancient knowledge hidden. Knowledge is power, and it's worth more than all of the gold on earth. Just how old is all of this? Asked Petunia. This goes back to the Samara and Yamnaya culture, as well as the early Scythians and Petunia, explained Harry, while noticing Petunia's puzzled expression, who were the people from the Pontic steppe that loved gold, and they were more ancient than the Egyptians. Another term once used was Aryans, which was replaced by Indo-Europeans. The tale of the Cyclops has its origins here, though these people were never one-eyed, and we are their descendants. They lived around the Volga River close to Samara and the Ural Mountains, and were buried in mounds with large amounts of gold artifacts. They wore a lot of gold jewelry that is known as the skin of the gods. At one point, it is believed that they allied with the ancient Mesopotamians in war, and they had a trade in gold between them. One could say that they were the first goldsmiths. They were also an ancient people that farmed wheat, herded cattle, used the horse, invented the wheel, and were warriors. That is why the ancient rulers had cattle horns on their headdress as well, and they were never defeated in battle, except once by Macedonia, until over the years they were weakened by disease and decay, and absorbed by the Sarmatians. They also traded and mixed with those of the Balkans, and they overtook Anatolia and the rest of the Near East. It is said that the Egyptian pharaohs, their distant cousins, bribed them with great amounts of gold to leave them be, because they were afraid to fight them, and the people of the Holy Land called them God's whip. The Hebrews called them Gog and Magog in the Bible. The cattle herders who obtained the gold would leave the mountains for the plains in the fall, and then return to the mountains in the spring. The Ural and Caucasus Mountains, as well as many other mountains, hold their caves. Those areas were rich in gold, especially the old river beds. They still are, today, and that is Russia's source of gold. Those mines were also the source of the so-called King Solomon's and King Midas gold as well. Those mountains are why the ziggurats and pyramids were created, too. Most had 2 temples in them, one each for the god and goddess of wisdom, agriculture, and water, who were triple deities, which is where the Trinity originates. This religion was mainly with the wheat farmers, and the cattle herders were their leaders. These mountains, where the early Yamnaya lived, became the pyramids at other places. The early kingdoms built them so that a mountain would be close to the city for a temple, and it is known that the Yamnaya and Scythians performed sacrifices on top of these mountains, and on their mounds. It is also thought that the pyramids may have also been used for grain storage, which would be the first banks. The Roman Church's symbol of the Eye of Providence and a pyramid has its origins here. It is the Cyclopean pagan symbol of the Church's ties to this ancient regime, as well as wheat. Both are shown on money. The eagle, especially the double eagle, are symbols of this ancient empire. There is a reason that the first 4 civilizations appeared when they did in the Fertile Crescent, the Indus River Valley, Peru in South America, and the North China Plain. Those who claim that Peru wasn't visited by them, and settled, are lying to you. The Cyclopeans were there at Peru. But the soul, Petunia tried again. Please tell me it's real. The soul is real, but not like most think it to be, replied Daphne. The soul is the consciousness within the body, and it is a part of the whole, or a part of the Creator. It is an interconnected energy or force, the essence of self, which is the least understood even in our world. The body is the temple in which the soul, or the Creator, resides. When we die, that connection is severed, and we, or that source, leaves us, and passes on to rejoin the whole. Soul magic is the basis of a little practiced magic known as legilimency. Harry and I had to learn that, as well as the protections against it. God knows all, and sees all. Read some of Carl Jung's work. Ghosts, which are real, are from leaving an imprint behind when the body dies, and on this plane of existence because they were not ready to move on. That connection seems to try to stick here, creating a shade. We had dozens of ghosts residing at Hogwarts that we spoke to all the time. Thank goodness, Petunia muttered, as Dudley nodded his head. Finally, Petunia took her last sip of wine and cleared her throat. I think I've heard enough for tonight, and I'm ready for bed. We have a trip tomorrow, Dudley, so don't stay up too late. It's late for me, so I will see all of you in the morning. At this, Petunia shakily began to stand. It was near 12 after all. I think we all are, aren't we, Daff? Harry asked, and upon her nod, he continued, then, let us show you to your rooms. We'll stay in the suites on the 2nd floor, which we keep here. They all have a bath, so you can get cleaned up, and if you need anything, just call for Creature or Winky. They all stood, thanked Creature for the late supper, and made their way to the lift to ascend to their rooms. The lift, though, could only take 2 at a time. Harry and Daphne had the royal or regal suite at the front, which was over the white drawing room, and they gave the remaining 2 suites down the hall to Petunia and Dudley. All had large four-poster beds in them, which were fit for a king. After they were settled, Harry and Daphne took a shower, and then crawled into bed. Creature and Winky had the rooms already warmed with low-burning fires in the fireplaces. That, along with the radiators, had the suites nice and toasty. Winky had also laid out a robe for Petunia on her bed, and Creature did the same for his master and mistress, as well as Harry's cousin. Once Daphne curled up next to Harry, and lay her head on his chest, he told her his plan. "Tomorrow, after we've left for the manor, I'll have Tracy get us 4 plane tickets to Geneva. I think it's time." "What, now?" Daphne asked. "Yes, I was going to make an inspection of Nurmengard after we were married, but it's best to do it now. I need to check on the Death Eaters that we put there, as a few of them may be involved in this." Daphne nodded while muttering an agreement to this, as they had placed the most dangerous criminals there. "Where else are we going?" "I think we can spend a week or a little over at Wengen, Murren, or at Grindelwald. It's the perfect place to hide them away, and I can apparate into Austria and Nurmengard after that. God, I hate that creepy prison. Anyhow, I hope that we can acquire a room for a few days at the Hotel Regina or Hotel Belvedere, but if not, we could stay at the Hotel Eiger. I wouldn't mind staying at Kleine Scheidegg, but I hear the Hotel Bellevue isn't what it used to be. I'll get a rental car at the airport while in Geneva, unless you feel up to the train. That reminds me," Harry remembered, "we'll need Swiss travel passes too, and I'll have Tracy make the arrangements after we arrive home. I wonder if they'll like the cable lifts or eating at the Schilthorn." Daphne sniggered. "Oh," Harry chortled, "it'll be piz glorious." Daphne snorted, and swatted Harry on the knee. "Hush, and let's get to sleep. Oh, by the way, dear, the rental car is a good idea if it'll work out, and I think a few days at a spa as well." Harry smiled, nodded, and thought about the surprise that he was about to spring on Daphne while in Switzerland. That is if everything worked out as planned, he thought, when he finally yawned, and then went out like a light. However, when did things ever go to plan? 7:30 a.m. came early though, and the Dursleys were about to be woken by the strangest alarm. Petunia was having the best sleep that she ever had, and in the most comfortable bed that she had ever slept in. She was, quite frankly, as snug as a bug in a rug, and in the middle of a good dream about frolicking on the beach with a man that looked strangely like Sean something, and at the resort that Harry mentioned in the Maldives, when she was woken by the droning of what sounded like the pipes. She barely cracked her right eye open, and looked at the clock beside the bed. It was 7:30 in the morning. However, it wasn't the steam or water pipes as she first thought, but the bagpipes that had started to belt out the green hills of Tyrol. She also heard many footsteps throughout the castle, and they were heading out the front entrance and onto the courtyard. Quickly, she slid out of her warm bed, threw on her bathrobe, and walked over to the large bay window so that she could peer outside through the crack in the curtains. What she saw amazed her. There were 20 people standing at attention with their chins jutting out, while looking down their noses as if they owned the world. They were all wearing black Balmoral bonnets with black tories that were sitting cocked to the right on their heads, which also had a black pyramid-shaped clan badge on the left. They were all dressed in black British commando, woolly-pulley, V-neck sweaters, which had the same black pyramid symbol on a patch located on the left shoulder. They also wore a black dress shirt underneath, and their ties were of Harry's family tartan. Below that, they wore black commando tactical pants, and had highly polished black brogans on their feet. These uniforms were their on-duty uniforms. Petunia didn't know that their dress uniforms were kilts and kilted skirts with a lot more pomp, even though she saw a few of the operatives in full dress the night before, where they had just left from a small and very private awards ceremony. However, their on-duty dress, sometimes, and when in the field, were plain muggle or wizarding street clothes. There was one pacing back and forth before the group lecturing them, and the only difference between he and the others was that the Tory on his bonnet was red, and the badge and patches symbol were silver. He also used a shillelagh as a walking stick, she noticed. This was Seamus Finnegan if she recalled correctly, the Irishman who had come to their aid the night before. She could tell from his mannerisms that he was always ready for a good scrap like most of the Irish were, especially after they had enough rye whiskey in them. She bet herself that he knew the ancient art of batter eached, and that reminded her of an old Scottish sky dancing song that she once heard. Bualad miu and Sachin, which roughly translates to, I will break your head for you. There was another, though, who was standing at the top of the steps stiff-jawed while watching this all take place like a hawk, and he had his hands folded behind his back. He stood as stiff as a rail, and the only difference between he and Finnegan was that the Tory on his bonnet was gold, as was his clan badge and patch's symbol. She would know this person, now a man, anywhere, as it was her nephew. He cut a striking and deadly-looking figure while in uniform, and he was all business this morning, cold, collected, and calculating. Seamus stopped his pacing, and suddenly they all saluted, but without the needless stomping that their military usually did. Next, he then turned and made his way over to Harry, where they were having a soft conversation with head nods back and forth. She also noticed the fog around the moat, and how it cut the view off from the village. Finally, Harry turned to walk back inside, and she heard Seamus bark out, dismissed. Here, she backed away from the window, and went into the large bath to take a shower. Dudley had also woken, but didn't see what took place as his mother had, over his room being at the back. He got himself up, and turned to the bathroom to take a shower and dress. Breakfast was calling, and he was hungry. What Petunia hadn't noticed, though, was that Daphne wasn't outside with Harry. She usually was, and the reason would start to become apparent over breakfast. Harry quickly marched to the lift after talking with several about the day's operations, where he then walked inside, closed the accordion safety door, and hit the button for the second floor. He wore a slight frown and a worried look, as Daphne had said that she wasn't feeling that well this morning, and asked if she could have a lie-in. Well, of course she could, Harry thought. It might be getting that time of the month, he reckoned, and scrunched up his nose at the thought. She had awful cramps sometimes. The lift stopped and made a ding when it arrived on the second floor, where he slid open the door, and stepped out into the hall. Just as he did, both Petunia and Dudley's doors opened, and they both stepped out to meet him. When's breakfast? Dudley asked. Oh, in a minute, Harry replied. Daph wasn't feeling well when our alarm went off, so I'm heading in to check on her. Do you want to eat downstairs in the main dining hall, or up here in our apartment? Up here's fine, Harry, Petunia answered, as she and Dudley followed Harry into his suite. This room was a sitting room, which had once been the princess suite that had also served as a nursery, and was about 17 by 15 feet in size, with dark oak paneled walls, a huge dark blue and gold Moroccan rug from Tangier covering the oak floor, and it had an oak beamed and plaster ceiling. It had a very expensive marble bathroom just to the right as they went in, with a whirlpool tub that could easily hold 2 or more, and it had his and her sinks. In the corner was a split stall, which held a toilet and a bidet. She blushed at this, and wondered if Dudley or Vernon knew what a bidet was. The sitting room was richly decorated with 2 black and gold Chinese brocade wingback chairs, which sat in front of a small wrought iron heating stove. There was a round mahogany drum table between the chairs, which held a moving photo of Harry and Daphne in swimwear while on a beach, and another of a small and smiling toddler. There were also several ancient-looking books stacked on the top, along with a rolled-up newspaper, and the shelf below was full of others. Toward the west wall of the room, and in front of a window, was a larger round mahogany dining table, which was set with fine china, and it had 4 padded dining chairs around it, which were upholstered to match the 2 wingbacks. On either side of the window were carved antique oak bookshelves, which had 2 tall glass doors each, and they were completely full. A large overstuffed gold and blue striped sofa sat against the north wall, and she noticed a telly at the far end, which was sitting on the top shelf of an antique Victorian writing desk. Petunia also noticed that the portraits were waking up, and taking in the newcomers as they entered the room. Petunia and Dudley made themselves at home, and sat down at the dining table. She watched Harry walk to a big oak door in the corner, and lightly knock. She thought that this door must lead to the regal suite, and their bedroom, which Harry and Daphne shared. "Daph, you decent?" Harry asked. "Yes," came her reply, where Harry opened the door, went inside, and shut it behind him. Dudley glanced over at his mother, and was slightly concerned. "What's wrong with her? She seemed fine last night." Petunia took a sip of tea, which had been waiting for them, and shook her head. I'm not sure, but I suppose she'll tell us in a bit. The door reopened, and Harry came out, but he was being trailed by weary and barefoot Daphne following behind, who was still in her bathrobe. Petunia noticed that she was rubbing her temples. I'll be all right, Harry, it's just a slight headache, Daphne complained, as Harry got her seated, and then sat himself. You're sure? Harry asked, with his voice laced with concern, as he reached over and rubbed her cheek, and then tucked her long blonde hair behind her right ear. Petunia knew, then and there, that her nephew was a goner, and that he was flatly in love with this young woman. Yes, honey, I'll be fine. Creature. There was a pop, and the old house elf bowed low toward Daphne. What can Creature be getting for the good mistress? If you don't mind, Creature, can you bring our breakfast up here? I'm a little off-kilter today. Creature, Harry cut in, bring Daphne a strong pain draft up with that, my good sir. Yes, master, Creature won't be long. With that, Creature snapped his fingers, and disappeared with a slight pop. Daphne, dear, Petunia said, after patting her mouth with the cloth napkin from her lap, and leaning over to whisper behind her hand to her host, it's not female problems, is it? Harry and Dudley looked unnerved at the question, because despite the whisper, they both heard it. Daphne patted Petunia's hand at this, and she replied with a slight blush. No, it's not that, and she whispered back, not that time yet. Harry and Dudley quickly stared down at their plates and silverware as if they were the most interesting things in the world, and hadn't heard a thing. They heard the lift make a ding, and the door slide open. A few seconds later, in came a silver cart with a large covered serving tray, and behind it, all they could see was the bald head, and a few gray hairs of Creature pushing it along. The large silver domed cover was magically lifted into the air, and under it was a tureen full of hot porridge, a smaller one with beans, a platter of ham, bangers, and bacon, a smaller platter of kippers, a platter of eggs, which were fixed several ways, a long rack of toast, a basket of scones, a large pitcher of milk and orange juice, with both being chilled on ice, a covered crystal butter dish, a chilled jar of clotted cream, 4 Wexford jelly and jam jars with silver lids, several bowls of fresh fruit, and beside those was a small cup of honey. On the end of the cart was a carafe of coffee, a cream pitcher, and a silver sugar bowl with tongs. When Harry started to thank Creature, he choked it back in surprise, as another pop was heard revealing Winky, who was there to help Creature serve their master's guests. Creature, Winky, you've done a superb job, Harry finally coughed out. Creature lives to serve the houses of Potter and Black, my laird. He then lighted the 2 blue candles on the table, and placed fresh white lilies in the fine-cut glass Venetian vase in the center. He did this for every meal he served Harry in respect for his mother. So does Winky, the small elf said with finality, as she passed the eggs. The 2 were in rare form that morning, and very professional. This had Petunia and Dudley flabbergasted, as they had never had fine dining like this in their lives. Smeltings, Dudley thought, couldn't hold this alight. You've done well, Daphne said, as she started to put food on her plate, which Harry was keenly watching. Both elves were beaming with pride, as they continued their work. Petunia noticed that the elves had also placed fresh flowers in the other vases around the room, and she hadn't noticed them doing it. She had also noticed an ancient record player in the other corner, which was opposite the telly. It was one of those with the large horn on it, which sat atop another antique mahogany table, but she forgot what they were called. Would Mistress like the telly on, or maybe some classical music this morning? Maybe some Chopin or Bach on the Victrola? Winky asked, looking to Daphne. No, that's fine, Winky, Daphne smiled. You're free to go. Please call us when you be through, my laird, Creature said, and then gave a short bow as Winky curtsied and both disappeared with a small pop. As Harry placed his napkin on his lap, and picked up his fork and knife, he took a good look at what Daphne had served herself. She had placed 2 scones on her plate, and the clotted cream was sitting in front of her. She also had a small bowl of porridge, and the only thing else was a cup of tea in which she had also added a little honey, as well as a small glass of milk. Worriedly, he took a few bites, wiped his mouth with the napkin in his lap, and spoke. Honey, Harry softly said, you're hardly eating anything. Did you take the pain draft? Harry. Daphne sighed. Yes, I took it. She pointed at the small empty phial that was just to the left of her spoon. It was just a dram of tincture of laudanum, and it seems to be working. It's just a nasty migraine that tried to take root. Must have been the way I slept, that's all. You're sure? Harry asked, and at her nod he picked up his fork. You'll tell me if it gets worse. Daphne nodded, and bit into her first scone. Petunia patted the young woman's free hand this time, as she could surely sympathize with a migraine, since Vernon gave them to her all the time. Her cure, though, was the pint of gin hidden above the sink, and the 10 milligrams Valium tablets that her physician at the NHS prescribed for her. She didn't seem to need that here for some odd reason. Seamus is getting the car ready, Harry said while looking between his aunt and cousin, and he'll be around at the front office waiting for us after we've filled our stomachs. I think you'll enjoy the ride, as well as the scenery, and I also think that you'll love the farm after we arrive there. Harry was not about to tell them where, exactly, or to what he was taking them to. Let it be a surprise, he thought. Dudley just nodded to his cousin, as his mouth was overfull of ham, eggs, beans, and toast. As much as he could wolf down, he had no idea how they could possibly finish all of the food on that tray. He was also afraid that he would fart in front of Harry's fiancée if he overate, and no matter how much fun that used to be, such as it had been at Smeltings, that was just not on during his visit. Besides, he had a feeling that Harry would just laugh at such a thing as him grabbing his smelting stick, which he used to harass Harry with, to protect himself. Harry would probably shove it up his ass, and that was just not good in his opinion. Thank you very much. Dudley had taken notice that his cousin was no longer the scrawny Burke that he once thought. He was now just over 6 foot tall, and he was wiry, but had plenty of muscle, which meant that he worked out, and probably with weights. He also seemed to keep a tan, which meant that he was outside a lot. He was quite healthy, and it was untelling what the Yanks had taught him about fisticuffs. He imagined that it was a lot, and he also imagined that his fiancée was just as dangerous, as he caught sight of her well-toned calves, which were showing from under her bathrobe. Damn, though, what a set of legs, and those pink-painted toenails set them off for show. Oh, she could be a Playboy centerfold, no doubt about that, just like those that hang in the dorms at Smeltings. Now, if he could only finish trimming down, and find himself a girl like that. Geez, it just hit him that he had noticed that photo of her in a white string bikini, which had been taken on the beach while hugging his cousin, where she planted a huge wet key square on his mouth. Damn, she was hot, a blonde bombshell, but he sure as hell wasn't about to say that in front of Harry, nor to any of his friends. He didn't have a death wish at the hands of Thunderball after all. Besides, he shouldn't think like that while she was under the weather, as that wasn't what a proper Englishman did. They continued their breakfast as they made small talk, and as they finished up and stood, Harry called Creature as he promised. All righty, Harry said, Daff and I will get dressed. At Dudley's odd look, Harry continued. Oh, I won't wear this uniform, I'll wear something a bit more comfortable. Anyhow, once you're both done packing, just set your bags in here, and make yourself at home. Next, we'll all four go down and meet Seamus with the car. Next, they went their separate ways to get ready, and head out on their adventure. Harry, though, was still worried about Daphne, as she had eaten her scones, but only about half of her porridge, and she had only drank some of her tea, and a small glass of milk. Harry and Daphne had gone through the clothes that they kept there, where they selected what they would wear, and they laid those out on the huge four-poster bed. As Harry pulled the woolly-pulley sweater off over his head, he noticed a totally nude Daphne standing on the other side of the mattress. God, she was gorgeous, with all the curves in the right place, and the curve in her lower back made it so that one could almost balance an apple on her butt. Her well-toned and athletic body was well-shaved and waxed everywhere, including there. She was the proverbial Venus come to Earth, and he had no idea how he became that lucky. He watched as she shimmied into a very small and tight-fitting pair of pink and white striped panties. Harry almost forgot to dress himself, as she turned around to smirk at him. Oh, what a naughty boy you are, Mr. Potter. Harry grinned. I think you've made your point. 2 of them in fact, cold. "Oh, you incorrigible rogue," scolded a grinning Daphne, who threw a sock at him. Harry chortled and quickly went back to dressing. As if he didn't, he would stare at her perk beeps until she covered them. The suit that he picked out was a bespoke by Douglas Hayward of Mayfair, where only those in the know go. It was a very dark single-beeped and 2-button charcoal suit of the very best wool. He also put on one of their white tailored shirts, and used his gold cufflinks, which had the Peverell family crest on them. He put on his matching vest, and chose a smart dark maroon tie. Finally, he put on a practically new pair of brown brogues over his black and gray argyle socks. He snapped his new Omega Seamaster wristwatch on, and finally turned to look at Daphne. She was wearing a designer white skirt, which hung just below her knees, with a white belt that had a rather large gold infinity buckle. She had on a light pink sweater, which was very fuzzy, and a crisp white collared shirt on under that, which was unbuttoned 2 buttons from the top. He also noticed that she was wearing the thin platinum and emerald choker that he had bought for her birthday. As he looked down her shapely legs, she was wearing a pair of toeless white leather flats. She looked as if she had stepped off the page of a fashion magazine, with her long and straight light golden hair fanning around her shoulders. He also noticed that she was carrying her white clutch purse, and was wearing her Gucci watch. She only wore a slight amount of makeup with a light pink lipstick. Really, she was one of those that needed no makeup at all. He was awestruck. "God gave me a goddess," Harry muttered. "Ready." At her nod, he floated their travel bags from the room. He did notice her still rubbing her right temple with the point of her index finger, but she waved him on. She did hear his comment as well, which brought a slight blush across her cheeks. Could she be in any more love with a man, she questioned, and then admired the back side of him as he walked toward the door. Petunia had turned on the telly to see if there was any bad news around Surrey, and luckily there wasn't. Just as she was about to turn the set off, Harry and Daphne came out of their bedroom and into the sitting room. She looked Harry up and down, and he could have easily passed for a very wealthy solicitor in the city. She approved with a nod, and clicked the remote turning off the set. Petunia noticed Daphne next. She reminded Petunia of one of the well-to-do jet set, who she had seen around London's best restaurants and hot spots during midday. She was a very beautiful young woman, and Harry had better treat her right, she thought. Petunia also noticed that Daphne was still not at herself, even though she tried to hide it. Petunia looked at Dudley, and he was as stunned as a pole-axed steer while looking at his cousin, but more specifically, at his fiancée. Petunia would have to see about playing matchmaker with some of her friends that she played bridge with, or someone at the country club that Vernon had wiggled his way into. "Everyone ready to go?" Harry inquired. "Yes, we're ready, Harry," Petunia said, and Dudley nodded as he stood to join them. Harry gave a casual wave of his hand, and all their bags rose into the air, where they met together just in front of him. He held his right elbow out, which Daphne latched onto, and they walked out of their suite with the bags floating along in front of him. "We'll have to take the stairs, as the lift isn't big enough for all 4 of us, so just follow me and Daph." They made a left, and started down the rear staircase. Petunia noticed all of the carved animals that sat on top of the newel posts at every turn, as she fell in line last while stepping on the red carpet runner of the stairs, and started making her way down. "We'll need to stop by the main office on the 1st floor, which is in the white drawing room. That's the bullpen, and Seamus is there waiting for us." Dudley nodded, and followed Harry, Daphne, and his mother into the huge room. There were rows of desks with telephones on them, and every wall was covered with framed mirrors. Dudley and Petunia noticed that these weren't real mirrors, per se, as they acted more like surveillance monitors. They saw people walking along streets, people working in offices, and some were in their homes. By the fireplace, they saw a young woman wearing headphones, who was also running a reel-to-reel tape recorder. She had a devilish smirk on her face, as she listened. It seemed to be connected to some kind of gadget inside the flow. They all had stacks of files on their desks, and their in-out boxes were stuffed full. The front wall had a line of clocks up high showing different times, and under them were plaques naming different cities around the world. Just under them was a larger mirror with a red light mounted to it, and it showed a large black man, who was sitting at a very expensive desk and signing a document. There was a stack of what looked to be parchment off to the side. The man was wearing a silver-blue robe, and he wore a funny matching hat. What stuck out to Petunia was the large hoop earring that he wore. There was another mirror under that with the same light, which showed a secretary sitting at her desk in a reception area and in front of two large oak doors. She was busy filing her fingernails, though there was a paper sticking out of her typewriter. Could this be the Minister of Magic's office, Petunia wondered. At the very top of the wall was a long and narrow plaque, which read, "We fight not for glory, nor for wealth, nor honor, but only and alone, we fight for freedom, which no good man surrenders but with his life." Boss, Seamus said, as he stood from his swivel chair at his desk. He quickly downed what was in his coffee cup, and put a 5-pack of Cuban cigars in his front shirt pocket. "We ready?" "Yup," said Harry, but then asked, "Anything on our 3 Russian friends yet?" "Surprise, surprise," Seamus replied with a huge grin. "That we do, and we're tracking 'em now. I hope they'll lead us to their stash, which we think's in a warehouse around Thames in London." "Great," Harry exclaimed, and Daphne smiled. "Let us know as quickly as you find the stuff, and then bust 'em." Next, Harry's expression changed to one that was as cold as ice. "I have a few things planned for them, as well as their puppeteers. Treat it like a rendition, Seamus. Scare the living hell out of them. You know how, and then cart the one out, and obliviate him. Keep his wallet, ID, and any weapons. Don't handle them with your hands, even during the arrest. Keep our fingerprints off them. When you have them in a bag, send them straight to me. Next, put a portkey on him, and drop him in the middle of Red Square in nothing but his drawers. Something tells me that the other 2 will sing like a bird, if they think you killed one of them in cold blood right before their eyes. Better have Kingsley there to witness it." Petunia and Dudley quickly looked at each other over this, as they had no idea that Harry could be that ruthless, cold, underhanded, and deceitful. "Got it, boss." "Hey Ernie," Seamus shouted over the din, where a sandy-haired young man looked up from his desk, saw Harry and Daphne, and gave them a quick salute. Daphne was family, after all. "We'll be at Harry's farm. Call us as soon as you're ready to move." At Ernie's nod, Seamus made his way to the door. "Well, let's head out." "By ta way, boss, I still want me lunch back." Harry snorted, following Seamus down the stairs, and into the courtyard. Me," Dudley exclaimed, and Petunia whacked him hard on the shoulder, which made him grimace. "That's your car." Before them sat a long silver 1933 Duesenberg Model SJ, extended town car, with an expansion charm on the interior, which would sit 4 passengers very comfortably behind the driver, and in the ultimate luxury. It was, in fact, a limousine fit for a king. The interior was all polished mahogany and chrome, as well as having a light gray carpet and luxuriously soft gray leather. "Yup," Harry said, "this is our ride. Come on, and help load this luggage in the boot." Harry floated the luggage behind the car for Dudley and Seamus to load, while he opened the rear door, and helped Daphne and Petunia inside. Petunia took the rear seat facing forward, and Harry and Daphne took the front bench seat facing the rear of the car. Finally, Dudley crawled inside, and Harry motioned with his hand causing the door to shut and lock. It took another minute, but Seamus climbed behind the wheel, shut the door, and all of the straight 8 cylinders in the huge engine roared to life. It was truly an experience with the rumble of the huge petrol engine, as they slowly pulled out of the courtyard and began to cross through the gatehouse, and then onto the bridge leading to the street. "I have its little brother at home," Harry told Dudley. "Little brother?" "Yes, I have a silver 2000 Morgan 4/4 1.8 Roadster, which Daphne and I have our jaunts around the country in," Harry said with a smirk. "I've not had it very long." "Wicked," Dudley stated, as they turned left, and onto the main route at the church. As they started heading toward the small town square, Harry heard Daphne make a whimper, where he looked over and saw her rubbing her temples. "Harry, Daphne started, "I'm gonna be sick." Harry hurriedly conjured a small bucket, which Daphne quickly took, and up come her breakfast. Dudley grimaced, and Petunia brought her hand up to her mouth. "Oh, Dear. Harry held her hair back as she finished, and with a wave of his hand, he vanished the bucket of sick, and applied a cleaning charm to her mouth. He sat back, and she quickly lay her head down in his lap while closing her eyes. Harry, my head's about to burst, she whimpered. Something's wrong, very wrong. Harry stated seriously. Daff, I'm going to put you to sleep, and I'll call Andromeda and have her to meet us at the farm. Harry saw a tear escape her eye, which he gently wiped away, before he placed his index finger on her forehead. Next, he muttered, Dormeo, which sounded like Latin to Petunia. There was a slight flash of purple light at his fingertip, and Daphne was out cold. He gently keyed her forehead, and gave Petunia and Dudley a worried look. Something is very wrong here. Dark, and very wrong. Wizards do not become sick like this. What do you? Petunia started to ask, but trailed off. I don't know, Aunt Petunia, but I'm fixing to find out. If they've hurt her, one hair on her head, I'll end them all. Harry reached into his pocket, and pulled out a flip phone, where he found a saved number on speed dial. He listened to it ring a few times, and finally he heard someone pick up. Andromeda. Harry, is that you? Yes, Andromeda, Harry said, and I have an emergency. Daphne has had a bad headache all morning, and the pain potion that she took seems to not have worked. As soon as we left Caverswall's wards, she got really sick, and said that her head felt like it was about to burst after she vomited. I put her to sleep with the Dormeo charm. What did she take? Andromeda asked. She said that it was about a dram of laudanum, explained Harry. Really? Replied Andromeda, that should have worked. I'll bring several potions with me, so you get her home. I'll flow Cyrus and Helen. Can you meet us there in about an hour? Harry quickly asked. Yes, Harry, but can you make the trip that quick? Harry knocked on the sliding window behind him. It opened, and Seamus quickly looked back. What's wrong, Harry? Seamus, did Arthur get the bugs worked out of this car? At Seamus' nod, Harry looked hopeful. When you get to the stretch of straight road in front of the village hall, engage the invisibility booster, and take us airborne. Seamus quickly nodded, and prepared to do as he was told. Dudley, Petunia, put on your seatbelts. We're going for a fly. They looked stunned for a moment, but quickly complied. Harry had seatbelts added for just such an occasion. Just as soon as Seamus made the left turn, the car became invisible. What nobody saw next was a silver 1933 Duesenberg SJ taking off into the air like a Muggle aeroplane. After it made it to the A520, the car tuned left for a south-southwest course. Andromeda, we'll be there in about an hour, as it's about 100 miles by air. If you make it there first, then fix you and Teddy something to eat, and wait on us. Of course, Harry, I'll bring my bag, and we'll find out what's wrong with her, so don't worry. As she hung up, Harry's mouth set into a straight line, and he gripped the seat hard. His other hand gently ran through Daphne's silky blonde hair, as he stared coldly out of the side window. Petunia studied Harry, and she saw a tear building in the bottom of his eye. She had hardly ever seen him this way. Will she be all right? Harry glanced at his aunt and cousin, and then quickly looked back out of the window. She will be. I'll see to it if it costs me every galleon that I have. Somebody's going to pay for this, dearly. Oh, yay, her parents will be coming just so you know. Harry flipped his phone back open, and selected another speed dial number that he had stored. I've got to speak with Felix. The 1933 Duesenberg SJ made it to the northern outskirts of Exeter, where Seamus turned it to the west to follow the A30 to his left. They were just about there, and he would have to find a stretch of road clear enough to land the beast on, which he liked to call this auto. There were too many trees along the south drive, so he began to descend, and line up with Medland Lane, where it made an intersection with the other roads at Ford Brook. The car settled down onto the narrow tarmac road with a slight bounce, as Seamus stepped on the throttle while he turned off the invisibility booster. Petunia and Dudley looked out of the windows, and they were, indeed, in farm country. There were large fields on either side, which were bordered by hedgerows. A large woods went by on their left, which was part of Harry's property, and then another large field where they noticed a rather large Edwardian manor house in the distance. Soon, they felt the car start to slow down, where it turned left, and they were sitting in front of a large wrought iron double gate, which Seamus pointed his wand at, making it swing open. The car continued on down a tree-lined gravel drive, which crossed the wide field, and then past some white stuccoed buildings where it came to a stop in front of the large Edwardian brick and stone manor house, which they had seen across the field. The manor was huge, and had been rebuilt in the 19th century. It was once known as Medland Manor, which was now Potter Manor. Petunia and Dudley were in awe of its size and beauty, with the tall ornate brick chimneys sticking up everywhere, which once was a sign of the wealth of the owner. The large stone mullioned bay windows were set into the brickwork perfectly, which made up the facade of the regal manor. Petunia really loved the huge roundabout that was filled with flowers, and had a merrily spurting fountain in the center. It was absolutely gorgeous. "We're here," Harry said, as he eased out from under Daphne, while laying her head gently on the seat. "You two step out, and I'll follow." Petunia and Dudley did just that, as Seamus walked around to help. Harry stepped out next, and with a slow wave of his hand, Daphne floated into the air, and out of the car. Harry was particularly gentle with his precious cargo. "Seamus, cast a feather light charm on Daphne, please." Yay, boss," Seamus said, as he withdrew his wand, and cast the charm. Seamus was worried, no doubt about that, as Petunia noticed it in his features. Harry put his arms under Daphne as if she didn't weigh an ounce, and brought her against his chest. This time, a tear did escape his eye, which both Dursleys noticed. "Open the doors for us, will you, Seamus?" Seamus gave a nod, and walked into the stone portico, where he waved his wand, and the two large oak doors creaked open. He stepped into the vestibule, and opened the window door into the entrance hall, where he stood back allowing Harry and the Dursleys to pass. Harry marched on to the end making a left, and into the great hall. Petunia noticed that the ground floor flowed superbly, with the formal reception rooms accessed via the central great hall, which had full oak paneling, and it had a double-height ceiling incorporating the galleried landings above. The paneling was of particular note, having been cut diagonally so as not to produce any knots, an expensive luxury of the Edwardian era. In the past 2 days, she had never seen such luxury, except for when she and Vernon had visited some of the royal property tours. Just as Harry stopped in front of the grand staircase, he called out, "Anyone here?" Nobody spoke, so he called for Creature and Winky. Both appeared before Harry, and they were looking startled at what they saw. "Winky, your mistress has taken sickly. Please turn down our bed." Winky quickly disappeared to do just that. "Creature, bring Andromeda, as she's not here yet." Creature quickly popped away to do as he was told. Harry started climbing the stairs of the grand staircase to the front gallery landing, which was over the huge inglenook fireplace, and then he made his way around to the shorter stairs, and up to the rear landing. Petunia and Dudley were taking everything in: the antique tapestries, the huge portraits, the fine furniture, the beam and plaster ceiling, and the huge Murano chandelier made in Venice. They couldn't believe that this was Harry's home, but it must be, Petunia reasoned, as she followed her nephew down the landing, and to an arched doorway at the end. Harry walked through the doorway, and made a right, where Winky quickly opened the door into their bedchamber. It was huge, Petunia noticed, about 23 feet by 18 feet, with a very large black forest carved oak four-poster bed at their end, which was now turned down. It had a golden satin quilted duvet, and crisp white silk sheets, with large down pillows galore. She also noticed the huge coffered and painted ceiling above them, as well as the antique Louis XV French furniture all around the room. Another Murano chandelier was hanging from the center of the coffered ceiling. Petunia noticed that Winky had started a fire in the large carved marble and limestone fireplace, which was located on the opposite wall from the huge bay window. The window had a padded bench all around that was covered with soft pillows, and the huge drapes, which were pulled back and held with thick tasseled golden cords, were cream with gold floral embroidery. A large gold and cream rug, which was custom made in Tangier, covered the floor. Harry marched to the bed, and very gently laid Daphne down, where he removed her shoes, and then adjusted her pillows just so, before he leaned down and kissed her forehead. Next, he pulled the sheets up to her stomach, turned, and walked over to look out the large bay window. Petunia noticed Winky looking very worried, and wringing her hands. Dudley and Seamus walked over, where they patted Harry on the shoulder, and stood by while he waited. About a minute went by, and they heard a female voice shout out, "Slow down." Next, they heard the pitter-patter of little shoes, which were running just as hard as they could on the oak flooring. Petunia watched, as a little boy with brown eyes and hair came skidding into the room, his eyes huge. When he stopped, he looked around, and his lower lip started to tremble. "Uncle Howie?" Teddy questioned. Harry turned, knelt down on one knee, and opened his arms, where Teddy, Petunia thought, shot like a bullet toward him, and latched on around his neck. Harry stood, and started rubbing the boy's back while whispering to him. Teddy's head pulled back, eyes wide, and looked over at the bed. "No," Teddy shouted, "Aunties no, sick." Just after that, a woman walked in that was a little older than Petunia, who had black hair that had just started to gray, and she was carrying a doctor's bag along with a huge knitted satchel. Petunia knew that this must be Andromeda Tonks. Andromeda looked around and only nodded, before heading straight for the bed. "I'll be a minute, Harry, rest yourself." Andromeda set her black bag on the bed, and the satchel on the floor, where she drew out her wand, and started mumbling charms over Daphne. Runes appeared in the air that were floating over Daphne, which, Petunia noted, Andromeda would look at, and then cast another spell. The spells came more and more, and at about the 5-minute mark, 2 more people joined their gathering, an older and tall blonde man with a very serious expression on his face, Petunia noted, and a shorter woman, who had long black hair, which was tied back with a green ribbon, and she looked worried. They were the parents, Petunia thought. "Cyrus, Helen, I'm so sorry, but Harry started, but Cyrus walked over and patted Harry's shoulder, where he started gazing out the same window that the others had. Helen hurried over to the bed, and watched as Andromeda performed her magic. "She'll be all right?" Helen asked with a quiver to her voice. Andromeda paused, and looked over at Daphne's mother. "It's not good, dear." "What?" Harry roared, scaring everyone in the room, which made Teddy bury his face in Harry's shoulder. "Harry, you will calm down, and you will not shout at me. Do you hear me?" Andromeda stated, and Harry stiffly nodded. "I warned you, Harry James Potter, long ago, and neither of you would listen." "Oh, we can put that off to May 2nd, no problem, you both said, and I warned you both about that then." Harry's eyes got big, and both Cyrus and Helen looked at him for an explanation. Harry quickly shrugged, and looked back at Andromeda for an explanation. "She's cursed, Harry," Andromeda explained, and Helen and Petunia gasped. Teddy whimpered, and buried his face deeper into Harry's shoulder. "It's an Obia curse, you know, voodoo. Somebody's made a doll, Harry, this is dark magic. The only thing helping her are the wards. I told you to marry the girl, quick, and give her the ring, did I not?" Harry suddenly looked guilty. "I thought." "Yes," Andromeda preached, as she was on a roll now, and Petunia agreed, as did Helen. "You thought, and so did she. I warned you, both of you, and I told you how to keep her safe. We blacks know, Harry, as we've protected the line. You know what you have to do, now. Flo Kingsley, and get him here quick." Harry's head dropped, and he seemed to shrink in on himself, as he started to walk over to the fireplace to make the call. He looked like a whipped pup. "What's she talking about, Harry?" Cyrus asked, as Harry set Teddy in the chair by the fire. "Get ready for a wedding, today," Harry said with finality, as he reached into an antique Chinese vase, and withdrew some green powder, which he threw into the fireplace, causing the fire to turn green. Petunia and Dudley watched him hunker over, and stick his head into the flames, but it didn't seem to harm him, though his head just seemed to disappear. "A wedding, today?" Helen asked, and covered her mouth with her hand. Cyrus nodded, as he thought he caught the gist of what was taking place. It was all about a wedding ring, and its acceptance of the mistress of House Black. Cyrus looked at his daughter, smirked, and then pulled his wand from his sleeve. He made the motions, and intoned, "Expecto Patronum." A huge and silvery Palomino horse shimmered into existence, which trotted to the end of the room and back looking for danger. "Go to Astoria, and tell her to come to Potter Manor, quickly, it's urgent." The phantom horse gave a nod of its head, where it then ran at the wall, and vanished. Petunia and Dudley watched on with awe. Petunia didn't know that magic could be that beautiful, whatever that was, but Dudley did, as that spell saved his life. As Petunia started to ask about the spell, they heard someone else entering the room, and she had no idea who this was, and neither did Daphne's parents, which is why Cyrus turned his wand on the couple. It was a tall and younger lanky blonde man that was clean-shaven, and he was dressed similar to Harry, while the woman with him was about a foot shorter, with black hair done in a bob. They both held their hands up, and had gentle smiles on their faces. "Whoa there, fellow," the man said with a Texas drawl, "allow me to introduce myself and my wife. I am Felix, Harry's American partner in mischief, otherwise known as David Graves, and this is my darling wife, Debbie. Here." He held his hand out to the Greengrass patriarch. Cyrus quickly dropped his wand, put it back into his sleeve, and shook the man's hand. "I'm Cyrus Greengrass, and," he pointed to his wife, "this is Helen, my better half." After the pleasantries were over, David asked, "Where's Harry?" Cyrus pointed to the fireplace, where David saw the hind half of Harry sticking out of the flow. Just as David was about to make a funny quip about the hind end of a steer, Harry stood back out of the flow, and looked around the room. He saw David, and looked relieved. Just as Harry started to say something after shaking his hand, the fireplace turned green again, and out stepped the man in the silvery blue robes with the funny hat and hoop earring that Petunia saw in the mirror. In a low and baritone voice, he smiled and said, "Hello everyone." Cyrus looked relieved, as he quickly made his way to the Minister for Magic, and shook his hand. "I'm glad you're here, Kingsley. What a mess." Helen nodded at the minister, but was still wringing her hands beside Andromeda. Petunia and Dudley looked wide-eyed at the minister, as David and Debbie made their way over to welcome the man, as did Seamus. "Ah, you must be Petunia and Dudley Dursley?" Kingsley inquired, as he looked them both over before approaching, and holding out his huge hand. "I am Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Minister for Magic, and technically, Harry's boss." Petunia's jaw worked nervously a few times. "Yes, I'm Harry's aunt, and this is his cousin, Dudley." Dudley shook the huge meaty hand, and all he could think of was a heavyweight boxer. Damn, Dudley thought, he could really hurt a man if he wanted. As Kingsley was about to tell her of Vernon's well-being, which was quite comical he would say, another voice could be heard coming from the great hall. "Harry, where is everyone?" "Up in our room, Ron," Harry shouted back. Harry heard two sets of footsteps coming up the stairs, which made him blush slightly, and apologetically smile at everyone in the room. In through the door came a surprised Ronald and Hermione Weasley, who were looking at everyone standing in the Potter's bedchamber. Finally, Ron noticed Daphne lying on the bed, with Andromeda and Helen standing by her while giving her a potion, even though she looked to be out of it. Hermione gasped, just as Ron asked, "What's up, mate?" Harry looked back to Andromeda, who had just finished putting everything back into her bag, and shakily asked, "Care to explain everything to everyone here?" Andromeda looked around at everyone in the room, but then turned to Helen first, as she patted the woman on the shoulder with a smile. "She'll be all right after a bit." This relieved Helen greatly, as it did Winky and Petunia. Next, Andromeda turned to address Kingsley. "Minister, Daphne has been cursed, and it's a dark obia curse from a doll." At this, several gasped and groaned. "She'll need to be woken, and Harry will have to ask her to marry him today. There's no stopping this if we want to stop this curse. She'll be protected from the curse by the House Black matriarch's ring just as soon as they say, 'I do.'" Several nodded their understanding at this, including Ron to Hermione's surprise. "Also, Minister, I'll need your permission for a bit of magic to find the culprit." Kingsley frowned at this, but motioned for her to go on. "I can't reveal the incantation involved, as it is black family magic, but it is blood magic." Several hissed at this. "It will use a drop of Daphne's blood, which Cyrus and Helen can monitor, and it is placed upon a world map. That's all I can say on it." Kingsley nodded his acquiescence, sat down in the chair by the fire, and closed his eyes. Finally, he dug into his robe, and pulled out a document, which he handed to Harry. It was a marriage license, which Harry quickly took, signed it, and handed it to Cyrus and Helen to read. Harry then picked Teddy up, sat down in the chair by the minister, and stared into the fire. "Tell me when you're ready, Andromeda," Harry flatly stated. "I'm ready now, are you?" "Harry James, this must be sincere. Do you understand?" Harry gave a jerky nod. "She'll be in some pain when I wake her. Don't hum-ha, ask her quickly so I can give her something for pain." "But," Harry asked, "why not give it now? She must be completely sober, Harry," Andromeda explained, "and her answer must be of her own free will. Now, get up, and come here." Harry looked down at Teddy, who was resting in his lap, and smiled. "Hey, sport, care to let your Uncle David hold you, since you've not seen him in a while?" Teddy looked up at Harry, nodded, and held his arms out to David, who took the tired-looking child with a huge smile. "Come on, Tiger, let's me, you, and your Aunt Debbie take a walk on the grounds, how's that?" At Teddy's nod, David and Debbie took him out of the room, and away from all the commotion. Harry stood, and walked over to the bed with determination, where he looked down at his beautiful soon-to-be wife. "I'm as ready as I'll ever be, so let's do this." Andromeda nodded, and Helen came over to watch. Andromeda pointed her wand at Daphne, and cast, Renervate. Daphne's eyes fluttered, which she opened with a groan, and as she batted them a few times, she saw Harry leaning over her and smiling. Her head was still hurting, and she wondered what Harry wanted. "Harry. Daphne Victoria Greengrass, will you marry me, today, will you be my wife?" Harry put all the sincerity into this that he could muster. "You know I will, Harry, if that's what you want," Daphne stated. There were several gasps, and that is when she noticed that they weren't alone, which made her quickly set up, and pull the sheets up to her neck. "What's going on?" "Quickly, Harry," Andromeda said, "the engagement ring." Harry reached into the bedside drawer, and pulled out a ring box, which he shakily opened, and withdrew the smaller of two black family rings. He turned to Daphne, and gently took her left hand, where he then slid the ring onto her ring finger and next to her original engagement ring. Daphne's eyes fluttered a little bit, and she gasped. "That seemed to make me feel a tad bit better, but why is everyone here?" "Daphne, sweetheart," Helen said, "you've been cursed. The rings, they are your only protection. To get better, you and Harry need to be quickly married by the minister. Your father and I have already signed the marriage license as witnesses, and so have Harry's aunt and cousin." Daphne's eyes batted at this as she looked around the room. There were her parents smiling at her, and giving her encouragement, and there were Ron and Hermione, with Ron grinning and Hermione wiping her eyes, and there was the Minister for Magic and Seamus waiting for her answer. "Of course I will, but Harry, am I proper under here?" "Yes, dear," Harry snorted, "you're only minus your shoes, which are beside the bed." "Right," said Andromeda, who pulled a small phial from her pocket, and handed it to Daphne. "Drink up, and that should relieve the rest your headache until you say, 'I do.' Healer's orders, so tip it up." Daphne downed the draft, and made an awful face. "What was that?" Everyone laughed. "That was a small amount of Morpheus, dear," Andromeda explained. "It should take effect in a second or so. Now, let's get you up, as we have a quick wedding to do." Daphne quickly took a peek under the sheet to just make sure, and when she saw that the only thing showing were her pink-painted toes and calves, she blushed, and slowly pushed the sheet down. Nobody got to see anything else unless it was Harry. She eased her legs over the side, and Harry took her hand while helping her out of the bed. She found her shoes and slid them on, but then she looked around the room once more. "Mum," Daphne exclaimed, "I can't get married right now. Astoria isn't here, nor are David and Debbie." "Sweetheart," Helen explained, "your father sent for Astoria, and David and Debbie are here. They just took young Theodore out for a walk." Daphne looked relieved, so she gave Harry a huge key in front of everyone. "I love you. Ready?" Harry gently reached over, and brushed Daphne's long hair behind her ears. He gave her a huge besotted smile, and hugged her to him. "I'm as ready as ever. Please forgive me for waiting this long. If I had known." "Shish," Daphne whispered, "neither of us figured that something like this would happen, but I'm just as happy today as I would have been if this was some big expensive wedding with hundreds of guests. Now, Let's round everyone up and get this done. When they released each other and turned around, everyone was ready, and the hugs and backslapping began. Kingsley led the party out of the bed chamber, and downstairs to the great hall. When everyone reached the foot of the grand staircase, they found David and Debbie sitting together in one of the big wingback chairs, which sat on either side of the inglenook fireplace. Astoria was sitting in Draco Malfoy's lap in the other, and Teddy was between them playing with a huge stuffed silver and green dragon. Astoria, who saw her sister first, shot off Draco's lap like a rocket, and threw her arms around her sister. "Daph, you're getting married." "Yes, Story," Daphne brightly smiled, "can you believe it? We're doing it today. Dad's Patronus said it was urgent." "What happened?" "Come on, I'll tell you later," Daphne said, though she really didn't want to worry Astoria. "You, Mum, Petunia, Hermione, Debbie, and Andromeda need to help me dress." The two sisters got all the women rounded up, and back up the stairs they trooped. Harry saw Draco looking around the manor's interior, and knew that he would amble over in a minute. He was one of Harry's two underworld sworn affiliates. All the other men were standing around discussing Quidditch or work, he noticed. Finally, the blond man who had caused Harry a lot of trouble when young, gave him a huge grin, and offered him his hand. This was a test, Harry knew, and he wouldn't snub the man this time. He had actually grown to like Draco over Astoria, and he and his business partner could be dead useful when needed. "Harry," Draco said, as he shook his hand, "nice digs you have here. Sure is a hell of a lot better than our old stuffy manor." Harry gave him a big toothy grin. "You know, old chap, we're going to be brother-in-laws one day." "Why yes, old chap, I do believe we are," Draco said, after he released Harry's hand. "It's good to see my aunt and cousin, you know, and Mum and her get on well these days. I'm really enjoying this, so, thanks. Care to introduce me to everyone?" Harry patted Draco on the shoulder, and began the introductions after he picked Teddy up, and put him on his shoulders. Even Ron and Seamus were playing nice with the Slytherin, though they knew of his uses. "All right, men," Harry said, as he checked his Omega wristwatch, "the ladies are all upstairs and getting ready, so what say you to going out on the side patio, and having some champagne, as well as a good Cuban cigar while we wait?" "Here, here," was shouted from everyone, including Teddy. Creature appeared in front of Harry, gave him a low bow, and then stood straight at attention. "What can Creature be getting Sir Harry today?" "Creature, my dear old friend, could you please retrieve 2 bottles of Bollinger's 53 from the cellar, the box of Cubans from my desk, and then bring them out to the side patio. Creature lives to serve the houses of Potter and Black. I'll have them out in a minute, my laird," and with this, Creature popped away. "Come on men, and follow me." Harry led them to a set of double doors just behind the entrance hall, which he pushed open, and headed down the back hall toward the kitchen, where Winky and Mimsy, the Greengrass elf, were working on their food. He stepped around the little jog at the end of the hall, and opened the door to the patio, where he and Daphne had a good number of white wicker chairs with padded seats placed everywhere. They pulled the chairs around in a semicircle, and took a seat. Just as soon as they were comfortable, Creature came out of the same door, and was pushing a cart with a bucket on top holding 2 bottles of champagne, several glass flutes, and a humidor. Creature draped a white towel over his arm acting as the sommelier, where he poured, and floated the filled flutes to everyone except Teddy, who he gave sparkling grape juice to in a clear plastic cup. He then retrieved the humidor, opened the lid, and passed out the punch cigars as a Habano sommelier, where he clipped the ends, and lit them for the guests. The men stretched out their legs and enjoyed the good life, while waiting for the women to get ready, and for the show that would soon begin. "Say, Harry, what's in those stone buildings over there?" Draco asked, while pointing to the end of the patio. "Would you believe that I have a pot still in one, where I tinker with making rum?" That got a deep conversation going about what rum was best, and Harry announcing his ownership of the Thunderball label. After they each had about 2 glasses of the fine champagne, and had their cigars mostly smoked, Creature appeared to collect them, and to bring them back to the Great Hall in order to meet the bride-to-be. When they walked back into the Great Hall, Creature had set up white wooden folding chairs, which they kept in the wine cellar, and they were arranged in front of the one-step-high raised platform of the inglenook fireplace. Most of the women were already there, except for Astoria and her mother, and they gave the men, who were smirking, a bit of a stink eye, but they let it die. Cyrus went upstairs to escort his oldest daughter while passing his wife and Astoria, as Harry took his place just below the platform with Ron, Seamus, and Dave as his best men. Astoria, Debbie, and Hermione would stand with Daphne. Creature put on the Victrola, for which he had dug out a record having Mendelssohn's Wedding March, and set it to playing. Astoria and her mother had just came downstairs, and took their places with the rest of the women, when Cyrus came leading Daphne down the stairs in a flowing white dress with her hair done up in a loose French twist with brilliant barrette accents. She also wore a large diamond teardrop necklace from House Potter, and she reminded Harry, who was awestruck, of a Greek goddess. Yes, Harry thought, she was Venus. Finally, father and daughter stepped up before the minister where Daphne would take her place beside Harry. Kingsley, who was standing on the raised platform in front of the inglenook fireplace, cleared his throat. Does anyone know of any reason that these two may not be lawfully wed? Nobody spoke a word. Who gives this young lady to be married? Cyrus looked up to Kingsley and said, I do, her father. He then pecked Daphne on the cheek, and took his seat beside his wife, who was now crying and blotting her eyes. Andromeda was sitting beside them, and was holding Teddy, who was looking on with wide eyes. Harry and Daphne turned to face each other, and they took each other's hands. Harry James Potter, repeat after me. I, state your name, take thee, Daphne Victoria Greengrass, to be my lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part, according to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I plight thee my troth. Harry took Daphne's hand, who was beaming at him, but he couldn't hardly knock the goofy grin from his face, though he soldiered on. I, Harry James Potter, take thee, Daphne Victoria Greengrass, to be my wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part, according to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I plight thee my troth. Daphne Victoria Greengrass, repeat after me. I, state your name, take thee, Harry James Potter, to be my lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part, according to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I give thee my troth. I, she said, as a tear rolled down her cheek, Daphne Victoria Greengrass, take thee, Harry James Potter, to be my wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part, according to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I give thee my troth. Kingsley looked over to Ron, Seamus, and Dave. Who has the ring? Ron opened the ring's box, and handed it to Seamus, who then handed it Dave, where Dave took out the ring, and handed it to Harry. Kingsley looked at Harry. Take the ring, put it on her left ring finger, and state after me. With this ring I thee wed, with my body I thee worship, and with all my worldly goods I thee endow. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, Amen. Harry gently slipped the ring on her finger, and repeated the words. Daphne felt magic rush through her. Now, Kingsley looked at them both, and placed his wand on their joined hands. You have declared your consent before me, the Minister for Magic of Great Britain. May the Lord in his goodness strengthen your consent, and fill you both with his blessings. What God has joined, men must never divide. Amen. You may now key the bride. During the wedding, nobody had noticed the boiling dark cloud building over the estate from the two's magic, but they did when the two keyed. A huge bolt of lightning hit the ground, as a bright white light flashed from the two who were just joined, momentarily blinding everyone. Daphne's headache was completely obliterated, as the ring had accepted the new matriarch of the House of Black, thereby completely blocking the Obia curse. That night, during her sleep, she would gain the knowledge of the family magic of the Blacks over the ages, and become a most formidable foe to those who crossed her. Everyone blinked for a moment to clear their eyes, and then stood up to clap and cheer. Seamus let out a loud whistle, and shouted, Thunderball's now off in Ta Market, and so is Queenie, Ta Queen of. Hermione cuffed him on the back of the head before he could spit out the ending. The backslapping, hugs, and congratulations came from everyone, as did the tears. Daphne turned her back to the crowd, and threw the small bouquet of flowers over her shoulder, which was made up for her by the greengrass elf, Mimsy. It was Astoria that caught it, and she immediately keyed Draco for all to see. That was when Creature appeared, bowed, and stated, "Supper is now served. Please be heading to the dining room." He then disappeared with a pop to help Winky and Mimsy serve the guests. "Harry," Kingsley said, "I can't stay, as I need to head home to the wife." "Invite her here, Kingsley," Harry replied, and patted the man on the back. "We have plenty." Kingsley made a slow call home, where his wife agreed, and was there within 5 minutes. Most everyone knew the minister's wife, Karina, and she was introduced to the Dursleys and the Graves. They followed Harry and Daphne into the large dining room, which was just across the great hall from the stairs, and would seat 20. There was a long and wide antique mahogany table in the center, which was covered in the finest embroidered white linen tablecloth, which sat 8 on either side, with 2 on either end. 3 sterling silver candelabras holding 3 white candles each were set down the length. It was set with fine china, and their best silverware for a 4-course meal. The dining room itself was plastered and painted in a pleasing cream color, and it had several large portraits hanging from its walls. On the left side was a fireplace, which is where Harry seated his new bride at the head of the table, and he sat himself beside her. The plastered ceiling had a square grid of oak beams, with a gorgeous Murano glass chandelier at the center, and along the walls were several of their wall sconces. The outer wall had a large bay window, which overlooked the back grounds, and that is where the elves had placed the silver serving carts. To Harry's left was Andromeda and Teddy. Teddy had a high chair, and was served diced salad and food made by the elves. Next to Teddy were the Dursleys, with Petunia next to Teddy in order to help Andromeda. Next to Dudley were the Shacklebolts, and next to them were Hermione and Ron. To Daphne's right were her parents, and next to them were Astoria and Draco. Next to Draco were David and Debbie Graves, and next to them was Seamus Finnegan, who was across, and just catty-corner the table from Hermione and Ron. First, a nice chopped garden salad was served with fresh bread, and a good vintage Sauvignon Blanc was available to all as the first course. Teddy, of course, had fruit juice. Next, was a very well-made spinach tomato and garlic tortellini soup, with a Sauvignon Blanc dry wine. The main course consisted of roast pheasant with light gravy, and with several vegetables to choose from. The wine was switched to a Gran Reserva Rioja, and chilled milk and water were also available. They were not in France, after all. The fourth course was the dessert, which was a large and frozen chocolate Monte Carlo cake. More chilled 1953 Bollinger champagne was served with the dessert. Well, Dudley thought, at least Smeltings was good for something, as he had learned that you proceed outside to in for the silverware. He also knew that your fork and knife should be left together, and parallel at the 11 o'clock position, fork tines still up on the plate, when finished, and that his napkin went in his lap. Many toasts were made to the newlyweds, and Cyrus, who had felt cheated out of paying for the wedding, asked if they would allow him to pay for their honeymoon, which would be at Venice. The newlyweds agreed, and that unruffled the close family's feathers. Draco and Astoria became the center of attention next, and dates were bandied about, though he hadn't proposed yet. When dessert was ending, and everyone was enjoying their champagne, Harry tapped his flute with his dessert spoon. "I want to tell you about tomorrow's plans. Daphne and I, along with the Graves, will be departing to Jamaica to Goldeneye, and we will be taking my aunt and cousin there on a protection detail until the docks is finished with the 3 illegal potions dealers. We may be there for as high as a week, but we now feel that the best place to hide them is in plain sight, and right in the backyard of a few that were involved." A bit of commotion was raised over this, but Daphne spoke up at quell it. "We were going to take them to Switzerland, and maybe to Grindelwald or Murren to make use of the ski crowd as cover, but we decided on Goldeneye because it is protected by the US and British intelligence services, and we will be staying in the Flemings' bungalow. Plus, it is much warmer, and besides, I'm looking forward to the spa, and I'm sure Petunia might also like that." Petunia looked stunned at the news, but was grateful. She had no clothes suitable for a Swiss adventure, but she could purchase swimwear, etc., at the resort. She gave Daphne a grateful nod at this, and so did Dudley. Makusa can't officially be seen to be involved in any Jamaican actions, David explained, but that doesn't mean that help will not be given for this docks operation. We already have men on the ground who are surveying the scene around Arakabessa Bay, and around about a 30-mile area outside that. We also have a few men snooping around in Kingston, and if we need to make an escape, we have several safe houses around the islands and atolls. The 6 of us will stay in the 3-bedroom Fleming bungalow, and that way we can protect Mrs. Dursley and her son. Good, said Kingsley. I'll keep the oar attachment watching Vernon even though he has tried to escape our tail. He chuckled, but he is totally safe whether at home or at work. You'll see to that, Weasley and Finnegan. Yes, sir, they both said at once. You have my blessing for this international covert operation, Harry, Kingsley said, and I look forward to seeing the results. Seamus, Harry ordered, you have the helm after we leave. Have Tracy help you with the national operations in place of Daphne. Aye, Harry, will do, Seamus replied. I already have their passports and IDs, Harry stated, which I had created about 2 months ago in case something like this happened. Here, Harry reached inside his jacket, and retrieved the 2 passports and IDs, which were floated over to the Dursleys who picked them out of midair. Dave brought us the plane tickets to Miami, so we're all set. Petunia looked at her British passport, and it stated that she was Mary Evans, a divorcee librarian from London, and it was stamped showing that she had traveled to the US and South Africa. They were very high-quality fakes, only the likes of which a government could forge. Next, she looked at Dudley's, which said that he was Mark Evans, a British student attending NYU in New York. It was stamped with a US stamp. How? Dudley questioned. Do we travel from Miami to Jamaica? Oh, yay, Dave replied. Makusa has a private plane in Miami, a Beechcraft Model 99, 8-passenger business 2-turboprop puddle jumper. It's about the limit that the Boscobel aerodrome can handle. It's a small airport on the north coast, and close to Goldeneye. We have connections there with the Jamaican magical community, and with their law enforcement. When we arrive, we'll have to do a money exchange to purchase the food for the stay. We'll have a cook, butler, and maid, and we'll have to tell the cook what we want during the stay for each day. The problem is, we have to have the same meals cooked each day for each of us, and we'll have to decide what those are, unless we walk over to the restaurant or bar. We're splitting the bill on this for an all-inclusive package. That reminds me, Minister Shacklebolt, the Dragotts were transferred today to Gringotts, and into the docks account. Needless to say, you don't know where those came from. Kingsley nodded, and snorted with a relieved grin, what Dragotts? Harry and Daphne chuckled at this. I've already done an exchange from galleons to pounds sterling, Harry explained, and I keep that here for petty cash. £10,000 should be enough, you think? David nodded at this. If we need more for some odd reason, we can have it wired. Just stay away from those baccarat tables, or any casinos for that matter, will you? Harry jutted his chin out at this. I'm better than you think, I'll have you know. David laughed at his antics. Petunia, Dudley, remember your aliases to use in all conversations, Harry instructed, and remember your occupations. Harry started to push his chair back and declare that the day had come to an end, but he was stopped dead in his tracks. Hold on, Hermione spoke up, we can't let the newlyweds off the hook this easy. They need to at least have a dance together before we go our separate ways for the night. Kingsley and Seamus, as well as Ron and the Graves laughed at this, and nodded in agreement. I think that is a wonderful idea, Mrs. Weasley, stated Karina Shacklebolt. If you don't mind, Harry, Hermione asked, I want to retrieve some music from the media room. Harry nodded his assent as he stood, and helped his new bride up as they all made their way back into the great hall, which the elves had already cleared. While Hermione was doing this, Andromeda said her goodbyes, and flowed home with a very sleepy and grumpy Teddy. She would be back the next morning, in order to do the blood location spell. Hermione came out with a boom box that had been sitting on the telly's shelf, which she plugged into an outlet, and placed a CD into the player. She loved the way the wards worked with electronics inside the manor. Ready. Harry led Daphne out into the middle of the floor while hoping that it wasn't something fast, nor something neither liked, and then nodded for Hermione to start the music. She pushed the play button, and the song started. For your eyes only, can see me through the night. For your eyes only, I never need to hide. You can see so much in me that's new. I never felt until I looked at you. For your eyes only for you. You'll see what no one else can see, and now I'm breaking free. For your eyes only for you. The love I know you need in me, the fantasy you've freed in me. Only for you, only for you. For your eyes only, the nights are never cold. You really know me, that's all I need to know. Maybe I'm an open book, because I know you're mine. But you won't need to read between the lines. For your eyes only for you. You see what no one else can see, and now I'm breaking free. For your eyes only for you. The passions that collide in me, the wild abandoned side of me. Only for you, for your eyes only. Everyone clapped and whistled at the end. They all thought it an appropriate song, considering their profession. That was a great song, Hermione, Harry said. Wished I had thought of that. Nobody does it better, on there. Let's see, Hermione said, as she looked on the CD case. Yes, I do. She put the CD in, and advanced it forward to the right track and hit play. Harry turned to Daphne as Hermione hit the play button. This is for you, Daph. She locked her arms around his neck as the song started to play. Kingsley took Petunia out, and Karina took Dudley, which surprised the two squibs. They were joined by Dave and Debbie, and then by Ron and Hermione, the Greengrasses, and Astoria and Draco. Seamus was left the odd man out, but he didn't care, and just laughed it off because he was drunk off his ass. He toasted them all with his refill of champagne. Nobody does it better. Makes me feel sad for the rest. Nobody does it half as good as you. Baby, you're the best. I wasn't looking, but somehow you found me. I tried to hide from your love light. But like heaven above me, the spy who loved me, is keeping all my secrets safe tonight. And nobody does it better. Though sometimes I wish someone could. Nobody does it quite the way you do. Why do you have to be so good? The way that you hold me. Whenever you hold me. There's some kind of magic inside you. That keeps me from running. But just keep it coming. How do you learn to do the things you do? And nobody does it better. Makes me feel sad for the rest. Nobody does it half as good as you. Baby, darling, you're the best. Baby, you're the best. Darling, you're the best. Baby, you're the best. Oh ho. Baby, you're the best. Baby, you're the best. Oh, ho. Baby, you're the best. One more, Daphne shouted, and then whispered her request to Hermione, who looked through the stack of CDs that she brought out. Here it is, one more from the same great singer, Hermione said, who grinned as she loaded the player, and pushed play. You walked into the party. Like you were walking onto a yacht. Your hat strategically dipped below one eye. Your scarf, it was apricot. You had one eye in the mirror. As you watched yourself gavotte. And all the girls dreamed that they'd be your partner. They'd be your partner, and you're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain, you're so vain. I'll bet you think this song is about you. Don't you? Don't you? Here, Harry belted out a huge laugh as he twisted and twirled Daphne around the floor, while everyone else's eyes were wide, except for the few that caught on. Oh, you had me several years ago. When I was still quite naive. When you said that we made such a pretty pair. And that you would never leave. But you gave away the things you loved. And one of them was me. I had some dreams, they were clouds in my coffee. Clouds in my coffee, and you're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain, you're so vain. I'll bet you think this song is about you. Don't you? Don't you? Don't you? I had some dreams, they were clouds in my coffee. Clouds in my coffee, and you're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain, you're so vain. I'll bet you think this song is about you. Don't you? Don't you? Well, I hear you went up to Saratoga. And your horse naturally won. Then you flew your Learjet up to Nova Scotia. To see the total eclipse of the sun. Well, you're where you should be all the time. And when you're not, you're with some underworld spy. Or the wife of a close friend. Wife of a close friend, and... You're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain, so vain. I'll bet you think this song is about you. Don't you? Don't you? Don't you? You're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain. The song ended as Harry gave her a final twirl, and they were both cackling out loud. Everyone cheered and clapped for this one as well, when they finally caught on during the last verses of the song, but they all decided that it was time to head home, and allow the newlyweds to have their night together. Everyone, Harry shouted, if you're too tipsy to make it home, then we have 3 bedrooms left, so you're welcome to those. Aunt Petunia and Dudley will have the 2 down from mine, and Dave and Debbie will be across from them. We'll head home, Harry, Hermione said. Where do you live, Hermione? Petunia wondered. Oh, Ron and I rent the garden house from Harry in the back, so we have a short walk. He tried to get us stay there free of charge, but we made him take some rent, and Ron keeps the pool up. We'll probably see you tomorrow before we leave, but if not, it was good to see you both again, and Ron, thank you again for coming to Dudley's aid. No problem, Ron said, as he nodded to the Dursleys before taking Hermione's hand, and setting off out the rear entrance to the Great Hall. Mate, Seamus slurred in his brogue accent, I think I'll sleep it off in ta bedroom on ta second floor, if, at's all right. Harry and Daphne nodded, and Seamus was off. Both wondered if he could make it up the 2 flights of stairs. Daphne's mother and father gave them their parting advice, and flowed home the same as the Shacklebolts. Astoria and Draco, who were surprisingly sober, said their goodbyes, and went outside to apparate to Malfoy Manor. I think it's time that we get cleaned up, and head to bed, Harry stated. He didn't see the rather sultry look Daphne gave him from behind. Yes, Daphne said, as she yawned, it's been a rather long and trying day. Silencing charms, you too, Debbie muttered, as she pulled away her laughing husband. Petunia, Dudley, Daphne said, follow Harry and we will show you to your rooms. Just call the elves, and they'll make sure that you have anything you need. At their nod, the 4 made their way up the grand staircase to the back gallery and to their rooms. Harry undressed and put on his satin burgundy and gold paisley robe, which hung mid-calf, but Daphne made him go on into the master bath and fill the tub with her favorite, foaming bath with avocado oil, before she undressed. When she was finished, she wrapped herself in her white silk marabou robe with the feather collar, and headed into the bath via the door on the right-hand side of the bed. These robes were a blast from London's 1970s past, and they were their favorites. This was a huge bathroom with a light green scheme, and it was about half the size of their bedroom. There was a huge glassed-off shower with a golden 12-inch diameter rainfall shower head, and in the middle of the room was a large claw-foot tub, which had 2 high backs at either end, and made for 2. The water came from a golden spout shaped like a swan's arching head that had an open mouth, and it was located at the center back, which had golden hot and cold taps, as well as a golden telephone hand shower. On either side of the tub were 2 huge faux polar bear pelts for bath rugs, which were waterproof. The bath also had his and her sinks, as well as a toilet and bidet with golden taps and accents. When Daphne came into the room proper, Harry was already in the tub leaning back, and he had already bathed. He had some candles lighted, and there was a silver champagne bucket and stand with the same 1953, Renaud and Bollinger, extra quality very dry brut, low sweetness champagne, and 2 flutes already full on the teak folding bath table. Luckily, the Black family loved champagne, and had 4 cases of this hidden in their old London wine cellar. Harry had saved it for this very occasion, since it cost over £275 a bottle if one could find it, and he had went through a case already, which was 12 750 milliliters bottles leading to, and including, this night. He had just taken a sip, and knew that it was about 46 degrees Fahrenheit, which was just right. However, He liked Dom Perignon a shade colder at 38 degrees F. He looked over at Daphne when she started sashaying over with swaying hips, while slowly undoing her marabou bathrobe, which she let slowly slide from her shoulders and fall to the tiled floor. She had also let her hair down, and he noticed that she had a rather predatory look in her eyes, as she toed off her satin bedroom slippers. Yes, Harry thought, she was a goddess. Slowly, while never taking her eyes off his, she stepped into the tub, and sat back against his chest. They didn't say much, and didn't need to. Harry keyed across her shoulders, and began to wash her fine silky blonde hair. He began her bath after her hair was rinsed, where he reached around her with a giant soft sea sponge, and began to slowly wash her front. When he was done, he dropped the sponge, and his fingers began toying with her, making her arch her back and beep. Daphne lay her head back against his chest while turning it to the right, and looked up at her new husband. In a very sultry voice, Daphne explained her plan. "Commander Potter, I have something very special for you tonight. I want to try something new, which we've never tried after our bout of foreplay that is, and I think that it will please both of us." "The question is," she asked, as she wiggled her hips against him, "are you up for the challenge?" When Harry caught his breath, he finally replied in a slightly higher than normal voice. "Your wish is my desire." At this, Daphne sat up where she gave him a hotkey asterisk, and then bit his bottom lip as she softly pulled away. It took his breath again. They continued to soak, drink their champagne, and played a bit more before climbing out, and drying each other with the huge white and fluffy bath towels that were hanging on the golden towel warmer. When dry, Harry took her by the hand, and led her back to their bed chamber. Daphne crawled into the huge king-sized bed, and onto the silk sheets where Harry followed. Just as she promised, and after their round of foreplay, she got upon her hands and knees in the middle of the bed, where she leaned forward placing her head on a huge silk-covered pillow, with her fingers clutching the silk sheets. Still on her knees, she spread her legs apart slightly, and then turned her head to the side so that she could see him. Next, after all his built-up anticipation, her sultry voice purred out, "Take me, Harry, all of me." Harry did just that, as he grasped and kneaded her beautiful hips, and between the beeps, whimpers, shouts, and growls, they made an almost animalistic love. Upon their completion, both collapsed. Harry barely crawled to the head of the bed, and lay his head upon the pillows. Daphne, though, didn't, as she lay catty-corner with her head resting upon his stomach, while still lying on her belly. God, that was damn well wicked. Daphne giggled, and then she passed out. Yes, Harry thought, she had become a wildcat in bed. He was still weak and shaky, and his heart was just slowing down. Harry pulled the silk sheets up over them the best he could, and never once thought about the ring affecting her by giving her mental hints. That was, without a doubt, the best say that they ever had. He run his fingers softly through her golden hair, and gently up and down her back, before he doused the dimmed chandelier overhead with a flick of his hand. Next, he passed out himself. The next morning when the newlyweds woke, Creature appeared with 2 bed trays holding their favorite breakfasts, and they had their morning meals in bed. Creature and Winky had woken the other occupants, and had them to go to the dining room, where they were served like they were at the Doc's headquarters. Seamus ate quickly after taking a hangover potion, and then went back to the HQ after promising to let them know something as soon as possible. When the couple came down the stairs, they found the Graves and Dursleys in their media room watching the telly to see if anything off had occurred around Surrey, and again, nothing had. "Morning, all," Harry and Daphne said at the same time as they took a seat on the sofa. Next, Harry inquired of David, "Sledgehammer still a go?" David nodded, and Daphne caught the operation's official name. Daphne was the head of DOC's National Intelligence Branch similar to MI5, which was to be kept separate from Harry's, and within the UK. Harry's was International Intelligence, and similar to MI6. Some operations from either were unknown to the other over plausible deniability. Daphne really should not have known this much, so she kept quiet, as she already knew too much as it was. A lot of their intelligence was compartmentalized and top secret. In this case, it was a spillover that affected the UK's magical community, and there was a cooperation between the two up to a certain extent since Harry would handle the actions outside of the UK. Daphne had her upcoming second-in-command that she was about to promote, Tracy Davis, working with the Aurors and Hit Wizards inside the UK, as well as with Seamus, who was already Harry's second. If this case went well, and she was sure that it would, then Tracy would be receiving a promotion, and she would add that red Tory on her bonnet and gain her silver. She was just given an award for her hard work a day and a half earlier, but the party was cut short because she left to help guard Harry's relatives. As soon as Andromeda arrives, and we can pinpoint the location, we'll leave for Heathrow, Harry explained, as he looked over at the Dursleys. We'll have to apparate, and I'll warn you, the first experience will leave you sick to your stomach. I'd advise you to take something for that before we go, and since you both, well, have some magic, then you can take a stomach-relieving potion that I'm sure Andromeda will have with her. Both Petunia and Dudley nodded their agreement. Harry, Petunia queried, I'm worried about Vernon. Are you positive he's all right? Aunt Petunia, Harry explained, there's not a place that he can go where we can't watch him. He is being guarded at home, followed everywhere, and guarded at Grunnings. He can't wind his watch without us knowing, and if anyone would show up, one of the Aurors would grab him, and apparate him away to docks. Believe me, he's totally safe. This pacified Petunia, and she finally let the worry go. Dudley also looked relieved. I thought, Petunia asked, that Hermione and Ron might join us this morning. Nah, said Daphne, they're sleeping off a hangover. She had to snigger at this. They might be a little late for work over last night, but I'm sure that Kingsley will give them a pass. Not 5 minutes later, a voice was heard from the Great Hall. It was Andromeda. Harry. Harry and Daphne both stood, and looked out into the hall. There was Andromeda holding a very sleepy Teddy along with Daphne's parents. Harry let out a sigh of relief, which was also how Daphne felt. Here, said Debbie in her southern twang, who had also come out to greet the four, let me have Teddy, and we'll entertain him while y'all get to business. Go on to Auntie Debbie, Andromeda said, as she let Teddy down with a grateful look. A 2-year-old could be a handful. Teddy ran over and took Debbie's hand, and then he looked up at her with his best pitiful look. Wah, Datewi. Debbie picked him back up with a laugh. Yes, Teddy, we sure can. She then took him into the media room where David and the Dursleys were. The Graves' 2-year-old son was with his grandparents during this operation. During this, Harry welcomed his mother and father-in-law while they were both worrying over Daphne. I'm fine, Mum, honest, Daphne swore, but Andromeda still checked her over before giving her a nod that she was, which relieved her parents. Harry, Andromeda said while turning to him, we'll need that globe from your office. Harry nodded while waving his hand, and summoned it to him, where it came sailing into the hall. It was a nice globe that was about 30 inches in diameter, and was mounted on an antique oak stand. He lowered it gently to the floor, and wondered what was next. Daphne, Andromeda instructed, you'll need to prick your finger, and put a couple of drops of blood in this clean phial. It will be applied to the globe after the incantation, and once we're through, your father can vanish the blood and phial. At everyone's acceptance, Andromeda handed Daphne the phial, and a small sharp lancet. Daphne bit her lip, took the lancet, and pricked her left thumb. Next, she squeezed out 2 drops of blood that settled into the bottom of the small glass tube. Harry immediately healed her thumb, and gave it a key asterisk, which made Daphne blush, and her mother smirk. During this, Daphne handed the phial to Andromeda. What you're about to witness, Andromeda questioned, does not leave this room, understood? Of course, Cyrus said, as Harry, Daphne, and Helen nodded. For some odd reason, Daphne seemed to already know what was to come, though she had never seen this done before. Andromeda cast a silencing spell so they couldn't overhear the incantation. Afterwards, she raised her wand over the globe, and started the spell where the globe started to spin. Next, she held her wand to the top of the phial, and drew the blood out, which was left floating in the air about an inch away from her wand's tip. Last, she placed the blood on the North Pole, where it started racing around the globe like a small red ball, and in the opposite direction of the rotation. It ended up sticking just about 1 mile northeast, and outside a small town named Gale in Jamaica, which was close to the parish line for St. Mary and St. Anne, and also close to the bauxite mines, where the globe spinning came to a halt. After everyone had a look, Andromeda countered the incantation. Harry was expecting it to be Jamaica, but wanted to be sure, as he quickly wrote down the name of the small town, as well as the location of the farm that had appeared as a magnified misty image above the blood. They would have to study the topo map of the area for more detail, and he'd bet that David already had it with him. The farm was close to the Rio Nuevo, and Harry knew that there were old sugar cane, cotton, and pasture fields in the lowlands of the area. Cyrus vanished the blood and file with quick flicks of his wand, and was satisfied. After all, a wizard's blood, hair, nails, or anything else from their body could be used for dark purposes, which was exactly what had happened to his daughter. Daphne, Cyrus asked, did you cut yourself, have your hair cut, or leave any nail clippings, etc. behind when you and Harry were there during training? Daphne thought for a second, and covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes going wide. I had a haircut. Cyrus quickly looked to Harry. We know what they've used, and I'll bet that someone who was working around the salon was tied to this. Both Greengrasses, as well as Andromeda, looked relieved that they had found the location of the doll or poppet. The spell magnified the area the blood covered, and showed the very plot of land that had a large field and one house on it. It was located off a narrow dirt farm road, and that was where the poppet was located. The Greengrasses spoke with their daughter and son-in-law wishing them a good trip, and then departed. Andromeda gave the Dursleys a stomach-relieving potion, collected Teddy, who really didn't want to leave, and made their goodbyes. Just as Andromeda left through the flow, David handed Harry a sealed file folder marked confidential, and with the name Tobias Higgins on it, as they headed toward Harry and Daphne's office beside the dining room, and closed the door. Daphne made her way back to the media room to sit with Debbie and the Dursleys, since she knew that Harry couldn't let her see what was in that file, and she held no ill will over it. It was part of their job, after all. While waiting, she made herself busy by making herself several music CDs to take on the trip with her. 30 minutes later, Harry and David came out of the office, and both were looking stoically as they went to collect their baggage. They had a plane to catch, and they wanted to do some shopping inside Heathrow in order to buy some clothes and swimwear for the Dursleys. There was an Accessorize Heathrow boutique store, as well as a Harrods, and several others for men and women past the gate. They'd arrive a couple of hours before their flight, and buy what they needed, or at least to do them until they arrived in Jamaica. Harry and David shrank down everyone's luggage, and put them in their jacket pockets. Next, Harry inquired, everyone know where the apparition room is at Heathrow? It was now 10 a.m. in the morning, and they had to get a move on. The Dursleys looked confused at this, but the Graves nodded their assent. I'll take Dudley, Harry stated, and David can take Petunia. Space the apparitions out about 30 seconds apart, as we don't want to land on each other, Harry finished with a chortle. Next, Harry took Dudley's arm. Hold on to my forearm, tight. You too, Aunt Petunia, onto David. With that, Harry turned on his heel, and he and Dudley disappeared with a light pop. David and Petunia left 30 seconds later, and Daphne and Debbie last. Harry appeared in a room about 12 by 20 feet in size inside Heathrow. It was a plain room with a tan terrazzo floor and beige walls. The walls had a few travel posters on them, and there were a few chairs lined up at a simple desk. An older and balding man stood up when he heard an apparition, and was ready to give out the same spiel that he always did. However, he noticed through his thick glasses that one of the people was led to the side, and was bent over. He chuckled at this until the one still standing turned around, which caused him to choke that off. It was Harry Potter standing before him. "See, Sir Harry," the man stuttered, "so nice to see you again." "Hello, Benjamin," Harry said with a smirk. "Just passing through, needing to catch a flight in a bit." By that time 3 more pops were heard, and Petunia had to grab her stomach, but surprisingly she held up better than Dudley did. "All of these with you, Sir Harry?" "Yes," Harry stated, as he and David started removing their baggage from their pockets, and began unshrinking them. Harry pulled the handle out on Dudley's, and handed it over to him even though he still looked a bit green around the gills. Once they were ready, Harry walked over to the older man at his desk to sign them in. Benjamin looked at the names with a nod, checked everyone's passports except for Harry and Daphne's, and then, sneakily, he looked up at Harry. Sir Harry?" Benjamin queried, as Harry nodded for him to continue. "You see, I have a granddaughter, and could I, maybe, Harry smirked. "Have an autograph?" Benjamin's head nodded so fast that Harry thought that it would come loose from his neck. "Yeah, why not?" The older man quickly tore off a sheet from a notebook, and shakily handed it to Harry. "What's her name?" Harry was getting a kick out of his antics, and Daphne was smirking as well. David, though, was thinking of all the zingers to use on Harry while in the airport, and while on the plane. He'd get good mileage out of this. Penelope, Sir Harry." Harry pulled his Mont Blanc pen from his inside jacket pocket, and quickly wrote on the paper that was now lying on the desk. "To Penelope, be good to your grandparents and parents. Sir Harry." Harry slid the paper over to Benjamin, who looked as if he had just won a grand prize. Petunia and Dudley were amazed at what went on, as they knew that he was famous, but this. Thank you, Sir Harry. Please, do have a safe trip." Harry grabbed the handle of his luggage, and made his way to the hidden exit that no Muggle ever noticed. Everyone followed as he held it open, and then allowed it swing shut behind them when everyone was in the corridor. "Really, James," David shook his head as they began walking through the airport, "you're as bad as my cousin." The Dursleys noted that David had switched to calling him James, which was his middle name. "Don't start, arsehole," Harry muttered through a scowl as they made their way through the horde. This only made David smirk more. "Did I ever tell you the one about the newly married couple that had approached Rodney Dangerfield for an autograph while in Vegas?" When Harry shook his head, David plowed ahead in a drawl. Trying to make small talk, they said, "What'd you think? We just got married." Rodney quipped, "You both could have done better." Harry snorted. Daphne and Debbie sniggered, Dudley chortled, and Petunia looked appalled. She didn't care much for Rodney. Next, they all traipsed up to the American Airlines desk, where they handed over their luggage except for their carry-ons. Here, they were handed their boarding passes after their passports and IDs were accepted, and without a blink of an eye. Of course, this could have been due to the notice that was on the screen of the gate agent, which stated that all 6 were on a trip due to national security, and that they were connected to MI7 Special Branch, as well as to a special Section 7 at the CIA, which was due to MACUSA's handiwork. Next, they passed security, and Harry started looking around for the lounge. "Come on, Felix," said Harry while looking over at his grinning partner in crime. "While these lovely ladies run wild in the shops for a bit, why not you, me, and Mark find a place to buy a few shots, Dudley looked hopeful, while Petunia looked unnerved, as Harry looked for a restaurant with a bar. "It's good for killing the airplane jitters." "Lounge lizards," muttered Daphne, who discreetly passed Petunia a £1,000 inside a small envelope, which she quickly stuck in her purse. "Got your cards ready, Deb?" "Oh, you betcha," Debbie said with a glint in her eye, as she eyed the men. "Not yet, James dear," Daphne said, as she grabbed his elbow. "We'll visit the Admiral's Club after we do our shopping. It shan't take long." The 3 men looked as if she had just declared their death sentence. "Let's go, girls," Daphne declared, as the 3 women jutted their chins out, and headed for the first of several shops with the 3 mumbling men who were trailing along behind. When they were finished, and after checkout, the 2 young witches stuffed all their shopping into the hidden compartments in their carry-ons, and then met up with the men who were now rambling around the Watches of Switzerland display. Their carry-ons had both extension and notice me not charms on them, so security wouldn't notice a thing anywhere they went. What amazed the Dursleys was what Daphne had purchased, which was a Sony CFDS 33 AM FM radio, CD, and cassette player, aka a portable boombox, along with the batteries for it and the remote. They watched as David opened his briefcase, and somehow he put all of it inside. It shouldn't be possible, but it went in, and he then shut the lid and locked it. When he turned around, he just gave them a toothy grin, and walked over to Harry. "There it is," David stated, as he pointed at the entrance for the Admiral's Club. The Graves and Potters had their lifetime AC and Executive World Elite cards, but all one really needed were their first-class boarding passes and IDs. They showed their boarding passes and IDs, along with their 2 different club cards, while stating that the Evans were with them. After this, the men made their way to the bar, while the women made their way to the food. There were several fifths sitting about, and even some bottles of champagne, but nothing Harry really cared for, nor did David. They didn't see any good bourbon at all, only some JD. All Harry noticed, at first, was gin, scotch, and vodka, and none of it top shelf, which made him cringe. What was a good martini without Beefeater London Dry, Tanqueray, or Gordon's anyhow? And don't get him started on Kentucky bourbon, such as the old Gobble Gobble 101 or Mr. Beam when compared to the cheap stuff. There were no bottles of Absolute nor Smirnoff anywhere in sight, either. "Wait a mo," Harry said, as he peered closely at a bottle that was hidden by several others. "You've got to be shittin' me." "What is it, Jimmy?" David couldn't see what he was looking at. "Thunderball. They've got my F in brand, can you believe it? Damn, the PR guys were good on what they promised. Gentlemen, let me introduce you to a good rum and coke made from the finest Jamaican rum." Harry took some rock glasses, the rum, and some coke, as he began mixing everyone a drink, including the women who were getting their food. When finished, they spotted them already sitting at the round tables below the departure screen. Here, each man grabbed 2 glasses, and off they went. After they sat the glasses down, they took off to obtain their own meals, since they were defiantly going to eat before the long flight, and that was about an hour away at 12:30. After they were all seated, they began their meals. Petunia tried her drink, where she swished it around in her mouth, and swallowed. That tasted like Bacardi and Coke. "What?" Harry exclaimed. "I'll have you know that this is my own brand of rum," Harry sniffed, "and that, Aunt Mary, is Thunderball, which is bottled under the JB Jamaica label." Petunia looked surprised at her nephew for a moment, but then she shrugged her shoulders. "Well, it is a very good rum, I must say." It didn't take her long before she belted back another swig. "Thought so," Harry mumbled with a smirk, causing Daphne to elbow him in the ribs, and the others to chortle. Harry mixed the men another round, and they had just finished them up as the time came to board the plane. They quickly stood, made their way down the hall, and to the entry for the jet bridge. The flight took about 9.5 hours to Miami, arriving at 5 p.m. Florida time, where all 6 were dog-tired and ready to deboard. They were at Terminal N, where they passed through the gate, and collected the rest of their baggage. They had just started to walk off, when a man in a lightweight white linen suit and peach tie, who was also wearing sunglasses, approached David where they shook hands. They had a whispered conversation between them, where the man walked over to the wall to wait, while folding his arms in front of him. "He's one of us," David explained, "and here is security to take us out onto the tarmac, and to the Beechcraft. Let's make a quick stop at the John, freshen ourselves up, and we'll be on our way." "James," Dudley whispered, "what's a John?" Harry looked at Dudley oddly over this, and whispered back, "A loo." As Harry's group parted ways to the men's and women's rooms, 2 more guards wearing sunglasses came over and stood at each side of the men's room's door. 2 women dressed in business attire, and also wearing sunglasses, did the same thing for the women's. MACUSA's security was tight, Harry thought, but how those sunglasses would work at night, he didn't know, airport lighting or not. They nodded at their guards, entered, and refreshed themselves. When they came out, the entire group made their way outside to an awaiting shuttle bus, and this is where they left most of the security detail, except for the one that met them first, who was Case Officer Paul Sanders. The shuttle soon arrived at the Beechcraft, which had its door down that carried the steps. They deboarded the shuttle, and climbed the steps into the smaller, but quite luxurious, plane. It was made for business executives after all, and Harry liked the large square windows, which gave a good view. Sanders, their tag-along case officer, had pulled out his wand, and they also noticed that under his jacket was a 9mm Beretta in a shoulder holster. He took a seat at the rear, and near the door. The pilot was already on board, and was firing up the engines as the stewardess, who they later found out was also an operative, closed the door. They took their seats, which were overstuffed, and covered in brown leather, where they then buckled up. They reminded Harry of a recliner lounge, but a shade narrower. They had to wait about 5 minutes until their pilot received the order from the tower to taxi out. Finally, they were out on the runway, where the pilot shoved the throttles forward, and they were off and in the air in no time. The plane made a course southeast, and they were now out over the ocean between the Keys and the Bahamas. It was the nicest scenery that Harry had ever seen off the coast, and similar to what was at the Maldives in the evenings. Their path took them over Cuba close to Sancti Spiritus, and then they were back over the water. Finally, the northern coast of Jamaica was just ahead, and they started dropping in altitude while lining up with the Boscobel aerodrome. In all, it was about an hour and a half flight, when the plane made a touchdown, and taxied over to park. It was now 6:30 p.m. The small airport wasn't much, and wasn't well lighted, but little did they know that in the future, a good bit of money would be sunken into it, and it would be renamed the Ian Fleming International Airport. Harry would end up contributing to it for stock options. After their passports were stamped by the evening crew, and their paperwork was put in order, they did an exchange between the British pound and the Jamaican dollar with a cashier that had stayed over for them, courtesy of the Jamaican MLE, and then they headed out of the small terminal. They were met by a smiling Jamaican named Danny, who ushered them into a minivan belonging to Goldeneye. They had to get used to Danny's patois accent on the way. They pulled out of the airport and made a right onto the A3, which followed the coast, and then cut through the town of Aracabessa, which had already started to shut down for the evening. Just outside town, and on the east side, the van slowed, and made a left onto a private drive. He turned in, made another left, and they arrived at the Goldeneye's front desk. Here, they checked in, and followed the employees who took their luggage back to Fleming's bungalow, where they placed it in their rooms. It was too dark to see much, but what the Dursleys noticed was that it was a U-shaped house, and painted white. It also had a rectangular water garden within the U, and a walkway around that, which led to several doors. The oddest thing that they noticed about the house was that the windows didn't have any glass, but did have wooden shutters. Each bedroom had a door that went outside to a private bath and shower, and there were smaller baths with loos inside. Dudley whistled out at their new digs, which were immaculate, even though he had to share a twin bed beside his mother in the middle bedroom. All the beds had mosquito netting they found. David and Debbie had a private room at the front, which could only be accessed from the walkway. This worried them, until they walked into the Dursleys' room, and had a look around. Now, they could apparate in if something went awry. They also noticed a door that led through a large walk-in closet, and that led on into Harry and Daphne's room at the rear, which used to be the Flemings'. The temperature for this time of year was about 85 degrees through the day, and about 75 degrees at night. It was doable, but it required light clothes. They did have a nice pool outside to cool off in through the day, and there was also the famous Goldeneye pool that was across the suspension bridge, as well as the lagoon. They took a quick look around in the living area, but had the maid turn the beds down so that they could crash, as they were all dead on their feet. Tomorrow would be another day, so after having a few words, especially about using the mosquito netting and a repellent, they made it to their rooms at about 8 o'clock, where they quickly got ready, and crawled into bed. They were out in no time. When Harry woke it was 6 a.m., which was to be expected, as they didn't make it to bed until 8 o'clock after all. Jet lag was a killer. He woke Daphne, where they quickly put on their bathrobes, and then woke the Dursleys, as well as the Graves. Everyone met in the living area, and they were introduced to their maid, butler, and cook. Breakfast was served, so while they ate, Harry explained to the cook that the ladies would go with him to the store later on, and to the vegetable stands in order to buy what he needed for a week. They would also quickly look for some swimwear for Harry and Dudley, who needed new, saltwater, swim shorts, and a few pairs of Bermuda shorts, as well as some light and short-sleeved shirts. Harry told them to also bring David, Dudley, and he some new flip-flops, which David preferred to call thongs, as well as 3 Panama hats, and 3 pairs of wire-framed aviator sunglasses. After all, the Graves were only 5 years older than Harry and Daphne. The cook told them that there was a shop by the market that had everything, and that it had really good prices, so that is where they would head to while in town. When everyone had finished their breakfast, they headed off to their rooms to get cleaned up and dressed for the day. Harry and Daphne headed to the outside shower, and bathed together, which held things up for a bit. Everyone was sniggering when they walked into the living area to take a seat. Well, Harry thought, they were newlyweds after all, regardless of the fact that they had been living together since they had came back from training at this very house. As the newlyweds made themselves some tea, David sat his coffee down, and looked to obtain a rise out of Harry. "You know," David said, "as my British little brother and partner in all things concerning hooking, crooking, propagandizing, downright lying, espionage, and larcenous behavior, did I ever tell you that you should use an ultraviolet spell to check your room over?" Harry thought about this for a moment, and then it dawned on him what this would detect. "Felix," Harry replied, and then shook his head, "just no." Nobody else caught on, so David plugged on. "Oh yes, Jimboy, you really should. Do you know who stayed in your room not long back?" Harry tried to ignore him, but Daphne had to ask, "Who?" "Why," David replied, with a huge toothy grin, "it was WJC in HRC." Daphne looked appalled, and she felt slightly ill, as Harry palmed his face. "Oh yes," David said, "could you imagine who they might have brought here to party with them, and where they've—" David was cut off, though, when Debbie quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Petunia looked appalled at the thought too, while Dudley was trying to work out who they were talking about. Finally, Harry stood, grabbed his tea, and glanced at David as he was heading outside to get a breath of fresh air. "You know, Felix, as much as I love you like a brother, you can really spoil a man's mental faculties for the day." David bent over cackling at everyone, until he noticed his wife. "Couch," Debbie said, "tonight." All right, David said, as he sobered up, "I'll lay off. Anyhow, I have about a dozen spying snitches to program and release." David stood, and made his way over to the dining table that he had his briefcase resting on. Petunia and Dudley watched him open it, and unlock a secret compartment that allowed the inside bottom to open up as a lid. He reached down shoulder deep into the briefcase, which shouldn't have been possible, and pulled out a black duffel bag, which he tossed onto the table, as well as Daphne's new toy before closing the briefcase back up. David uncinched the bag, and dumped out what looked like black eyeballs with wings attached to them. Next, he laid out a topo map, and began to tip his wand to it, and then to each orb. As soon as he did this, they would come to life, fly around his head, and zoom out of the window to disappear. Once done, he took out Daphne's boom box, and put the batteries in both pieces for her, where he sat it at the end of the table to use when she wanted. Just after he finished this, the cook made an entrance to let the women know that he was ready to leave in the resort's minivan. Daphne, Debbie, and Petunia all stood, where they followed him back through the kitchen, and out the front. Just as they heard the minivan pull away, David looked over at Dudley, who had just finished his tea. "Mr. Evans, how about you and I go collect that cousin of yours, walk across the bridge, and go down to the Bizet bar for a few? Let's see who's staying here, as there could be some movie stars or politicians loafing about." Dudley launched himself up at this, while thinking that this might be a way to find him a girl from the British elite. They strolled out, collected Harry, and ambled their way over to the bar. It was the perfect way to kill a few hours before they would have to come back to eat, and start setting up for the evening's mission. Altogether, they didn't really notice anyone that important except for Dudley, so they had a couple of rum and cokes, spoke with the bartender, and ate some bar snacks. Harry and David told Dudley about the two couples visiting Bangkok, which was for a meeting the month before, and partying while at the banyan tree at Phuket, Thailand. They also told him about some of the seedier details of the cities, as they made their way back toward Fleming's bungalow. What was important to Dudley were the two girls in bikinis that were talking to each other across the bar. They were drinking some type of mixed fruity cocktails, which had small paper umbrellas at the top of their glasses. Dudley noticed that the very gorgeous brunette had removed hers, and had torn it apart while seeming to read something from it. What he didn't know was that cocktail umbrellas were made from pieces of newspaper, and sometimes you could catch a foreign story from them. When they made it back to their private pool, they had a guest waiting. He had just arrived by international portkey, and it was Seamus. He noticed the three dressed in Bermuda shorts, but held back the jokes. "Mate, we got dropped the one off in Moscow, and we'll deport the other two in about 5 days." At everyone's relief, Seamus handed Harry a package. "Here's what you asked for," the Irishman stated in a serious tone, as he handed over the bag. Harry took it, and quickly waved his hand, casting a privacy ward. "Seamus," Harry said, "I'm proud of you and Tracy. Take the bundles from the warehouse and duplicate them. Film you setting the duplicates ablaze, and keep that video and the photos back. Make a big production of it, and have the Orrs take credit. Next, have the Prophet crawling all over it. Zabini will show up to claim the real stuff, so let him take it. That shite is going to be smuggled back to where it came from using Zabini's yacht. He'll drop it off in Odessa, and it will go on to Chernivtsi right in their own backyard. It will be peddled by these morons' competitor, and on their own streets, not ours. I'm hoping to read about it in the near future, say in the Moscow, Bucharest, or Odessa Wizards Press, stating that they suddenly had a severe spike in illegal potions problems, and that it's driving their MLE nutters." All of them had a good laugh at this, but Seamus said that he had to return to England. Really, Seamus was cooking in the heat due to his black uniform, and dying to leave. He spoke the portkey's activation word, and in a flash, he was gone. When they walked into the living area, the ladies had just returned, and the chef got to work on their evening meal. The butler brought them 2 large pitchers of Tom Collins that were chilled with ice, and told them to call if they needed anything else. Harry took the delivered package into his suite, and placed it inside a black operations bag that would hang from his shoulder that night. It was now 2 p.m., so David, Debbie, and Daphne started setting up their equipment on the dining table. It had become the command center for that afternoon, and part of the evening. They warded the living area, and knew that the hotel staff wouldn't bother them until they dropped it. At 3 a.m. on the nose, Harry and Daphne went to their room for Harry to get ready. While they were doing this, David checked the mini radio broadcast station, and the CD player that he had connected to it. While they waited, he played 2 songs that would help take the edge off, but these 2 songs were not broadcast. Everything was ready, and sunset was close. At 4 p.m., and all around Jamaica, a favorite AM radio station that many listened to seemed to mysteriously disappear from the air, only to be replaced by a pirate radio station, which was, supposedly, offshore. Nobody knew that this station was actually onshore and at Goldeneye. David had been playing 2 songs from the mini radio station's player without airing them, and they were titled, "Someday Never Comes," and "Fortunate Son." They were played for their benefit while Harry readied himself for their operation in he and Daphne's suite. At the end of the last song, Harry, now dressed in all black from the black balaclava on his head, with the black face paint, and right down to his black brogans, walked into the living area. He keyed his new wife, mounted his broom, and launched himself into afternoon sky close to sunset. David got the next song ready, and after adjusting a few knobs, the broadcast went live at 4 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. This is radio station KMA 333, Pirate Radio, broadcasting out of the beautiful Caribbean from the Cajun Queen, and we bring you a wonderful list of hits for today. Let's get this party started with a great number called Bad Moon Rising. The song started to play, and Dave went off air. The music appeared in Harry's earpiece, as well as those of the other operatives, and from radios all around Jamaica. "Well," David said, as he looked over at his wife, Daphne, and the Dursleys, "it's rock and roll time." He sat back, took a drink of his Tom Collins, and lit himself a nice Cuban cigar. "What's KMA stand for?" Dudley inquired. David looked at him with a huge grin. "Why, key my ass, of course." Dudley laughed out at this, but had another question. "Where's 333 from?" David looked at him seriously this time. "Half good and half evil." David watched Dudley pale, and gulp at this. As Harry was careening along and skimming the treetops while staying hidden, Daphne walked out of the side door of the sitting room, and found herself a seat on the patio. She brought her new boom box with her, and had started the first song on her playlist, which was, On Her Majesty's Secret Service. When it changed to the second, she started to sing along, and Petunia noticed that she had a beautiful voice. Daphne erected a silencing ward soon after, so that she couldn't hear what was being said from inside the bungalow, and then took a drink of her Tom Collins as stared out at the sea. Petunia watched her leave, and asked what the song was that she was singing, though she looked worried. Mrs. Evans, Debbie gently explained, it must be this way, as it's unsafe for her to know, and the song that she is singing is, Send in the Clowns. To this, Petunia nodded, and watched Harry fly along at breakneck speeds to his target. What a funny song, Petunia thought, to sing now. The first broadcast song finished, and David went back on air. Wonderful song, wasn't it? We older expats love this band, and because of this, here's our next song called, Born on the Bayou. Enjoy it, folks. With that, David went off air. You're not old enough to have been in the Vietnam War, Dudley stated. David looked at him, and snorted. You don't say. David G'd 3 more songs while Harry was on his way, and they were, Green River, Sinister Purpose, and, Run Through the Jungle. Finally, though, Harry had reached a point where he could fully see his target. Great gods of ganja, Harry exclaimed into the mic, as the field was about 400 feet wide by 1,050 feet long, which was approximately 10 acres. The marijuana was hidden well, and was surrounded by 4 rows of sugar cane around the perimeter. So, this is our 3 friends' weed source. Yup, David replied, Jamaican Gold, which is what our intel said. This is a short season grow, and ready to be harvested before the grow through the long season. Sit still, and watch for our Rastafari friend to leave while I change songs. As Harry watched, Tobias, who was wearing a colorful Rasta cap, left the house, and hopped on an old motorcycle, where he then headed down the dirt road right on time. David made the next song ready, and went back on air. Welcome back to KMA 333 everyone, and we have a new song ready for you to enjoy. This one is called, Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress, so party on. Dave went off air, and sadly, he looked out at Daphne. This song is for you, sweetheart. When the song started to play, Harry dived toward the ground, landed, and put his broom up in the lower branches of a guava tree. Next, he squatted low, and began his run toward 3 large coconut palms that had grown together like a giant tripod with their tops merged, which were at the end of the field, and close to the house. When Harry was about halfway there, David cut in over the music in his earpiece. Incoming, Jimboy, 11 o'clock. David could see everything from their spying snitch and Harry's vest cam on the monitors. The spying snitches were being used at several places close to Harry's operation, and they would be called home after Harry was back. David could communicate via the 2 ways, while cutting out the music without it going out over the AM radio channel. What? Harry questioned. Is it a huge pit bull, Jimmy? David quickly explained, and you should see him aboo it, now. Sure enough, around the corner of the sugar cane came a huge white pit bull terrier, which was rocketing toward him, but it suddenly stopped when it caught sight of him. Harry frowned and stood, which made David curse, and Petunia gasp. Harry wasn't having this, so he extended his hand out, and the dog growled, with the hair on its back standing up while showing its teeth. Harry motioned at the mutt with his 2 fingers as if to say, well, come on. The dog did just that, and when it had barreled along about halfway, Harry swiped his hand down. It was as if a huge invisible boot had came from above, and drove the dog down, face planting it in the dirt. Harry chuckled when the rest of its body tried to keep on moving over its head. There's something about that, David laughed, that's just not right. When Harry released the magic, the dog slowly got up. It was sore, but it also didn't want any more of whatever this black beast was. It limped off with its tail between its legs while whining, and fled into the jungle. Rakan, a vet bill will be coming? David questioned, making Harry chuckle. Harry continued his crouched run to the same coconut palms, and then stopped while looking up. What are you up to now, Jimboy? David asked. Harry didn't say anything as he squatted, put his hands on his knees, and with the help from a little wandless magic, he jumped just higher than the tree's canopy, and landed on their entwined tops. "Show off. I'm gonna get you one of Kyle's long-in-the-tooth Punisher patches for that," David muttered over the two-way, causing Harry to fly him the bird with his black-gloved hand. Harry settled down for a while, and began to observe the house and surroundings. The palm's fronds hid him well, and he felt like he was in a tree house. They needed to give their Mark the time to make it into town, and to make sure that he would stay at that bar. During this, David went back on air to introduce the next song, which would also alert all the operatives that everything was a go. "Good evening again, everyone. This is KMA 333, the best pirate radio station in the Caribbean, and we're bringing you another hit from a not-so-well-known group. The name of this song is titled, 'One Night in Bangkok,' from Chess. Enjoy the show." David went off air, and tuned to those in the room. Now, we wait. Time passed, and their Mark ended up at the bar, where he was being watched by one of their operatives who was having a beer right next to him. The Mark, or Tobias, thought that the operative was probably a Russo-Ukrainian businessman snooping around, and trying to invest in the bauxite business. The song ended, and it was now time for their operation to start. David adjusted the mic and went back on air to announce the next song. "What a song, EH. This is KMA 333, Pirate Radio, the best station in the Caribbean, and we have another song for you this evening called, 'Money for Nothing.' It's party time, people, so get twisted and party hard." As David went off the air, all the operatives became very serious, and began watching for anything to occur. Harry stood from his perch atop the three entwined coconut palms when, "I Want My MTV," came over his earpiece. Next, he spread his arms out, threw his head back, and breathed in the fresh air. He stayed like this for a while, which was making everyone watching wonder what he was going to do. Finally, when the first electric guitar riff came over his earpiece, he brought his head upright, and jumped while doing a flip toward the ground, where he landed with a soft thud, and took off at a slow run. "Oh, now, Jimbo," David complained into the mic, shaking his head, "that's just showing off, that is. Have you no pride?" Harry looked up at the surveillance snitch, gave Dave a toothy grin, and kept his run at the house. Debbie cackled at her husband being one-upped as she slapped him on the shoulder, and went back to watching the action. When Harry was about halfway there, David saw him reach for his left cuff. "What?" David questioned, "are you about to do, Jimboy?" "Ah, you're going to do a can opener," David cackled, "priceless, just priceless." "What's a can opener?" Dudley asked. Dave quickly glanced at Harry's cousin, "You'll see," and then looked back at the mirror monitor. In mid-run, Harry had unsheathed the Elder Wand, which he pointed it at the house's tin roof and cast a spell. Next, he sharply whipped the wand back toward him, and peeled the complete roof off the house, rafters, ceiling, and all, which caused the fuse to violently explode on the power pole. Next, with a twirl of the wand above his head, he swiped it downward and through the air while aiming it toward the dirt road. The entire roof rolled through the air at a blazing speed, where it crashed and exploded into a pile of lumber and tin. "Harry," Petunia timidly whispered, but quickly covered her mouth with her hand, and looked quite shocked. She didn't mean to blow his cover by using his real name, but they had already checked for bugs and hidden cameras, and then warded the room. One could find that sort of thing around some resorts. "Jimmy's one of those who silently appears at your door unannounced, and doesn't knock," David explained. "In your world, he would do a forced entrance by kicking the door open with his boot. In our world, he blasts it off its hinges, or worse." At Petunia and Dudley's shocked look, David explained, "Yes, it's rather rude and crude, but it does get the point across, doesn't it? Tonight, though, he's in rare form because it's personal. He's here to leave a message, and that message is about that young lady sitting out there on that patio." Here, Dave nodded toward Daphne, who was worried, and staring out at sea while watching for him to come back. Petunia gazed out the door at the far end of the house, and could see Daphne still sitting by herself in the lounge chair, who was stolidly staring out at the evening sea. "You might not want to witness the rest of this, Mrs. Evans," Dave stated seriously, "as it will be violent." Go enjoy what's left of the nice evening. Petunia turned, and made her way outside to sit with Daphne. She shakily sat down her Tom Collins on the drink table, took a seat beside her nephew's new wife, and stared out at the Caribbean just as Daphne was doing. It was a calm evening so far, with the moon just now making an appearance, and it was almost dark. Petunia kept quiet because what could she really say? David, Debbie, and Dudley watched as Harry made it to what was left of the house. There were 2 guava trees at the front, where Harry noticed 2 rum bottles hanging from the limbs, which were filled with a fluid and a handful of iron nails in each. You've got to be. Harry laughed. Do you see those, Felix? Yes, David chuckled into the two-way. I do. Witch's bottles don't work. I wonder who took a leak in 'em. Don't know, Harry replied, but watch this. Harry picked up 2 pebbles, and put one between his thumb and index finger as if he were going to shoot a marble. He put a little magic behind it, and flicked his index finger, which sent the pebble off like a missile at the first bottle, shattering it. It's always good to keep up with target practice, you know. He did the same for the second bottle, and that was the end of the so-called wards. Pick a stuffed animal for your prize, Jimboy, David laughed, but not the giant pink elephant. It's only for the jokers back at the carnival in Miami. Harry chuckled as he walked over and peered through 2 of the windows. He saw what he was looking for, an Obia shrine in the corner of the bedroom. Here, he did a similar stunt by leaping into the air and over the wall while landing on the bed. Harry began his search by wandlight, as he opened the cabinet doors of the shrine. There were several old candles, a chicken's foot, a dirty bottle of rum, and a skull cup. However, at the bottom rested a crudely made female wax doll, and it had a large curved sewing needle shoved through its head. If he was here, Harry choked out, I would kill him. They would find out why we British favored drawing and quartering in the past. Back at Goldeneye, the 3 watching him became very unnerved by that statement, because they all knew that Harry would have done it. Harry gently removed the doll, and placed it within a wooden box that was covered in runes. He closed the lid, latched it, and dropped it down into the front pocket of his pouch. Harry continued with his search when he noticed a loose panel at the bottom of the shrine, which he kicked open, and behind it was a brown metal cash box. Harry picked it up and tossed it onto the bed. When he opened it with a wave of his hand, he hit another jackpot, because inside was a Soviet Makarov pistol that was loaded, which he tossed into the living room. Under that was several $1,000s in bundles of 20s. Harry grinned at this, as he took one bundle, split the paper strap, and flung the bills out from the living room to the bedroom. He put the majority of the bundles into another pocket on his bag, but kept one bundle of $500 out lying on the bed. Finally, Harry reached into the bag, and withdrew the pistol that was confiscated off the dealer in London. I believe that this house needs a little more ventilation. It needs to breathe. They watched Harry as he stood in the middle of the bedroom, and fired the first round at the head of a so-called saint at the top of the Obia altar, which disintegrated. Next, he fired a few more rounds into the walls, leaving 2 left. Harry changed the pistol over to his left hand, and drew out the Elder Wand. He aimed it at the rear wall of the house, and it exploded outward, ripping it off the floor from one end of the house to the other, where it landed with a loud thud onto the grass. When the dust cleared, a burst water pipe was squirting like a fountain into the air. Leave a few rounds, David said, where they can dig them out, Jimboy. David went back on air to play another song. Welcome back to KMA 333, the best pirate radio station in the Caribbean. Our next song will be familiar to many expats, so I bring you, War. Rock and roll, everyone. He then went back off air to watch Harry's progress, as the song played out for Jamaica. War, huh, yeah. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. War, huh, yeah. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again, y'all. Harry grabbed the bundle of 20s, and hopped down from the floor onto the dust-covered grass, where he put the last 2 rounds into the corner post of the wall. The police would find them. He tossed this London pistol out onto the lawn, as he scattered the remaining 25 20s, which he had kept out, onto the grass. Next, He fished their Russian dealer's wallet and wand out of his pouch, and carelessly tossed them a bit away from the pistol. When he was satisfied with all the chaos that he created, and when he heard the first siren go off far in the distance, he gave a fist pump to the music as he held out his left hand, and summoned his broom. In about half a minute, it smacked into his palm. After one final look at the devastation, he mounted the broom, and left the scene toward the field, as the last of the song played out. Oh, war, huh, good God y'all. What is it good for, you tell me? Say it, say it, say it, say it. Huh, good God y'all. What is it good for? Stand up and shout it, nothing. David went back on air after Harry took flight at the end of the last song, and headed for the field. This is KMA 333, Pirate Radio, broadcasting from the beautiful Caribbean. We now bring you another classic called, Have You Ever Seen the Rain? David started the song, and went off air. Plow the field and plant the crops, Jimboy, David said into the two-ways mic, and remember the distances. As the song played during his flight, Harry pulled out a long and thin silver cylinder from the middle of his pouch, which had an end on it like a grenade's fuse. However, when he pulled out the pin with his teeth, only a small LED lighted up. He flew over the field about 130 feet from the first corner, and about 100 feet in from the end of the cane, and dropped it onto the ground. He would do this 7 more times in 2 rows, and equally spaced throughout and around the field before he was finished. These explosives were made by MACUSA's intelligence, and the cylinders had space expansion charms on them. One cylinder held as much napalm as one of the bombs used during Vietnam. Even though they were a wizard muggle invention, they worked more quickly than one could use any spell. When Harry was halfway through planting the crops, David went back on air. What a great song, and welcome back to KMA 333, Pirate Radio. David continued, I have a request from a very special lady, and this goes out to a local she's aware of. She requested that I play this song called, Nowhere to Run. If you're that man, then enjoy the show. David signed off with a laugh, and watched as Harry began planting the last row. When Harry was through, the song ended, and David went back on air. Man, what a classic hit that was, David announced, which was, Nowhere to Run. Now, KMA 333, Pirate Radio, brings you another hit song called, Boom, Boom. David went off air just as Harry took off toward the east. Jimboy, David spoke into the two-ways mic just as Harry had finished his planting. You've got a 1,000-yard goal before you make the touchdown. When you arrive, wait a couple of minutes, and then make sure that the field is clear before you make your play. Harry made the flight bringing his broom to a stop, which he turned back toward the field. He looked everywhere while making sure that nobody was around, and waited on David to signal the operation. David cleared his throat, and went back on air. Welcome back, folks, to KMA 333, Pirate Radio, in the beautiful Caribbean. Our next song is golden, and it's a hit called, Black Betty. Have a nice day. David keyed the two-ways mic, thought for a second, and changed his voice to mock an evangelist preacher, proclaiming, Make it rain, Jimboy. Make it rain, oh Lord, make it rain. Harry removed the small black remote that was, velcroed, to his vest with his right hand. Next, he flicked the safety cover up with his thumb, and pushed the button. A loud explosion rang out, and it was apocalyptic. Nothing was spared in that field, and nothing would escape it. A huge quantity of exploding napalm was nothing to scoff at, which Harry felt from the blast wave that caused his broom to rock. He removed the Elder Wand, aimed it at the giant fireball, and gave it a quick tweak. That ought to scare the living daylights out of a few, he thought. Well, Harry quipped, Mary Jane got what she wanted, enlightened. Ho-oh, soldier, David shouted over his earpiece, ho-oh. Harry didn't see the fist pump that David had made, but Dudley did, who was highly unnerved about what just happened. He stared at the monitor while witnessing the gigantic fireball, and he realized just how dangerous his cousin's line of work was. He also noticed his mother and Daphne quickly looking at each other out on the patio, who had heard the blast. Nothing like the smell of napalm in the evening, Mark. David laughed out. He then switched the music, and announced over the air the next hit. Yes, folks, that was a great song, wasn't it? Now, KMA 333, Pirate Radio, proudly brings you another hit called, Lookin' Out My Back Door. David went off air, and again he picked up the two-way. Head to the hornet's nest, Jimmy, and give it a good shot of raid. As Harry headed off, David picked up the other two-way, which was set to an alternate channel, and asked their operative, is he still there? Affirmative, said the operative with a faux Russian accent. You know what to do, David grimly stated. Harry flew within a quarter mile of the old hoodoo church, which from high in the air he could plainly see. Here, he withdrew the elder wand and held it straight up toward the sky. Next, he began waving it in a wide arc, while also muttering an incantation under his breath. The spying snitch, as well as Harry's vest cam, was transmitting everything back to the monitors. David, Debbie, and Dudley watched as a huge black cloud began to form, and roll in upon itself. Lightning began to flash, and they could hear the thunder off in the distance from outside. Mark, David said, you're about to find out why they call your cousin Thunderball. As Harry slowly swung the death stick around above his head, huge winds picked up swaying the palm trees over and making them creak, as the rain poured down in great sheets. It didn't seem to affect the young wizard at all, as the wind, nor the rain, tipped him. Finally, with malice in his heart for what these corrupt idiots did to his wife, he swept the wand down harshly, and aimed it at the church. A bolt of lightning the size of which none had ever seen before, erupted from the black boiling cloud, and struck the church's roof dead center. Doors blew off their hinges, and windows shattered, as the bolt of lightning put a hole in the roof that a Volkswagen Beetle could fit through. Then, it was engulfed in flames. This made even the hardest person nervous, and all was quiet at the Fleming bungalow for a moment. As the shock wore off, David picked up the two-way. Jimmy, he shakily said, it's time to come home now. Come home for supper. David took the last draw off his cigar, and put it out in the ashtray as he went back on air, and announced the next song. Welcome back, everyone, to KMA 333, Pirate Radio. The next number is called, Effigy. What a great night, folks. Enjoy. After this, he went off air and took a deep breath as he looked over at Debbie, who was now gazing out toward the patio where Daphne and Petunia sat. When Effigy ended, he went back on air to play, Keep on Chuglin'. While the music played, Harry took one final look at the destruction behind him before he headed his broom northeast, and then set out. The storm seemed to dissipate as soon as it had began, as, Who'll Stop the Rain, started to play. David went back on air after a bit for the next song. This is KMA 333, Pirate Radio, in the beautiful Caribbean, and we're back to bring you another hit called, White Rabbit. To our listeners, this song holds a special place with some of us old expats, so listen to the words and enjoy. He went back off air, and looked at his wife. I think I need a stiff drink. Care to mix us a Beam and Coke? Debbie nodded and stood up. She was going to bring them all one, as they needed it. Come home safe, Jimmy, she whispered, as she walked over to the mini bar. They could now hear sirens in the distance everywhere, and several operatives were now leaving their posts to head back to their hotels. After Debbie handed Dudley his drink, who barely sipped it, she handed Dave his, and sat herself beside him. Dave knocked back his glass, with the ice clacking against his teeth, where he swallowed half in one go before setting it down on the table. Finally, he looked over at Dudley. It's a dirty job, Mr. Evans, David stated, but somebody has to do it. When very bad people do very bad things, there must be retribution, or they will shit all over you, and they will win. David went back on air, and selected the final song. We're back, everyone, at KMA 333, Pirate Radio, with your next number called, Long as I Can See the Light. It's a favorite, so enjoy everyone. David went off air, and set the station to turn the broadcast off at the end of the song. David pulled out his secure cell phone, and hit a speed dial number. It rang twice, and he heard a male voice answer. Mr. Zabini, David stated, finish the operation. He then cut off the call, just as they noticed Harry coming in from over the Caribbean ready to land on the back lawn. After the final song played out, normal AM broadcasting was restored around Jamaica, and KMA 333 disappeared from the air. "Let's wind her up," David said, as he and Debbie started pointing their wands at the station, cables, portable antenna, monitors, and secure two-ways, which started packing themselves. They quickly put them into the hidden compartment of David's briefcase, and by the time everyone came in, nothing would be out on the dining table. From Southampton Harbor, a 100-foot diesel yacht took sail for a long cruise. Luckily, April was the start of the high season, and the Silver Serpent was headed for the Med, then up to Istanbul, and north across the Black Sea to Odessa. As the yacht was leaving the harbor at 1 a.m., Blaise Zabini was sitting at the table on the aft deck having a martini, and listening to Mozart's Symphony No. 40, K550 to 1 in G minor. He picked up his martini glass, and toasted his friends in the Caribbean, as well as those here in the UK. The yacht belonged to his mother, which she had received from the will of husband No. 6. On his way, he would pick his mother up at Monte Carlo, and hopefully, he could leave her at Odessa, and not see her again for a very long time. The Silver Serpent was his home, and he intended on keeping it. Zabini would sell the contraband cargo back to another, selected, underworld figure at its country of origin, take his 30% cut, and then funnel the rest back to docks. They would then use the money to fight the very underground trade that had brought the cargo to the UK's shores to start with. One thing that he did know was that you did not double-cross the Wizarding World's intel groups of the UK, nor the US, or you would literally find the tip of the spear aimed at your own throat. It was a vicious business, which took bollocks of steel to do, and it took a Gryffindor and Slytherin team to pull it off. Daphne's point of view. Daphne noticed Petunia sit beside her in one of the lounges, and that she had nervously placed her drink on the drink table. Daphne didn't speak, but kept watching the sea, and was waiting for her husband to return. She was worried about this mission, as it was huge, and it involved her and Harry's relatives. She calmed herself, and listened, as the music from her boom box kept her occupied. She also hoped that the white candle in the jar, which she had burning beside her, would lead her husband back safely to her. Several minutes passed when Daphne looked at her watch, and then over to Petunia. The song, Sledgehammer, had just started to play. "A storm is coming," Daphne loudly whispered, "boom, boom, boom, boom." After this, she gazed back out to sea, and went silent while listening to the music. It was different to the pirate radio list that David had created, but it timed the operation, and each song meant the same to her. What Petunia didn't know was that a sudden and violent storm would appear inland, and about 15¼ miles southwest. It would start after what Harry and David called the big attraction, and it was another sign to those who would dare use Obia against those close to the Potter and Black Heir, and especially his wife. A little later, Nowhere to Run began to play, and Petunia noticed that Daphne had a suppressed smirk on her face, but didn't question it. When Stop Children, What's That Sound started to play, Daphne tensed up. She reached over, and lay her hand on top of Harry's aunt's, where she waited. The big attraction went off with a huge boom while shaking the ground slightly, and this forced them both to quickly turn their heads around toward the hills. Here, they saw a huge ball of fire in the shape of a mushroom, but it was stretched out over a wide area as it slowly lifted into the air in the southwest. They both could have sworn that they saw a skull form within the flames and smoke. The two women looked questioningly at each other over this, but Daphne shrugged, sighed, and then turned to look back out toward the sea. Another 2 minutes slipped by as the song changed to Must Be the Season of the Witch. Later, when another song started to play, called I'll Take You There, the wind seemed to pick up a bit by the small bay, and they heard thunder off in the distance. Both women noticed it, but didn't say anything as they tried to calm themselves by taking a huge drink of their Tom Collins'. Several other songs played after that, such as Sweet Home Alabama, The Midnight Special, Magic Man, and Spooky. When Spooky ended, Daphne looked at Petunia. Listen closely to the next song, and carefully to the words. They describe our work to a T. As soon as she finished, White Rabbit, started to play. Learn, Daphne stated, from what it says. Both women listened to the song, but Daphne could sing it by heart, as well as the song, Send in the Clowns. When White Rabbit ended, and Every Breath You Take started to play, Daphne looked over at Petunia, who was contemplating what she had heard. Finally, Daphne started searching the sky around the bay by the moonlight where she could see a dark shape coming closer and closer, but it was not far out over the water, and it was approaching the back lawn of the Fleming estate. Daphne stood up at this, and readied herself to draw her wand if need be, but what came in was Harry on his broom, which he quickly dismounted. Harry looked around and spotted Daphne and his aunt as he started to pull the black balaclava off his head. When Harry pulled it free, Daphne gave out a watery laugh, as he looked like a panda with 2 black spots around his eyes, and 1 around his mouth. However, she couldn't hold herself back, and she launched herself at him in a run, almost tackling him, while wrapping her arms around his neck. Grease makeup or not, she began to key every square inch of his face, and then she broke down in sobs. Harry pulled her close, and held her as she sobbed, while whispering into her ear that he was all right. He also noticed his aunt stand from her chair, and give him a look of pure respect. Next, she nodded at him with a small smile, and headed back inside the bungalow. The cook would have their evening meal done soon, Petunia thought, and the butler would be setting their table. However, she didn't know how well they could stomach their meal, even though it would be superb. Tonight, they would try jerk chicken with rice, plantains, carrots, and green beans. They were all nervous about what happened, after all, and they just wanted a quick end to it. As she walked into the living area with her empty glass, Debbie took it from her, and sat it on the mini bar, where she handed her a beam and Coke. They had already packed everything up, and dropped the wards. Next, she saw Harry and Daphne enter through the back door to their suite, and when they returned for supper, nobody would know what they had been up to that evening. The next morning, it was the Graves that woke everyone up, as Harry and Daphne slept in. The Dursleys weren't used to waking up at 7:30 in the morning when they were still fighting jet lag. However, they all arose, bathed, and dressed for the day in the new clothes that were purchased at Heathrow, and at Aracabessa. Aracabessa is a Spanish word that translates to golden head, and it has an odd coincidence with the reason Fleming built there, which was due to Operation Goldeneye during World War II. There were also the Anglo-American Naval Intel meeting that took place at Jamaica in 1942, and the creation of T-Force. Everyone seated themselves at the dining table, and they were served full English breakfasts, except with ham. As they started to dig in, Harry asked the butler, "When will the paper be here?" "Ah, moon, de paper," the butler replied, "gotta have de labrish, moon. Mige, it from de kitchen." He walked to the back, pushed open the door, and went into the kitchen to retrieve it. "What," Dudley whispered to Harry, "is a labrish?" "Gossip," Harry replied, just as the butler came out, and handed Harry a rolled-up copy of the Gleaner. Harry unrolled it, and held it to the side, while chewing his food and having a drink of tea as he looked over the front page. "Ah, moon," the butler said with a sad shake of his head, "bah, business in de dock lost nigh, slackness moon." After a minute, while watching Harry read, he continued, "Hey, moon, you go jam on de beach today, wih y'all lickle boonununas. Walk pon de sand, and just a feel de cool wind a blow, or touch de road, moon, go spore." "I will," Harry said, while looking at their butler with a huge smile, "and thanks, man, for everything." The butler gave him a huge grin, and a thumbs up, as he walked back to the kitchen to talk with the cook. "Harry," Dudley whispered again, "what's a lickle boonununas?" Daphne and Debbie blushed at this, when Harry chuckled, "Why, my darling wife, moon." Yes, the Gleaner had a full front page on the explosion, which they laid to a gas leak. Of course, Makusa Intelligence had a man at the picture desk of the paper, and he mysteriously had a photo of the explosion, as well as a hot story, which he passed on to a friendly journo before the paper hit the press that morning. The paper spoke of a huge gas explosion at a farm outside Gale, and it said that it destroyed an entire field of sugar cane, over it being overly dry. It also mentioned the Hoodoo church being destroyed by a sudden and severe storm, which was in a smaller article. Harry snorted at this, and handed the paper over to Daphne for her and the others to read. Such a shame about these strange dry days, Jimboy, David chuckled, and one would think that they would make sure that their stove was turned off. Shit, dude, at least that sudden gale put everything out. Daphne, who held back her laugh, handed Debbie the paper, and looked outside. It was a fine sunny day, and she had on a white bikini under her robe, but not as skimpy as the one that she wore for Harry when they were at the bungalow before. I think we should get some sun today out by the pool, and just relax, she said. That is what this bungalow is for, the slow life, and I think we should take advantage of it. All of them agreed, so they collected their new Union Jack beach towels, except for the Graves, who had the stars and stripes, along with a bottle of Beefeater gin, a large bottle of seltzer water, a bottle of juice, and a bottle of gum syrup, as well as a bucket of ice, a long spoon, a shot glass, and some tall glasses. Today, they would mix their own Tom Collins as they needed them. All three men had saltwater swim trunks on, which depicted different isles with palm trees in peach, white, green, blue, tan, and brown. Harry's summer shirt, which he kept unbuttoned for the sun, was very colorful, having a print depicting large macaws sitting in palm trees. The other men's shirts were similar, but with different island themes. They all wore their new Panama hats, their wire-rimmed aviator sunglasses, and their new seaside leather flip-flops. If nothing spelled out, spook, better, Daphne thought, then it was their dress. Daphne knew that she was forgetting something, so she went back into the bungalow, and retrieved her new Sony boom box, as well as a few custom CDs that she made of her favorite female singer, Julie L. She had probably 60 songs of hers on 3 CDs, as she loved the music from the 1930s to the 60s. Today, she would bring life and class back to the Fleming estate, after she put on her white-rimmed sunglasses, as well as her large white floppy sun hat. She also picked up the bottle of Coppertone sitting on the edge of the table, which they all had forgot. When she arrived at her lounge beside Harry, she tossed him the bottle of Coppertone, and sat her boombox down on the patio beside her, where she hit play. It was Julie L. singing, June in January. Once the song started, much to Petunia's approval, Daphne and Harry started to apply the suntan lotion to each other. When done, it was passed around. The Dursleys would surely need it, or they would be burned to a crisp, as both were as white as a sheet. Petunia had on a turquoise one-piece swimsuit, so the only things unprotected were her arms, legs, and back. Worse, Petunia had to do Dudley's back, and that got the sniggers going from both Harry and David. Harry and David lit up 2 Cuban cigars as they lie back with their eyes closed, while absorbing the sun's rays. Every now and then, they would flick the ashes off into the large glass ashtrays that they brought with them, and take a sip of their cold Tom Collins. These were deadly drinks, which would slip up on you quick, as they tasted exactly like aid when made correctly, but they packed a powerful punch. Harry heard Petunia whispering to Daphne and Debbie about the totem statues in the bungalow, which the 2 young women were hum-hawing about describing. They were either African or Melanesian say totems. She had also mentioned the perverted, glass-topped cocktail table, which was held up by a nude female statue underneath. Harry had to snigger at this, when he saw Dave's huge grin after they heard Petunia mention HRC and WJC. The totem's information was classified, and tied to some of the elite. Harry thought that they would do anything, or experiment to live a little longer. Some of them had the Fountain of Youth bug as bad as Voldemort, and would do anything to obtain it, including certain say-UAL acts. Papua New Guinea and cockatoos flashed into Harry's mind at this, and made him grimace. They had full plans come noon, to walk across the bridge to the Bizet Bar for lunch, and do a bit of sightseeing while taking some photos at the famous Goldeneye pool, as well as out on the small islet just offshore in the sea, which was in front of the other villas across the lagoon. That was if it was available. They had decided to do lunch at the Bizet every day, and have breakfast and supper at the bungalow. They also intended on visiting the gazebo for supper at least once before returning, as they didn't want to miss the live reggae and calypso bands that the resort had performing either. The ladies were already planning a trip to the spa for a day, which would leave the three young men time to beachcomb or snorkel. However, the women complained, and stated that they should come with them to try out the spa's small gym. Also, Harry thought that they might take a taxi or rent a car for the day, and visit Montego Bay, which was about a 70-mile drive, as he knew that he could well afford it. Just as everyone had made themselves comfortable sunning away, and just as Daphne had turned over onto her stomach to tan her back while putting the second CD in, the butler came out, and announced that they had a visitor. It was the Jamaican Minister for Magic, Nigel T. Clark. Jamaica was still a Commonwealth realm under Her Elizabeth II after all, and the ministers, both Muggle and magical, were under the Governor-General of Jamaica. "Well shit," David muttered, as he and Harry stood up to greet the man who was now walking toward them. Quickly, they both plastered fake smiles on both of their faces, and began to welcome the man. Nigel T. Clark was a tall and slim Jamaican man of African heritage, but was also related to the same family that Harry went into the rum business with. He wore a white linen suit with a maroon dress shirt, and a rather flowery tie, as well as a white cotton fedora. He also spoke very good English, and was very well educated. "Why, Minister," Harry said, as he held out his hand, "what a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect you to come visit me and my friends while on vacation. Please, have a seat." "Commander Black," the minister said, as he shook Harry's hand, "it's good to see you, as well as your business partner, Mr. Lester, again." Clark then shook David's hand as well. "I see that you've brought your lovely wife and girlfriend, what a joy, as well as some guests." As Clark took a seat in one of the green wooden Adirondack chairs, Harry explained. "Ah, yes, you wouldn't have known, Minister, but Destiny is now my wife, Mrs. Destiny Black. Our two friends are from London, and Mark, here, attends NYU. The young woman with him is his mother, Mary Evans. We are here on a part vacation, and part business trip. I think you may have received my letter about the business." "Yes," Clark grinned, "I did receive the letter, and everything has been taken care of. Are you going to do any travel while here?" The last question triggered warning bells for all four of the spooky friends. "Oh," Harry said, "I'll visit the distillery, and we may take a day at Montego Bay, but I'm not for sure when. We're just here for the sun, some swimming, maybe a little snorkeling, and over our little spot of business. I figured that we'd take about a week, and we'll have to head back." "Sorry to hear that, Commander Black," Clark said, "as we'd like to have you around more often." "Oh yes, forgive me, but here is the package that you were looking for." Here, he handed Harry a sealed manila envelope, which Harry took. "I have something for you as well, Minister," Harry said, as he took out his holly wand from underneath his towel, and summoned a business-sized envelope. "A contribution from us, for your war chest, and your next election." Here, Harry handed over the envelope that contained $1,000 US, but in Jamaican bills, which the minister quickly placed in the inside pocket of his jacket with a huge smile. "Can we fix you a Tom Collins, Minister, or another drink?" David inquired. "We can have the butler get you anything that you want." "Oh, no, not today," said Clark. "I have to be going, busy day, but I wanted to stop by and drop that off when I heard that all of you were in town." Here, Clark looked at Harry. "Don't suppose you've seen the paper this morning?" "Yes," Harry said, as he shook his head with a grimace. "Bad business, that. Gas explosion, they said." Clark looked evenly at Harry for a few seconds. He also wondered about that pirate radio station that had suddenly appeared, but then disappeared last night. "Yes, bad business it was. The truth is, that wasn't a gas explosion, Commander. It looks as if a local got himself involved with the Russian mafia, and paid the price. He lost his property last night by demolition, and he was in a barroom brawl with a Russian, he alleges. He's in the hospital today, and drinking through a straw. This Russian, who we're trying to track down, broke his jaw in 2 places." Harry's eyebrows shot up at this, surprising Clark. Clark thought that they could have possibly been tied to it, but Black's expression told him that they weren't. He wasn't faking his surprise. "If you hear of anything, Commander Black, it would be of great help to me if you could let us know. Congratulations on your marriage as well, Commander." Here, he began to stand, and to hold out his hand to Harry. "Will do, Minister," Harry said, as he shook the man's hand. "If we hear of anything, you'll be the first to know." The minister went around shaking everyone's hands, and then he bid them farewell just after congratulating Destiny Black on her marriage. After he walked away, and his bodyguards joined him, they disappeared around the villa to apparate, and everyone looked relieved when they heard the pops. It took about a minute before Daphne pinned Harry down with a glare. "James, what did he just give you?" "Can't say, I'm afraid," Harry chortled, "as it's your wedding present, Destiny, which you'll receive when I'm ready." "James," Daphne whined, while pouting her lower lip out, and batting her eyes at him. "Nope," Harry said, as he got up, and fled toward the bungalow, while heading for his briefcase. She went after him, eventually, but he had already put it inside, locked it, and sealed it with a wave of his hand. She would get it out of him, she thought, just watch. After their tanning session, and their run-in with Clark, they got themselves ready, with the ladies putting on loose-fitting shorts and light shirts over their swimwear. The men wore what they had on. Daphne picked up her Sony Handycam, and Debbie grabbed her Canon EOS 90D with a telephoto lens, where they met the men, and headed out toward the Bizet bar for lunch. On the way, they talked about taking a high dive from the bridge and into the lagoon. Guests did this all the time, but they went feet first. Daphne and Debbie began taking videos and photos of everything, and promised the Dursleys copies. When they arrived at the bar, they took 3 tables for 2 by the pool where they could view the sea. It didn't take long for them to order their drinks, and receive their menus. Harry found out that they carried both his rum, as well as Blackenwell's, which made him puff his chest out in pride. If this kept up, he was going to become stinking wealthy. He donated half the income to Docs, and kept the rest, unless Docs needed more. The Clarks explained that it was all about marketing, and Harry had paid the PR firm's bill, though it was expensive. However, surprise, surprise, it worked. The square bottle with the black and gold foil label sold it, which had the gold Thunderball name at the top, and nothing but a golden lightning bolt with Jamaican Light Rum in smaller letters underneath the logo. Everything else was in small print at the bottom. They registered his trademark for him, did the marketing and advertising, and now he was all set. Thunderball was a very good light rum with a little sweetness, and Harry had strict rules on what he wanted. No foreshot or tails were allowed, where only the hearts were used, and he gave the heads back to the distiller. Just a small amount of sugar was added to the barrel to barely sweeten it if needed. The water to cut it must also come from a limestone well, and white limestone presently covered about 70% of the island, which luckily, the distilleries sat on top of. It was a premium 100 proof alcohol over this, since Harry had experimented greatly to come up with the taste, and Puerto Rico wasn't going to be happy with him over his competition. The Clarks' new Scottish-made all-copper pot still would be steam-heated, and the output would be ran through 2 thumper kegs, doublers, and into a 2-stage column after that. Here was the idea. Harry cleared his mind about all that, as he ordered a GoldenEye beef burger, a GoldenEye Cobb salad, and an iced tea, along with a Thunderball and Coke. Both David and Dudley liked the sound of that, so they ordered the same. Daphne ordered the mahi-mahi fish tacos, and a seasonal mixed green salad, as well as an iced tea, and a Scotch bonnet margarita. Debbie ordered a Bizet jerked chicken sandwich, with Petunia ordering the coconut poached snapper, but both ordered the same salad and drinks as Daphne. When the waiter took their order, Harry told the man to bring him the bill. As they drank their cocktails, and the ladies took a few photos, as well as a short video, the food came, and they all dug in. It was a nice warm day, with the breeze blowing in off the Caribbean as they dined. As Harry took the last bite of his burger, he heard someone call out, "James." Harry glanced around, but didn't see anyone at first, until he heard the same voice call out, "Commander Black." Finally, he looked back into the bar, and saw a rather famous person that he had met when here before. He waved for him to come over, and the man did just that. The slightly beardy man was wearing a worn straw hat covering a balding head, and a baggy t-shirt that had a Florida Keys print on the front. He had on a pair of worn jeans that were cut off at the knee and frayed, with a pair of leather flip-flops. He was smoking a cigarette, which he put out, as he sat down at the table behind Harry. "Look at you," Harry said, as he shook the man's hand, "Jimmy be you," but then he quickly noticed that they had an audience, budget in the flesh. As soon as Harry said this, Petunia dropped her fork, and almost overturned her margarita, as she looked back and forth between her nephew and the beach bum sitting beside him. "What are you doing up in this neck of the island?" Jimmy appreciated James's cover-up for his identity. Daphne, Debbie, and David sat back and enjoyed the commotion. Nobody noticed Debbie pick up Daphne's handycam, and hit record either. "Oh, I've been up here to buy some beef for the restaurant, and I'm about ready to head back. I'll be out on my yacht in about a month, but business calls, so I thought I'd come by to say hello to you, your girlfriend, and the Lesters. However, I don't think I've ever been introduced to your friends," Jimmy said, as he eyed Petunia up while making her nervous and blush. "Oh, Destiny is now my wife, Jimmy, and these are a couple of our friends from London. This is Mary Evans," Harry said, "and her son, Mark." Jimmy congratulated Daphne, and shook Dudley's hand, but held on to Petunia's for a little longer than necessary. "Gotta love them British ladies, James, with that accent of theirs." Finally, Petunia stuttered out, "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Budget," and then winked at the man as if in the know. Dudley also nodded his head quickly, while not knowing how to address someone this famous. After Jimmy shook both of the Graves' hands, and asked about their well-being, they were from the Florida after all, as was Jimmy. He turned back to Harry. "Look, James," Jimmy said in a low voice, "why don't you all come down to Margaritaville while you're here? Come in, and sit with me and the band for the night. It'll be a blast. Hell, I may have some of that Jamaican gold left, and we can pass that around and get stoned off our ass, while having one hell of a time." None of the women looked too pleased at this, and Harry caught it. "I was just thinking of that this morning, to be honest," Harry somberly replied. "We may take you up on that before we go back, if we have the time." "Great, great," Jimmy said with a huge grin. "By the way, that rum of yours is selling like wildfire. Great stuff, and can't keep enough of it." He then stood to take his leave, as he gave Harry a slap on the back. As Jimmy was walking away, they could hear him humming the tune to "Cheeseburger in Paradise." With a final wave, he was off to the bar to settle his bill, and then leave out. Finally, Debbie laughed out, "I got that all on video with Destiny's handycam." David chuckled, and punched a surprised-looking Dudley on the shoulder. Dudley, though, thought about how pissed off his father would be when he saw that video, and he knew that his mum would play it. They all had one more round of cocktails where Harry paid the bill, and left a good tip. Next, they stood up, and made their way over to the islet, where they could take some photos. It was now freed up. Harry and David walked into the large media room villa beside the bungalow, and were admiring the photos of Fleming with certain actors that hang on the walls. They also looked over the Bond series of books and videos, etc., which Harry thought might be a good read while relaxing. The books were generally better than the movies, and hidden within them were many truths about things that happened in the past. You just had to know your history to catch it. Dave walked over to the bar, and mixed himself a beam and coke. While he was in the process, Harry studied the man for a minute. "What," Harry asked, "happened to the Mark? Fight over a game of cards?" "Of course, our operative was told to start it, and rough him up a bit, which was my role in it. We fed him the rope, and he hanged himself. He had a rather large chip on his shoulder, Jim, which needed to be knocked off. I did it for Daff and you, and I take full responsibility," Dave stated while making his drink, but then looked over at Harry while taking a swallow. "That bastard deserved it, Jimmy, for what he did. I won't apologize. Besides, it worked to our benefit that you didn't know, since your surprise at what Clark said destroyed all the suspicion that he had about us. I'm sure you noticed it." Harry sighed, pinched the bridge of his nose in thought, and looked back at his clandestine partner. "Thanks, mate, really. Just don't keep me in the dark about anything else, yay. In this business you had to rely on full honesty between partners." If David would have told him about what he had planned, especially after what he knew now, then he would have okayed it. David walked over and patted Harry on the shoulder, gave him a nod, and walked back out toward the pool. Harry picked up Casino Royale, and took it out to read. It wasn't a big book by any means, and he'd knock it out in no time. As he quickly thumbed through it, he came across the name, Vesper. That would be a hell of an alias for Daphne, if needed. They all obtained an appointment at the field spa that afternoon. The men were going to try out the small gym, while the ladies had the Blue Mountain coffee scrub, a revitalizing facial, the Swedish aroma massage, and a Caribbean manicure and pedicure. Harry and David held their arms out for their wives to hold, and they made the walk from the bungalow to the field spa. When they walked inside the spa, they noticed a blonde therapist reading a manual alongside another. When she turned around and said with a faux surprise, "James," Harry felt the blood drain from his face, as it was Jill, the American healer that he had met while at the Maldives. He also felt Daphne's fingernails dig into his forearm like the claws of a wildcat, but she quickly let up on her grip. The only thought going through his head right now was that he was well and truly F******ed. Daphne would not let him hear the end of this for a week. Harry didn't play around with the young healer while at the Maldives, but she wanted to, and had made attempts several times to seduce him, especially on the massage table. Of course, Kingsley had warned him of this, while saying that bad actors would try to use this for blackmail, which he called a honey trap. That made him wonder why she was here, as she looked to be in the middle of an orientation. Harry now knew all about honey trap operations, of course, as they were taught during training. Yes, the sparrows and the ravens, along with the mics and cameras. Such a dirty business. Harry quickly placed his hand on top of Daphne's, and plastered a fake smile on his face, something that he was rather good at. "Why, Jill, it's good to see you again. We're escorting our lovely wives to their spa appointments, and who would have thought that I would run into you here?" Harry's aunt and cousin looked at him oddly over this, since he knew that they were going to use the small gym. Jill, though, looked surprised when Harry mentioned wives. "Is that so?" Jill replied, as she looked over the six. She knew what was really on the schedule as well. "Yes," Harry replied, "we're just here to drop them off, as well as our dear friend from London, Mrs. Evans." As Jill started to tug at her collar, which was unbuttoned to an indecent amount and showing off a good deal of her cleavage, David spoke up. "Yes, Jimmy and I are going to take Mark, here, snorkeling today, while my wife, Debbie, and Jimmy's wife, who Dave nodded at, Destiny, as well as our good friend, Mary, have their day at the spa." Debbie never did use an alias for her first name, as it was a common name, and truthfully, she was bad at remembering an alias if she used it. What kept her identity hidden was their fake surname. At this, the spa's full-time therapist stood, as she knew that something fishy was afoot, but she would not allow that to stop the spa from treating these three women to a relaxing day. "Ladies, if you would please follow me to the changing rooms, we'll get started." Daphne turned her head to study Harry, and she could tell that he was going to do a runner, which, actually, relieved her. "Jamie," she said with a rather sultry voice, "we'll be fine here. You lot head off, have your play day in the lagoon, and we'll be just fine." She then gave him a searing key asterisk, which he happily returned. Finally, she released his arm, and walked over to the therapist. Harry quickly grabbed Dudley's elbow, and led him to the door, while Dave was sniggering and following along behind. Once outside, and when the door shut, David cackled out. "James, if looks could kill, then Jill is fish food. Destiny will murder her in the back, and they'll never find the body." "What?" Dudley exclaimed, while staring wide-eyed between the two spies. "I think that someone sent her here, Dave," Harry deadpanned, "and I think that we have a leak on your end. I think it's a honey trap, and you'll have to call the plumbers." Dave looked startled at first, but then he thought about it. He also thought about what transpired with Jill twice now. Last, he thought about where she was from. Hollywood, Florida, a known Russian hangout especially along the beachfront. God damn it. David pulled out his secure cell phone, and quickly walked off toward the tennis court to make a very serious call. "Come on, Mark, let's go fish out that snorkel gear. Looks like we'll be trying that high dive from the bridge after all." After Harry and Dudley had left to go back to the bungalow, and after Dave ended his call, he did a little snooping. Dave disillusioned himself, and slipped back into the spa in order to have a look around the gym. First, he looked over the treadmill and the other exercise machines. Then, he looked over the photos, and at the paintings on the wall, the potted plants, and up at the ceiling. When he took a close look at the ceiling fan, something didn't look quite right, so he climbed up onto the weight bench in order to have a closer inspection. There it was, a small black cylinder about 3/8 inch in diameter, and about 2½ inches long. It had a very thin wire coming out of the top for an antenna, and it was magnetic and sticking to the stator housing of the fan. The fan wasn't running, so he simply snatched it off the side, and looked at the business end. It had a lens in it, and toward the back end, it was perforated for a mic. She would have probably brought another camera into the room with her as well, and it would have most likely been hidden in the towels, or in a bag, etc., which she could position while they were in there, and make her move then. He could just see it now, with her taking her shirt off, and letting it all hang out, as she propositioned them. He knew that Harry was her mark, and that he would have to speak to him later on tonight. As silent as he could, he stepped down from the weight bench, and made his way outside. Since he was next to the lagoon, he chucked the camera into it. Let them watch the fish, David thought, and then made his way back to the bungalow. As he was walking away, he just missed the commotion from inside. When Dave was back at their private pool, it hit him about where he had seen those miniature wireless cameras used before. Makusa had found them while staying at a very expensive resort in Ukraine, and there were reports of them being used in a few of the other old Soviet bloc nations as well. Yes, Jill was working for somebody over there, and after HQ got back to him, he would tell Harry everything that he knew, but right now, it was time to go for a swim. The men eventually made it to the bridge, and Harry went first, while doing a similar flip to what he did the day before, where he created a huge splash. When he surfaced, he was ready to use a little wandless magic if something happened, but nothing did. When they were all in, they swam to the shore, where they had placed their flippers, masks, and snorkels. Once they had them on, they made a good afternoon of it by enjoying investigating the sea life, though Dudley was a little afraid of the stingrays and the nurse sharks. When they arrived back at the bungalow, they found Debbie throwing back a beam and Coke, and Petunia looking nervous. Daphne was sitting on the sofa, and was looking stoically at a travel magazine. "What happened?" Harry asked. "You lot look like you've seen a war." Debbie quickly turned toward Harry, and pointed her glass at Daphne. She tried to drown the bitch. Grabbed a handful of that blonde hair, and put her face down in the tub. She did this several times, bringing her up, letting her get a breath, and then she would dunk her again. Of course, she finally brought her back up, and shoved her to the floor, where she walked over and threatened her. Don't know exactly what she said, since she whispered it, but Jill got the point, grabbed her stuff, and fled. I had to obliviate the poor therapist, though we did get everything that we wanted after that. David laughed, while Harry and Dudley looked stunned. Harry walked over, sat down beside Daphne, and put his arm around her. She didn't say anything, but curled up beside him, and continued to read her article. "Want to talk about it?" Harry asked. When she shook her head and continued reading, there was nothing else to say. "Debbie," Harry asked, "would you care to make us all one of those before supper?" Debbie nodded, and went to work. Harry, though, thought about his jealous wife, and started running his fingers through her golden hair. It looked as if he had made it out of this without hearing a rant for a week, and he couldn't help but snort as he keyed the top of her beautiful head. Ah, well, Harry thought, Jill brought this on herself, and she wouldn't like what was coming after she went back to Florida. If you wanted to play the game, then you had to accept the consequences. Plumbers didn't like leaks, either. That night, and after everyone had their supper, Harry and Daphne decided to take a private swim in the bungalow's pool. They swam around and enjoyed themselves for about an hour, where they then walked back to their suite, and out into the open bath. They tried the tub out that night, which was similar to the one they had at home. They didn't make it to the bedroom, as Daphne straddled her husband, who was sitting back in the tub. Their say was long, slow, and intimate, where they both showed each other just how much they truly loved each other that night while under the stars. When they were finished, both left the bath hand in hand for their suite, where they walked under the canopy, let the mosquito netting down, tied it, and crawled into bed. It was one of the best nights that they had ever spent together, and both would remember that night for the rest of their long lives. Harry woke early the next morning at 4:30 a.m., and he let Daphne sleep. He walked over to his briefcase, and found the black operations bag, where he withdrew the rune-covered box, and then fished around for a book about nullifying the effects of poppets. Harry needed help with this, so he made his way around to the front of the bungalow, and knocked on the Graves' door. In a few seconds, David opened it, where he saw the grim look on Harry's face, and what he held in his hands. He grabbed his robe, quietly closed the door, and followed Harry back to the living area to read about what was to be done. Harry had David tell him about what he knew, especially from his time of dealing with the witch doctors from around New Orleans. They collected what they needed, and headed down the back steps to the sunken patio, and to the picnic table that overlooked the sea. The moon was full, and still up, so it was time. Harry floated the picnic table to the side, giving him room to use the patio, as David poured out a circle of salt about 12 inches in diameter. Harry took out the poppet, laid it within the circle, and then using his holly wand, he used a simple heating spell to melt the wax. While Harry was doing this, David was chanting an incantation that would cause any dark forces to release its hold on the poppet. When it was complete, nothing was left but a lock of blonde hair, which Harry summoned so that he could collect every strand. He then placed the lock of hair into a bowl, and cast a scouring charm on it to remove the wax, where he then dried it with a light drying charm. During this time, David had removed the needle that had now turned black, and buried it in the soil just off from the west side patio. Next, he walked back to the patio where he vanished the melted wax and the salt, and then levitated the table back to where it belonged. When the lock of hair was completely dry, which was still resting in the bowl that was in Harry's hands, they walked down the steps along the cliff, and over to the other lower patio at the small private beach by the shore. Harry waited until a wave washed in, where he placed the lock of hair in the water. Here, both wizards stood, and waited with bated breath. The hair was washed out to sea to never be seen again, which was the sign that the ritual had worked. Both let out a sigh of relief at this, as Daphne was now free of the curse. Both wizards tuned to each other, gave each other a quick manly hug, and then made their way back to the bungalow where they would wake everyone up in a bit, and have their breakfast. Today would be another long day for the operatives of intrigue. Harry and David sat in the living area after performing the cleansing ritual and drank some coffee, which David had put on. He discussed with Harry what he knew, as HQ had called him back just as he and Debbie were going to bed. He told Harry who Jill really was, Natasha Pitaprigora, which was a Cossack surname from Ukraine. She was a well-trained asset that had been in the US since she was a teen. She was selected for her looks, high cheekbones and all. In other words, she was a sleeper. When she made it back to Florida, she was about to find herself plopped right back into Odessa. A hit team arriving in a panel van, and a black hood was headed her way. When she woke, she would be back in Ukraine via a portkey and barred from US soil. The leak was found, and it was the security guard, which was the case officer Paul Sanders, who had been compromised by the same broad. The plumbers didn't play well with him, and now he was also out of a job and blackballed. The girl had just turned 17 when he clicked her mouse. Dave also explained that Natasha had ties to the massage parlor rings in Florida, which the Muggles turned a blind eye to. Her so-called foster parents, who had sent her to school, were also tied to the same racket, but they didn't have enough on them yet to send them packing to the Graybar Hotel. They were looking at them now for money laundering, and their ties to certain banks in the Caribbean. Tick-tock, was Dave's last words on this. Next, Dave described the hidden camera, and what he thought she might have tried, which was the same thing that Harry admitted she did in the Maldives. She had removed her top during the massage, and when Harry noticed, he wandlessly stunned her and used his wand to obliviate her. He spent the last 4 days of his Maldives vacation, Jill free because he avoided her like the plague. Both were now worried that their cover was blown, and that they knew them to be at Goldeneye. This also meant bugging out and moving house. Last, they discussed what the day would bring, and after that, they rose and woke their wives and the Dursleys. The six had their breakfast that morning, and Harry requested the Gleaner again. Nothing was within it that was alarming, so he passed it on to the others. Just as 9 a.m. rolled around, the butler came in and told Harry that his taxi was here, which made Daphne quickly turn her head toward Harry. "James?" Daphne questioned. "Ah, yes," Harry explained, as he stood from the table. "I forgot to tell you, Destiny, but you and I have a bit of business to attend to over at St. Anne's Bay today. It won't take us very long, and we can go on with our day. You don't mind, do you?" Daphne studied Harry for a minute, but then nodded, and stood to follow him. She knew that something was up, and it was odd that he didn't mention this beforehand, but he had asked her to dress for an outing that morning. He had never done this before, but she would play along. Maybe it was something that he didn't want the Dursleys to know about, she reasoned. As they started to leave, Harry turned to the Graves and his aunt. "Felix, keep an eye out, we won't be gone very long." He then went out through the kitchen, and both he and Daphne climbed into the taxi and left. When Petunia heard the car pull out, she turned to Dave and Debbie and was concerned. "What was that about?" David snorted, and then laughed out. "It's her wedding present. Come on, everyone, let's get packed. We're leaving today for much greener and grander pastures." "What?" Dudley exclaimed. "Yes, we'll have our own taxi coming in about 30 minutes, so hurry it up." David said, "You're going to love this. Hey, Deb, I can handle our things, so if you don't mind, help Mary and Mark pack. James has already packed their things, so it's just a matter of grabbing their luggage." Debbie, now knowing what was up, grinned, and stood to go with the Dursleys back to their room. "Well," Debbie said in her southern drawl, "come on y'all, time's a-burnin'." The Dursleys stood, and followed Debbie back to their room, but were amazed when Debbie withdrew her wand and gave it a wave saying, "Pack." All their clothes rose into the air, where each item folded on its own and settled into their luggage. With another quick jab of her wand, the lids on the suitcases snapped shut and locked. "There's that," Debbie said to the stunned looks on Petunia and Dudley. "Come on, let's go find that darling husband of mine." David was in the kitchen explaining why they were leaving early and told the cook and butler to just bill them for the cancellation. They only had another 1.5 days left, anyhow. This was how his wife and the Dursleys found him, standing by the door with theirs and the Potter's luggage. Debbie pulled the 2 suitcases over beside the rest, and they watched for the taxi. As they waited, they thanked the butler and the cook and told them to thank their maid for them. "When will the taxi be here?" Dudley wondered. "Should be about now," David said, and sure enough, a blue minivan pulled up at the end of the road. They all grabbed the handles on their luggage, left through the kitchen door, and made their way to the waiting taxi. Petunia, Debbie, and Dudley sat in the back seat, while David rode up front with the driver. When they pulled up to the A3, the driver asked them where they wanted to go. "You know where the Sus** estate Great House is?" David questioned. "At St. Anne's Bay." "Yay moon." The driver nodded. "Well," Dave said, "that's where we're going." The van made a right onto the A3 and went west back through Aracabessa, and then through Boscobel. They stayed on the A3 until they reached Ocho Rios, where they left it and continued on the coastal road ending up in St. Anne's Bay. This was a very nice town, they noticed, as they made their way down Main Street to Church Street, where they made a left. They took this street out to Winders Hill Road, and the name applied, as it snaked its way up through the hills, where it turned into Sus** Estate Road. It was about a 1.5 mile trip from St. Anne's Bay, when the van turned into a dirt drive, which ended in a red dirt parking space that was surrounded by palm trees, and at the end of a long lawn. Here, the van stopped. When they stepped out, and the driver was helping David with the luggage, Petunia covered her mouth and stared. Before them was a grand old 18th-century Georgian-style plantation house, with a stone-bordered walkway leading to the front of the great house's white portico. She also noticed that the front door was open. 30 minutes earlier, The Potter's taxi turned into a dirt drive, which ended in a red dirt parking space that was surrounded by palm trees, and at the end of a long lawn. They were now 875 feet above sea level, and on top of the mountain. At the other end of the lawn, Daphne noticed, was a grand old 18th-century Georgian-style plantation house. Palm trees were everywhere on either side of the long grass lawn. It was simply beautiful, and she wondered who lived there. "Well, Destiny," Harry said, "we're here. Let's go and see if anyone's home." He then paid the driver, and they stepped out. As the driver pulled out and left, Daphne turned to Harry. "Who lives here?" "Someone you know very well," Harry said, as he started walking up the grass walkway before Daphne could get another word out. "James," Daphne exclaimed, but he didn't answer her and kept on walking toward the house. Daphne had nothing else to do but to follow him, so she headed that way as she looked around at the beautiful grounds in wonder. Finally, they were on the portico, and in front of the front door. Harry knocked and waited, but nobody came to the door, and it seemed to Daphne that nobody was home. "James," Daphne shook her head, "nobody's home." Harry scratched his head as if in thought. Oh yeah," Harry said, as he dug into his shirt pocket, pulled out a set of keys, and enlarged a rolled-up blue scroll that looked like a legal document. "Here, these are yours." Daphne looked at Harry as if he had gone insane, but took the keys, and the rolled-up blue scroll, which she unrolled, and noticed that it was a deed. She looked more closely, and the deed was in her name. Her real name at that, and how he kept that hidden she didn't know. He'd probably tell her, courtesy of Makusa. May, Daphne stuttered, as her bottom lip began to tremble. It is. "Why," Harry besottedly smiled, "it's your wedding present. This, Destiny, is all yours, all 18 acres of it." Daphne quickly looked around, her chin quivering, and then back to Harry, as a tear started running down her cheek. Before Harry could wipe it away, she tackled him, pinning him up against the portico's post, and started to sob. Finally, after she somewhat collected herself, she looked up into his sparkling green eyes. You did this for me." Harry simply nodded and smiled. That's all it took, as she grabbed 2 handfuls of his hair, and keyed him hard. If it was ever said that a lady would not lift her leg while keying someone she loved, well, Daphne just proved them wrong. It was one of the hottest keys that Harry had ever received, though his head was a little sore, and he was also sure that he was now short a few hairs. When she was through, she let him go, gave him a huge smile, sniffed, wiped her eyes, told him that she absolutely loved him, and placed the key in the door. Sure enough, it unlocked it, and she opened it to look down the long hall, which ran all the way to the back of the house, and to the rear entrance. She noticed the ancient plank floor laid in the 1790s, which was highly polished, and also noticed a few portraits and shelves on the wall. Here, she stepped inside and started looking around. The great house had been remodeled and completely upgraded, but it still held its old antique woodwork and charm. The property also had a standby generator and a backup water supply in place in case of a power outage. In the deed, it had stated that she and her family had beach rights to the Columbus Cove private beach at Drax Hall in perpetuity, and at no annual cost as well. This was located close to the country and polo clubs and called the Cove by the locals. The grand house also had a tennis court on the property, and the house itself was sensitively modernized, with great care taken to preserve its historical integrity, and showcase its cut stone, concrete block, and wood construction. It was the vacation home that dreams were made of, and capable of housing a large family. The only thing that went through Daphne's mind was how did she become this lucky? The first room that she came to was the parlor, which she noticed was furnished, and some of it was antique. "James, where did this furniture come from?" "Oh, the prior owner left some," Harry explained, "and I had our friends here buy the rest and put it in. The minister took care of that for me. This, by the way, was the hotel on Mockingbird Hill, but it's now yours, a place to come to whenever you want. Wait until you see the large, sleeping porches, both downstairs and upstairs, and the in-ground pool at the back." She quickly looked through the rooms on the ground floor, which included another sitting or family room, a sunroom, breakfast room, a loo, the dining room, and the kitchen. When she opened the rear door and stepped out onto the large back sleeping porch, she gasped. It already had her favorite kind of wicker furniture sitting about on the very wide floor, and there was the oval swimming pool to the right, but the view was what simply amazed her. From here, she could see Street Anne's Bay and the sea. Her heart was about to pound out of her chest, so she sat down on one of the wicker sofa lounges, and patted the seat for Harry to sit next to her, which he did. Daphne looked at Harry, then out to sea, then at the palm trees, and even at some banana trees, then looked back at her husband. She didn't have the words, so she tackled him on the couch, and captured his lips with hers. This lasted for several minutes, and it had started to become heated to the point of wanting to remove clothes. David floated their luggage over and stood beside his wife, who was looking at the old plantation house with something akin to awe. She turned to her husband and started to say something, but he cut her off with a smile. "Someday, sweetheart, I'm working on it." He didn't tell her that he had already bought a plot of ground next door, which was for sale out of the 123 acres of land that was part of a working pimento allspice plantation. "James owns this?" Petunia asked, as Dudley also looked to him for an answer. "No," David said, "Destiny does. Jimmy put it in her name, and it's all hers. Come on, the door is open, so let's see where the newlyweds are hiding at." As they took in the sight, Petunia thought about the love that her nephew must have for his wife. Not only did he buy this huge house, but he also gave it to her with no strings attached. She must be a very wonderful woman, Petunia thought, which he trusted and loved implicitly. If only Dudley could find him a wife like this. Everyone picked up their luggage, as they couldn't roll it. The walkway was bordered by individual square stones, but the walkway itself was grass. They all looked at the beautiful scenery as they made their way up to the portico, where they climbed the 2 low steps and went into the hall. Here, they sat their luggage down by the staircase and began looking into the rooms for the young couple. When they didn't find them, they noticed the back door open leading to a huge back sleeping porch, so they all stepped outside. "James," Petunia scolded, as she saw Daphne rolling around on top of Harry with their lips locked together, and Harry's hands underneath Daphne's shirt. As the Graves and Dudley started laughing, Daphne's head popped up, wide-eyed, and a deep blush started to creep across her face. Just as she was about to explain herself, an international portkey opened over the back lawn and deposited her parents, her sister and boyfriend, and Ron and Hermione. "Duh," Helen started to yell, but Cyrus wisely silenced her, and quickly whispered in her ear. When he canceled the spell, it didn't stop Helen. "Destiny Black, pull your shirt down at once, and sit up." Hermione's eyes grew big, and she covered her mouth with her hand. However, Ron, Astoria, and Draco belted out a huge laugh. Poor Cyrus just shook his head and started to look around at the view, which made him give out an astonishing whistle. Daphne finally made it upright, where she quickly straightened her shirt out and then tried to fix her hair. Harry also sat up and quickly began rebuttoning his shirt, where he opened his mouth to apologize, but Daphne beat him to it the punch. "We are married, you know," Daphne said with a hiss. "I was thanking my husband for my wedding present," she ended haughtily, and with a sniff. "I do not care, young lady," Helen growled out, "I am still your mother, and you will not do that in front of me, nor James's aunt." The laughs seemed to stop short at that, and Astoria and Draco looked at each other and gulped. all right, cool down Helen," Cyrus pleaded, who was the only sensible one of them at the moment, but then he turned to the newlyweds. "Care to show us around this beautiful property of yours?" Daphne looked over at Harry and asked, "You invited everyone?" At Harry's nod, she smiled. Daphne and Harry stood together, offered everyone a tour, and gave them all a room in Daphne's Georgian 6-bedroom and 7-bath plantation home. The house had been shut up for a while, and it was stuffy inside, so they opened the windows and shutters to all the rooms and turned on the ceiling fans to air it out. There was no air conditioning in this old home, nor was there any in many like it around the island, though Harry was already planning on putting several small units in. There was no food in the kitchen either, so Harry would have to apparate to St. Anne's Bay to buy their groceries. There was ice in the freezer though, so Harry found some drink glasses in a cupboard, which were just enough for all of them, and filled them with fresh water and ice. He floated them out to the lower sleeping porch where everyone was now sitting and admiring the view. Here, he took a seat beside his wife in the same wicker sofa lounge, where he stretched out his legs and sighed in relief. "Great day, isn't it?" Daphne looked over at her husband with such a besotted look, that several of them thought that she saw the sun rise and set in Harry. Her parents had never seen her act this way, as she was always very standoffish around the young lads that they knew. No matter what anyone thought, though, Daphne bent over and gave him a quick peck on the lips, and curled up against him while putting her feet up on the lounge cushion. Harry immediately wrapped his arm around her and started running his fingers through her long blonde hair. Cyrus studied his new son-in-law and was happy that his daughter actually loved him because he could tell, as that was how he and Helen acted when alone. He had also come to admire Harry. "James," Cyrus asked, "how did everything go?" Harry sighed, removed his glasses with his left hand, rubbed his eyes with his wrist, and then he put his glasses back on before looking at his father and mother-in-law. "Destiny's free of the curse. Felix and I removed it, and we destroyed the poppet early this morning. Those behind it, I do not believe, will trouble us any time soon, if ever again." This surprised Daphne and Debbie because neither knew that their husbands had already destroyed the poppet. Helen stood from her seat and hugged the newlyweds, and then, cheerily, hugged both of the Graves. "Thank you, all of you. You have no idea what this means to Cyrus and I." Finally, she wiped her eyes, sniffed, and took her seat back beside Cyrus, who put his arm around her. Helen had been worried sick since they already had a bloodline curse that they had to watch out for. "I know I'm not supposed to ask," Cyrus said, as he rubbed Helen's shoulder, "but you did take revenge for what they've done." Harry and David looked at Cyrus with quite an evil look in their eyes, as both answered the same. "You bet your sweet ass we did." "They did," Dudley spoke up, "as I watched it happen. Things went boom." Of course, Dudley would never know the full story. "They took care of the problem," Petunia agreed. The Greengrasses, Weasleys, Astoria, and Draco raised their eyebrows at this, but didn't say any more. It was better to not know, they thought. Harry would show Cyrus the Gleaner articles later that night. "Anyone hungry?" Harry asked to change the conversation, and several said they were. "I'm going to apparate to St. Anne's Bay and do our shopping. I also thought about going by one of the local restaurants, maybe a jerk chicken place, and buying enough for everyone." "Have any of you tried it before?" Half of them shook their heads no, so Harry tried to explain. Jerk cooking is a meat that is dry rubbed or wet marinated with a hot spicy mixture of allspice, which is still grown on this plantation by the way, and Scotch bonnet peppers. It's according to who makes it on how hot or mild it is. "No, mate, I can't handle that," Ron said, "as my stomach can't handle it at the moment." Hermione, and surprisingly, Draco and Astoria all agreed. International portkeys could cause these temporary problems. "All right," Harry said, "it's Kentucky Fried from the bucket, then, and I know you'll like that." "Bucket?" Draco asked. "Oh, yay," Harry explained. "They fill up a huge paper bucket with their original recipe, fried chicken, which you serve everyone from. I'll buy 2 16-piece buckets of thighs and beeps, which should be more than enough to feed all 12 of us. It comes with mashed potatoes, gravy, coleslaw, and fresh scones, which they call biscuits here and in the States." At the OHHHS and Oz, everyone nodded that they now understood. The Potters, Graves, Dursleys, and Hermione thought that the others really needed to go out into the Muggle world a bit more often. "I'll have to make a couple of trips," Harry explained, as he stood up to leave, "first to the grocery, then to the restaurant, so it will be a bit, but I'll try to be quick." "I was hoping that my Yankee big brother," Harry said with a grin as he looked at the Graves, "might help me out, as we'll need things for the kitchen, such as cooking utensils and plates. I think Deb will know better than Felix and I about what we need." "We'll do it," Debbie said, and Dave nodded. Harry gave them one of his credit cards and a wad of cash which David stuck down the front pocket of his Bermuda shorts. "Get whatever we need," Harry told them, "even some decent dishes and tableware if you can find it. Apparate down, since we don't have any wards up yet." "We saw several places to shop along Main Street," Debbie said, so we'll head down when you leave. If we can't find it there, we'll apparate over to Ocho Rios." They also stood, and were ready to follow Harry out. Helen looked over at Cyrus at this. "Honey, we have a lot of excess china at home that we should give Destiny for here." Cyrus thought about it, and nodded at Helen. "Yes, we do, and we have already divided up most of that and boxed it up for Destiny and Astoria, so we can bring Destiny's down during our next trip. I believe we'll be coming back here a lot, so it's no problem." This brought them thanks and nods from both of the Greengrass sisters. "Is it all right," Hermione asked, "if we take a walk around the grounds, and have a swim?" This also got Astoria and Draco's attention. "Of course, it is, Hermione," Daphne said, "act as if you're at home." This set off a discussion about swimming, lying out by the pool, and celebrating the day as Harry and the Graves left for St. Anne's Bay. It wasn't long, though, until everyone was gone from the porch except Daphne, Petunia, and her parents. Dudley had left with the Weasleys, Astoria, and her boyfriend to have a look around the grounds. "Tell me, Destiny," her mother asked, "how is married life, and how is James?" Daphne looked at her mother, blushed, and then back out toward the sea. "Truthfully, if you had asked me that when James and I first met, I would have said that he was just another boy. Now, though, I couldn't live without him. I didn't know that I had this amount of love in me for anyone, to be honest, and he's my chosen one." Helen glanced at Cyrus and smirked as if she had just won a bet. "I've watched them both over the last several days," Petunia remarked, "and they do love each other very much and care deeply about one another." The Greengrasses thanked Petunia for telling them this, and that forced Petunia to think about the past to the point that she couldn't hold it in any longer. "Here," Petunia sighed, "I am ashamed of how I treated James when he was growing up out of jealousy over my sister, and not being selected for Hogwarts." Then, there was Severus. Here, she heard several gasps. "Even though that was wrong, I believe that this is what toughened him up to be able to do what he has done. Lord knows Mark couldn't have done it, because we've spoiled him, which I regret. However, over James, Mark has changed for the better regardless of the damage that Vernon and I have done." It was quiet for a couple of minutes over that admission, but finally, Daphne asked, "You knew Professor Snape?" Petunia finally looked at Daphne, nodded, and she had a sad look about her. "Yes, I knew him. He, Lily, and I grew up together at Cokeworth. Severus was, from the wrong side of the tracks, one could say. He had a miserable life growing up over his drunken father, who, by the way, used to beat Severus' poor mother, and she was a witch. Poor old Eileen. Eileen Prince was her name, and she died way too young over the abuse, what with her trying to protect Severus from his father. They were poor because his father blew all their money on his drink. Tobias Snape was his father, a muggle, and he worked on the floor at the old textile mill. Our father, Marion Evans, worked in the office as an accountant, and we lived in the wealthier part of town. My sister showed magic at an early age and could do things like Harry without a wand. Severus could too. It wasn't accidental. They were very gifted. One day, Lily and I were at the playground by the river, and Severus was hiding in the bushes watching us. He had noticed Lily doing magic, so he finally came out and confronted us, while telling my sister that she was a witch. Of course, that didn't sit well with either of us, and we ran home. Severus was persistent, though, and met us again to explain things. I didn't know it then, but he loved my sister. I thought that it was just a schoolboy's crush, but I was told that he loved her to his dying day, which is why he did everything that he could to protect James through school." "Protect James," Daphne exclaimed. "He hated James." Petunia looked at Daphne, sighed, and shook her head. "Use that noggin of yours and think about it. Severus was the head of Slytherin House, which held the good majority of Voldemort's followers. He had to put up a front while he was secretly working for Dumbledore, and was watching over James. Severus was Dumbledore's spy." Petunia heard her parents gasp. "He had to act as he did so none of you would ever know the truth. He may have held some dislike for James, because he looks so much like his father, especially his hair, but the rest was just a front." "So that's how Dumbledore knew everything," Cyrus laughed out. Helen and Daphne looked stunned. Even though Harry had told Daphne a little of it, that Severus was loyal to Dumbledore. This also explains how Lucius and Avery talked Severus into joining their crowd, Cyrus explained. Severus and the Malfoys became close, you see, and Lucius made him Draco's godfather. So, really, Severus was trying to protect both children while they were growing up. That also explains what happened during our 6th year, Daphne said, when the Death Eaters were led into the school. Lucius was controlling Draco like a puppet, and Snape saved him, dragging him out of the castle. But why? Daphne wondered. Did Snape kill Dumbledore? What? Petunia exclaimed. From what I've gleaned from James, Cyrus said, Dumbledore was dying from a painful curse, and he asked Severus to take him out if the Death Eaters invaded the castle. Voldemort had wanted Draco to do it as punishment for Lucius getting caught at the Ministry, and James said that Dumbledore knew that they would slip in, and he let it happen. Dumbledore wasn't as light-minded as everyone thought, but of course, Aberforth would have told anyone that. Who's Aberforth? Petunia questioned. Dumbledore's younger brother, Helen explained. Some of that's what James has told me, too, but not all of it. Daphne sighed. Poor Severus, Petunia continued, not only was he treated badly at home, but also at school, which was his escape. He was constantly harassed by James's father, who was jealous of Severus over Lily, and by Sirius Black, who pranked the boy non-stop. Dumbledore would just turn a blind eye to it all. I was told it all by my sister and heard Severus complain about it when he would come to our home. Mother would make sure that he had a good meal before he had to go back around Tobias. Eileen should have killed her swine of a husband in his sleep and left. Why she didn't, nobody knows. When Eileen died over the worry and abuse at an early age, Tobias mysteriously followed her to the grave. They claimed that it was from heart failure, but I believe that Severus ended him over what he had done to him and his mother. Severus ended up with that small house at the end of Spinner's End close to the mill. I also believe that this is one of the things that Dumbledore knew about, and held it over his head, as he did with my sister with him. Everyone looked shocked at this, but their respect for Severus Snape grew tenfold over it. I would appreciate it, Petunia continued, that you do not tell James that I told you this. Just as they all agreed, they heard someone apparate to the front lawn. They stood, and walked to the front of the house, where they saw that it was Harry, who was carrying 15 shrunken bags of groceries in a cardboard box. They all went into the kitchen and helped stock the cupboards and the ice box, which is what the Greengrasses called it. They weren't used to Muggle appliances, nor cooking for that matter. Harry had purchased 2 bottles of his rum, a bottle of gin, and one of Mr. Beam for any that wanted a strong drink later on. He also purchased 2 magnums of 1999 Dom Perignon, which he placed in the fridge to chill. He almost didn't find his favorite alcohol, until he visited a local restaurant and bar owned by his bottler, where he told them that he was the owner of the Thunderball brand, and they privately sold him what he wanted. Luckily, they had the champagne because it was a high-traffic tourist destination. When they were finished, Harry gave Daphne a quick peck on the lips, and then went back out the front door to apparate back to St. Anne's Bay. KFC was his next stop. The Graves apparated onto the front lawn with each holding 2 boxes, and within them were many others that were shrunken down. They had just missed Harry apparating away for his second trip since they ended up having to go to Ocho Rios to find everything. When they made it to the kitchen, they found everyone there where the Greengrasses had just been introduced to Coca-Cola, which they liked. We're back, David said as he set his boxes down on the counter, and then took Debbie's and did the same. James not back. He just left for the hot food, Daphne stated. What do you have? At this, they started unboxing everything and unshrinking it. They had purchased 2 complete sets of matching plates, saucers, cups, and bowls making 12 each, which they hurriedly unpacked. They also unpacked a silver tea set with a tray, as well as numerous other bowls, tureens, and a gravy boat. Debbie, Petunia, and Helen began washing them in the sink by using magic to make things quick. Petunia was putting everything away in the cabinets. They unpacked 24 tall glasses and flutes to drink from, and they also headed to the sink. The scouring charm became very useful and made the job much quicker. David had thought to buy a coffee maker and filters, as he and Debbie drank coffee in the mornings. They set this up and unboxed a can of coffee and a box of Earl Grey tea. Next was a set of all copper pots and pans, which were washed and put up, as well as knives and cooking utensils. Finally, Debbie opened 2 boxes of matching silverware that were of a very good quality, which they had found, and those went to the sink. Last was a box that contained necessities such as paper towels and paper for the loo, which made Daphne blush. Debbie had purchased a nice white linen tablecloth, as well as 24 linen napkins, and those went to the dining room. Also shrunken down were bath towels and washcloths, which were taken to the 7 bathrooms. Luckily, all the beds had bedding sets with them. All the witches and wizards were now missing their elves, and they had just gained a better appreciation for their hard work, even with magic. With all of them working together, they had finally finished just as they heard Harry apparate outside, and just as David had vanished the last empty box. Harry walked into the kitchen and was carrying a large cardboard box full of hot food, which he sat down on the kitchen's aisle. He looked around, and couldn't believe what he saw. "My, you've all been hard at work. It took them forever to fill this order, as I had to wait for them to cook enough chicken to fill it. The restaurant was packed. Smells good, too," David said, as he started unpacking the box. "Where's the rest of our motley crew?" Harry wondered. "Out taking a walk," Cyrus said, as he just finished his Coke, and vanished the empty can. "I'll call them in." Cyrus walked out onto the sleeping porch and looked around, but didn't see anyone, so he walked down the steps, and over to the balcony of the terrace. He noticed the 2 young couples and Dudley looking at a long and wide bit of tarmac out in the lower field, which was painted green on top, and had white lines on it, with a net across its center. He had no idea what that was. He wasn't going to shout, so he drew his wand, and conjured his Patronus. Here, he then sent his shimmering Palomino horse down to them and laughed when it spooked them. When the couples turned around, he motioned with his hand for them to trot back up to the house. Cyrus looked at the view from the patio, and out to sea. It was simply breathtaking when looking at the clouds sitting on the horizon, and the smooth blue sea. He could also make out the waves coming to shore in a few places, and he now knew where he was bringing Helen for their anniversary, so he took a huge breath of fresh air, and turned to go back into the house. Harry had sure made his daughter happy. When everyone was accounted for, they walked into the dining room, and the table was set. There were 2 large ceramic bowls heaping full of fried chicken, and they had one of the new tureens full of mashed potatoes, a full gravy boat, and a bowl full of coleslaw. They also had 2 butter dishes on the table, as well as 2 baskets of scones. Everyone took their places, and they filled all 12 chairs. Once ready, the bowls of chicken were passed along with the tureen of mashed potatoes, and the bowl of coleslaw. The gravy, scones, and butter were all within reach. "Dig in, everyone," Harry and Daphne said together, and everyone did. The Greengrasses, Astoria, Draco, and Ron had never had food from KFC, and they were downright surprised about how good it was, which was the talk of the table. Harry, Daphne, Petunia, Dudley, and Hermione were amused at the commotion it caused because the word around the table was that the elves couldn't do better and that Molly Weasley would be jealous. Cyrus wanted to know what the painted tarmac and the net were about, and that brought up a discussion about tennis. This led to Daphne telling them about her family's lifetime beach rights to the Columbus Cove private beach at Drax Hall in perpetuity, and at no annual cost, which came with the house. This next led to a discussion about polo, golf, and football, which was tied to the Drax Hall Country Club. Dudley, Draco, and Astoria began talking about the wildlife that they had seen at the edge of the property, which led into a proverbial jungle. They saw some black-beaked parrots, a chestnut-bellied cuckoo, and a couple of mongooses. The mongoose, David explained, was introduced to hunt rodents and snakes by the sugar cane farmers long ago. The Trelawney parish was mentioned, and that started a conversation about their divination teacher and her family's connection to rum and obeah soothsaying. The rum brought up another conversation, where Harry wanted to take them all for a tour of his friend's sugar mill tomorrow, which was just south of them at Luida's Vale. It was about halfway between Daphne's house and Kingston. Once everyone was finished, Daphne and Petunia left for the kitchen and came out with 2 blueberry pies, which had been refrigerated and then warmed. They also brought out a bowl of vanilla ice cream and a scoop. Dessert was served. "I didn't know that Muggle food was this good," exclaimed Draco, who crammed another bite of pie and ice cream into his mouth. Astoria nodded in agreement, as she did the same. This pleased the Potters because they knew that the couple would end up married in no time. "Wait until you try hamburgers and pizza," David remarked, which made all the wizards and witches think about what they had been missing. To David and Debbie, the food today was good Southern food that stuck to your ribs, which they ate all the time. It sure wasn't the French cuisine with skimpy portions, which they were forced to eat while at resorts, etc. Next, a discussion came up about Jimmy Budget and their time at the Bizet Bar, which brought a round of laughs. Nobody dared, though, to mention Jill, but Daphne would tell Astoria about it later that night. After everyone had their fill, Harry tapped on his glass with his dessert spoon. "What say we all go out by the pool, grab us a lounge, and just relax? I bought a few bottles of last year's Dom Perignon, which I have chilling in the fridge. I'm not sure how good it will be, but after a few, who'll notice the difference?" This got a laugh out of the entire table, so everyone stood and helped the ladies clear the table. They sped the rest up by using magic to clean the dishes and put them up in the kitchen. When done, they went to their rooms to change and made their way out to the pool. It was now 2 p.m., so they didn't have much time left before sunset. All of them gathered around the pool, and Daphne made sure to bring the Coppertone bottle, which was passed about. Everyone, except the Potters and Graves, were white. The Dursleys had actually started to tan, but they needed to be out more. They had placed all the lounges at the east side of the pool, so they could watch the sunset, as it would be an extraordinary sight from the mountain that evening. Daphne had set her boom box up with her favorite singer, Julie L., and brought the remote with her, as she lay back beside Harry and held his hand. She started the music playing and received many compliments from the witches and wizards wondering who this singer was. Both Weasleys, Astoria, and Draco took a dip and enjoyed their swim before getting out and watching the sun sink lower. Just as there was only about half the sun still showing over the horizon, Draco stood and held out his hand to Astoria, which she gladly accepted. The rest watched them walk across the back lawn, and over to the back terrace. Next, everyone was completely gobsmacked, when Draco knelt down on one knee and proposed. Astoria was wiping tears as he slipped an engagement ring onto her finger, and when he arose, she latched onto him. Everyone clapped, and saluted them with their champagne, just as the sun disappeared below the horizon, leaving the sky a beautiful orange, pink, and blue. "Another wedding?" Helen asked, and Cyrus nodded his head. Later on, for supper, David, Debbie, and Harry pitched in to cook, and they introduced British wizard kind to homemade cheeseburgers and oven-roasted French fries. All the men ate 2 cheeseburgers each and were full to bursting. Luckily, Harry had thought ahead to buy enough ground beef along with 4 bags of frozen fries. Debbie had also secretly filmed this while using Daphne's handycam. That evening, Daphne and Harry warned everyone about the mosquitoes, and that they should use repellent, as well as the mosquito netting that hung over their beds. They also had to show them how to work the lights and the ceiling fans to get them settled in. After most everyone had gone to bed, Harry opened his briefcase, and handed Cyrus the Gleaner from the other day, while sitting in the parlor. It was just he, Daphne, and her parents still up, when he also told him about the visit from the Jamaican minister. As the 2 wizards finished their rum and cokes, they bid each other good night, and the last 2 married couples made their way to bed. Tomorrow would be another long day. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.